Chapter 847. After leaving the city and flying for a short distance, Yi Qinghan saw a red sea. There were many dragon boats similar to the ones in his ring on the sea surface, but most of them were much smaller. He was secretly amazed that the sea water of the Star Sea was actually red. However, he didn't hesitate and flew directly to the sea surface. With a wave of his hand, a huge dragon boat appeared on the sea surface. This dragon boat's shape was very peculiar. It looked like a huge dragon and was completely made of dark golden metal. There was a door on the side. Yi Qinghan and Kong Luo nodded and walked towards the door. The appearance of the huge dragon boat attracted the attention of countless warriors in the vicinity. When they saw only two young divine kings walking in, they were secretly envious. They were obviously the young masters of big families. This dragon boat is indeed the largest and most luxurious type. When Kong Luo came in, he looked around and opened his mouth wide. He was incomparably shocked. He had sat on a dragon boat before, but he had never entered such a big dragon boat. Yi Qinghan also looked around and was very curious. The inside of this dragon boat was similar to the inside of the mountain-piercing armor, but it was much bigger. There was a very big hall, and there were small rooms on the left and right. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 rooms. Moreover, this was the middle hall. There was a front hall in front and a door at the back. The decoration inside was very luxurious, and there were many leisure and entertainment tools. It was simply a small palace. Kong Luo, how do you drive the dragon boat? Yi Qinghan looked around and didn't pay much attention to it. There is a driving crystal core at the back. As long as you input divine power, you can control this dragon boat to move in any direction. The higher the strength, the faster the speed. The entire dragon boat's barrier is controlled in the front hall. You can control the dragon boat to see the scenery outside. Yi Qinghan brought Kong Luo to the front hall. The front hall was more luxurious than the middle hall, but there were fewer rooms. There were only a few dozen rooms. It was obviously for distinguished guests to stay in. There were a few control mechanisms on the wall. Kong Luo emitted divine power from his hand and lightly tapped on one of the mechanisms. The walls around the entire dragon boat became transparent. Even the seawater below could be seen clearly. It was very magical. Let's go. Take my men to familiarize themselves with how to control the dragon boat. Prepare to set off. Yi Qinghan smiled and walked towards the central hall. Kong Luo, on the other hand, was baffled. He looked outside, wanting to see where Yi Qinghan's men were. Unexpectedly, Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and a huge golden door appeared within the dragon boat. Then, under Kong Luo's dumbfounded gaze, the first 5 beautiful women to walk out were Yu Qingcheng, Yi Yaorao, and Little Firework, who had been pestering him to come along. The people who walked out next made Kong Luo's entire body tremble. In particular, the trace of aura that the Wind Emperor exuded made Kong Luo's legs almost turn to jelly. Greetings, Night Emperor. After the Wind Emperor and the others came out, they glanced around indifferently, then bowed respectfully to Yi Qinghan at the same time. 52 people. 52 experts who are at least 5th grade war gods, and 1 7th grade war god? Kong Luo swallowed a few times. This was the first time he had seen so many experts, and it was the first time he was so close to a 7th grade war god. Then, he saw an unbelievable scene, and his brain could not process it. Night Emperor? What Night Emperor? Shouldn't he be called Young Master? What was the identity of this war god Han Yi? Each of you choose a room. The 50 of you will take turns to drive the dragon boat. The rest of you can rest at will. Yi Qinghan waved his hand indifferently, dismissing the crowd. Then, he looked at the numb Kong Luo and said, Kong Luo, I did not mean to hide it from you. Have you heard of Flame Dragon City? I am now, the City Lord of Flame Dragon City. Flame Dragon City. You are the City Lord of Flame Dragon City. Kong Luo's lips trembled. Of course he had heard of Flame Dragon City. Not only him, but almost the entire Misty Continent and half of the Star Sea were talking about Flame Dragon City. The battle outside Flame Dragon City was too shocking. More than a dozen palace lords died, and even a venerable was killed. Most importantly, that battle confirmed the Misty Continent had an invincible 9th-grade war god. How could such a big event not spread quickly? But he did not expect that the young god general he befriended years ago was the instigator of this shocking battle, and the person under the protection of 2 invincible war gods at the same time. Some things still have a long way to go. I will tell you in detail later. Take my people to familiarize themselves with how to control the dragon boat. Let's go first. Yi Qinghan smiled indifferently. He did not care too much about Kong Luo's expression. Now that his status was different, his state of mind had also changed greatly. He signaled Wu Shan to arrange for people to follow Kong Luo to learn. Wu Shan was not very strong, but Yi Qinghan brought him along this time. Wu Shan was very good at conducting himself. He was the most suitable person to be the chief steward. Under Kong Luo's control, the dragon boat began to shoot towards the south. It was indeed very fast. Then, Kong Luo controlled the dragon boat to dive into the sea. Although the seawater of the Star Sea looked red from the outside, it was very clear when one dived into it. One could clearly see the scenery at the bottom of the sea. Wow, so beautiful. These fish are so beautiful. What kind of creature is that? It's so magical. It was the first time that Yi Qinghan and his wives dived into the sea like this. It was incomparably magical. Little fireworks and Yi Qingwu stuck to the wall and cried out in joy. The dragon boat only dived into the sea for a while before returning to the surface. It was obvious that Kong Luo was just demonstrating how to operate it. Then, the dragon boat began to move forward at full speed on the sea. It turned into a sharp sword, like a real dragon, breaking through the waves. Not long after, the dragon boat paused for a moment. Then, its speed suddenly increased. It was 3 to 4 times faster than before, much faster than the phoenix. It was obvious that a 6th-grade war god under Yi Qinghan had taken over the dragon boat. Yi Qinghan and the women returned to the front hall. He took out a map and carefully studied it. At this time, Wu Shan also came in with Kong Luo. Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said to Kong Luo, "At this speed, how long will it take to reach Peach Blossom Island?" Kong Luo was still immersed in excitement. She rubbed her hands and said, "Very fast, very fast. If there are no accidents along the way, we should be able to reach in half a year." "My lord, if it were an ordinary person and a dragon boat, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Accidents? What kind of accidents do they usually encounter?" Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and asked worriedly. "This is hard to say. Usually, god bandits will intercept us, or we will encounter a thunderstorm in the Star Sea, or powerful demonic beasts. However, my lord has 7th-grade war gods and so many 6th-grade war gods. I believe no god bandits will dare to intercept us. We should not encounter any big trouble." "Oh. Is that so?" Yi Qinghan also suddenly narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He stood up and turned to look into the distance. He said, "We have just set sail, and trouble has already come. Look in front." Wu Shan, Kong Luo, and the women were startled and looked in the direction that Yi Qinghan was looking. On the sea surface to their left, 7 or 8 dragon boats were charging toward them at high speed. It was obvious that their target was their dragon boat. Since they were coming for him, Yi Qinghan did not intend to avoid them. He calmly waved at Wu Shan and said, "Wu Shan, send a voice transmission to ask the dragon boat to stop. I want to see who has the guts to take advantage of me." Chapter 848. The dragon boat suddenly stopped and floated quietly in the sea, waiting for the dragon boat in front to come closer. The formidable martial artists in the dragon boat also rushed out of their rooms, ready to go out to battle. The Wind Thearka's face was flushed red. His chance to earn some merit had come. However, everyone had retracted their auras under Yi Qinghan's instructions. If they scared off these guests, it would not be fun. "My lord, they might be god bandits. I think when we were out at sea, someone saw that we did not bring any guards and thought that we were a big fish and sent a message to the god bandits. There are many spies at the dock. Not only was Kong Luo not worried, but he was also very excited. In the past, when he was drifting in the Star Sea, he would tremble at the sight of god bandits. Now, he could finally hold his head high. We have only set sail for a short while, and god bandits have already appeared. Are the prefectural army of the 10,000 water residents not going to do anything? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. What's more, Yi Sihanliu's arrival in the Star Sea was also related to the god bandits. Lord Jiao said that it was the god bandits who had ransacked the small cities and tribes on the mainland. These god bandits were too bold. Kiki, my lord, there is something you do not know. Kong Luo's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery as he smiled and said, actually, many god bandits in the Star Sea are related to the great family clans of the continent. Anyway, there are many god bandits in the Star Sea. Many powerful martial artists from the great family clans of the continent would lead their disciples to cover their faces and become god bandits. This way, they could obtain a lot of wealth and also train their disciples. Oh, so that's how it is. Yi Qinghan nodded. This was similar to the secret bandits in the Phoenix Glow Mountain Range. Anyway, no one in the Star Sea cared about them. It would be a waste to kill them. As they spoke, the 8 dragon boats had already surrounded Yi Qinghan's dragon boat. The shield above the dragon boat opened up, and countless black-armored martial artists started to rise into the sky. There were close to 1,000 of them, and their aura was overwhelming. Ordinary small martial artists would definitely be scared out of their wits. The Wind Emperor had already extended his divine consciousness out a long time ago. After quietly probing for a while, he immediately reported the situation. There are more than 10 rank 6s and close to 100 rank 5s. The rest are trash. When Yi Qinghan heard that there were only a dozen or so 6th grade warriors, he completely relaxed. The 50 warriors he brought were all 6th grade, and there were 20 at the pinnacle of 6th grade. The Carefree Pavilion even had 50 pinnacle of 6th grade demonic beasts, not to mention the Wind Emperor, a 7th grade war god. Cultivators in the dragon boat, listen up. You've been surrounded. If you don't want to die, get out. A muffled sound rang out. It was clearly altered by divine power. Although the dragon boat's shield blocked out all sounds from the outside, the sound of divine power could still be heard clearly. All of you, go out. Remember, capture those leaders. Don't let them escape. Rob them for me. I'll take half of the treasures and godstones. You can split the rest. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily and transmitted his voice to the 50 soul slaves in the middle hall. Divine power emerged from his hands and he directly slapped the mechanism in the small hall. The protective shield of the dragon boat instantly opened, and the metal of the middle hall of the dragon boat also split apart, revealing a large hole. Swish! The 50 war gods all released their divine power and soared into the sky. A shining superior grade divine artifact instantly appeared in each of their hands. Like ferocious tigers descending the mountain, they locked onto the dozen or so 6th grade formidable martial artists outside and shot forward. 50 ferocious, red-eyed, formidable martial artists with surging divine power appeared. Close to 1,000 god bandits were dumbfounded. Especially when they sensed that among these 50 people, there were more than 10 to 20 pinnacle of 6th grade formidable martial artists. Everyone was in despair. Many of them instinctively wanted to escape. However, after thinking about it, how could they possibly escape? Boom! The 56th grade formidable martial artists were frighteningly fast. Before anyone could react, they had already charged into the crowd. This group of god bandits only had slightly more than 10 6th grade formidable martial artists. Only the strongest leader was at the pinnacle of 6th grade. These dozen or so 6th grade formidable martial artists were instantly surrounded by more than 30 soul slaves. The remaining 10 or so soul slaves, however, were like ferocious demons, killing the surrounding low-level martial artists. Damn it, which bastard sent the message? I want to tear him apart. Boss, the situation is tense. Pull away. Pull away your mother. My lord, please spare our lives. We have eyes but fail to recognize you. We surrender. My lord, please spare our lives. Yes, yes, we surrender. Don't kill us. In just a short period of time, close to 100 low-level martial artists were instantly killed. Although 5th grade and 6th grade were both god emperors, the difference between them was huge. As for the remaining 5th grade and lower martial artists, they were instantly annihilated with a single strike, as if they were chopping up cabbages. Looking at the close to 100 divine crystals floating in the air and the corpses floating on the blood-red sea below, everyone was terrified. One after another, they shouted that they were surrendering. The low-level martial artists even tried to escape in all directions, but they did not dare to run too far. They only followed their leader and shouted that they were surrendering. They did not have a dragon boat. Even if they tried to escape, they would still die. No matter how fast a martial artist was, he could not compare to a dragon boat, unless he was a 7th grade war god. That's enough. Stop killing. Let them gather together. Seeing that little smoke and Yi Qingyu could not bear to watch, Yi Qinghan spoke calmly and sternly. Little smoke, this is how the immortal realm is. If we were not strong enough today, we would be the ones dying. Don't be soft-hearted to your enemies. Otherwise, you will die without even knowing how you died. I understand, brother. Yi Qingyu nodded obediently, but she still had a weak expression on her face. It was obvious that if he asked her to kill, she would not have the heart to do so. I will listen to Big Brother Yi. Little Smoke nodded, a look of reminiscence in her eyes. She had not fought in the Lei clan for decades, and her heart had softened. Now that Yi Qinghan said this, she remembered the days in the shady fiend stream. At that time, she killed without batting an eyelid. Wind the arch, protect them. Yi Qinghan instructed. Then, he flew towards the central hall and out of the dragon boat. The Wind Thearch's face was full of bitterness, as if he was vexed that he did not have the chance to make a move. He did not even have the chance to gain merit. Yi Qinghan flew out, and Tianchen immediately brought 2 peak stage 6th grade martial artists to protect him. Yi Qinghan calmly flew in front of everyone. Hundreds of god bandits knelt in midair as they looked at Yi Qinghan, who was slowly flying towards them, in fear. They knew that their leader was here. Whether they could survive depended on this person's words. Do you know the distribution of the god bandit groups in the Star Sea? How many groups like yours are there in the Star Sea? Of course, Yi Qinghan was not here to show off. He just wanted to clarify the situation to avoid trouble in the future. Young master. There are countless god bandits in the entire Star Sea. I only know the distribution of the god bandits in the South Sea Islands. That peak stage 6th grade god bandit heard this young master's first question and was overjoyed. He knew that if he answered well, he still had a chance to live. He answered respectfully. Seeing Yi Qinghan nod, he hurriedly continued, in the South Sea Islands, the strongest god bandit groups have 10 armies. Each army has a 7th grade war god. The weakest one has a lower 7th grade god bandit and close to 30 peak stage 6th grade gods. The strongest one is the Poison Fang army. The 3 leaders are all 7th grade, and the big leader, Poison Fang, is a peak stage 7th grade god bandit. They have 100 peak stage 6th grade gods. However, the top 10 god bandit armies usually do not appear in the shallow seas. Chapter 849. After listening to the god bandit chieftain's detailed explanation, Yi Qinghan felt slightly more at ease. The Star Sea was divided into 5 regions: North, South, East, West, and Inner. Yi Qinghan was going to the South Sea Islands now. The South Sea was huge, almost as big as the ethereal continent. In such a huge region, there were only 10 god bandit legions with 7th grade war gods. Would he be so unlucky as to meet them? However, this chieftain's words made Yi Qinghan very vexed. There were actually thousands of groups with 6th grade war gods like them in the South Sea Islands. Their group was considered a middle-grade god bandit group. Low-grade god bandit groups were countless and could be seen everywhere. When they reached Peach Blossom Island, they would probably meet god bandits along the way. Wouldn't that be very vexing? All right. Tian Shen asked them to hand over their interspatial rings, weapons, and armor, and then asked them to scram. If they dare to hide anything, kill them all. After asking enough questions, Yi Qinghan turned and flew back into the dragon boat, leaving behind all the god bandits who looked as if their fathers had died. He looked like a young master from a great family clan, but why did he do things the same as them god bandits? He was not particular, however, no one dared to hide anything. This young master had said that if they hid anything, they would all be killed. All the god bandits handed over their interspatial rings, weapons, and armor, and finally escaped into the dragon boat. Tian Shen flew back with his men and started to organize the items in the interspatial rings. Finally, Wu Shan came back to report. He said that they had seized billions of divine stones, treasures, and divine artifacts. Altogether, they had seized a little more than 10 billion divine stones. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, "Why is it so little?" Kong Luo was already used to Yi Qinghan's wealth. It seemed like 10 billion divine stones was not enough for Yi Qinghan. Kong Luo immediately explained, "My lord, god bandits often kidnap other god bandits. All god bandits usually store most of their treasures and divine stones in their own cave abodes. The great god bandit groups in the Star Sea usually only rob divine stones and women. They do not kill people. Hence, every time they rob, they would store a large number of divine stones and treasures to avoid being robbed and killed by stronger god bandit groups. In that case, just give them all. I don't want my share." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and asked Wu Shan to make the arrangements. He was not short of god stones, so he was not interested in this small amount. Just as he was about to send a voice transmission to Wu Shan to get someone to set sail, the Wind Emperor frowned and looked behind him, saying, "Master, there are 2 dragon boats chasing after us." Strange things were common, but there were many of them today. Were there really so many people who were not afraid of death? Something's wrong. As Yi Qinghan spoke, his expression became serious. There were 2 dragon boats chasing after him. Furthermore, they were faster than his own dragon boat. This meant that there were 6th-grade war gods on the dragon boats. The god bandit corpses were still floating outside, and yet these 2 dragon boats dared to chase after them. This meant that there were formidable martial artists on these 2 dragon boats. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He immediately went to the central hall and released all 50 demonic beasts in the Carefree Pavilion. He quickly returned to the front hall and prepared to take the ladies back to the War Imperial Palace if anything happened. The entire dragon boat was filled with anger because of the appearance of the 50 demonic beasts. Kong Luo, on the other hand, was trembling under the tyrannical aura of the 50 powerful demonic beasts. She did not even dare to breathe loudly. The Wind Emperor also became nervous because he felt that there were formidable martial artists with the same aura as him in the 2 dragon boats. 2 7th-grade war gods. This was troublesome. Before long, before the 2 dragon boats got close, Yi Qinghan also smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and told the Wind Emperor not to be nervous. He then ran into the central hall and opened the teleportation door of the Carefree Pavilion. He let all the demonic beasts in. He then faced the puzzled ladies and the Wind Emperor and said, "It's Li Shu'ei, and Yin Ling, Yi Qinghan immediately sent a message to the battle beast, Xiao He. "Your wife is looking for you. Do you want to see her or not?" "Boss, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. Let's wait until the Peach Blossom Island. My current realm is low, and I haven't transformed yet. I have to lower my head in front of that woman. I have to work hard to refine the spiritual fruits my aunt gave me. Just tell her that I'm cultivating in seclusion and you can't contact me." Lord Devour gave Xiao He 2 rings. One ring contained a drop of blood and then disappeared. The other ring contained a large number of spiritual fruits. After refining them, the strength of the soul could be gradually increased. Of course, Xiao He started to refine them immediately. Li Shuai had transformed, and he felt the pressure. He did not need Yi Qinghan to tell him to cultivate in seclusion on his own. All right. Yi Qinghan smiled. It was good that Xiao He wanted to cultivate on his own initiative. Deep down, he admired Lord Devour more. He could find such fruits that could continuously increase the soul. It should be known that this kind of spiritual fruit was only effective for the first time. Although this kind of fruit grew slowly, it could be said that it was more valuable than top-grade spiritual fruits. However, Lord Devour had given him hundreds of them. Yi Qinghan took the women and flew out. The two dragon boats also approached. Li He took Li Shuai and Yu Piao took Yin Ling Brother Li He, Lord Yu, Lady Shuai Lady Ling what a coincidence. Where are you going? Li Shuai looked mischievous. She flew over and pulled little Firework's hand. Then, she giggled and said, Hee, Brother Yi, it's not a coincidence. We're here to find you. I've begged my father for a long time, and he finally agreed. I've wanted to come to the Star Sea to play for a long time. Thanks to you, I finally got my wish. Li He and Yu Piao were begrudging. Yin Ling gazed at little Firework and Yin Ling, blinking her eyes constantly. It was obvious that she came here for the two women. Yu Piao looked at Yi Qinghan, who was frowning. She forced a smile and said, Young Master Yi, let's go together. We can take care of each other. We don't have a destination. We'll go with you. I'm sure she won't cause any trouble. All right, you guys follow behind us. I'm going to the sea for several years. When you've had enough fun, we'll part ways. He understood that Li Shuai and Yin Ling were masters who liked to make trouble. However, he owed the Li family and the Rain Butterfly Island a favor, so he couldn't refuse them. No, I'll go with you guys on the dragon boat. It's safer to stay together. Just when Yi Qinghan was about to bring his people onto the dragon boat, Yin Ling spoke. Seeing Yi Qinghan raise his eyebrows and was about to refuse, she hurriedly said, My dear young Master Yi, you owe me 3 requests. It's not too much for me to use one of them and stay with you guys, right? You have so many experts with you, and I can't do anything by force. Okay. Let's go. Come on in, I'm in a hurry. Yi Qinghan's refusal was at the tip of his tongue, but he forcefully suppressed it. He gave her a warning look, but in his heart, he thought, You don't even have a tool, what can you do by force? Li He and Yu Piao had the same intention. Although they brought many experts, they weren't as generous as Yi Qinghan. The Rain Butterfly Island and the Dripping Spring Mansion needed experts to hold the fort. They only brought more than 26th grade war gods and some 5th grade war gods. With Yi Qinghan, everyone would be safer. Chapter 850. After entering the dragon boat, Yi Qinghan gestured for Wushan to arrange for people to sail the boat. Li He and Yu Piao also sent voice transmissions to their subordinates, asking them to follow this dragon boat. Yi Qinghan brought the group into the front hall and asked curiously, How did you know our route? Li Shuai smiled embarrassedly, stuck out her tongue, and said, Hee, Big Brother Yi, our dream demon dragon mount is famous for our tracking abilities in the divine domain. We have been with you for such a long time, even if we met someone once, we have the confidence to track them within a 5 million kilometer radius. Formidable. Yi Qinghan gave a thumbs up. This ability was heaven-defying. It looked like those who offended supremacy Li Quan had nowhere to hide. This dream demon dragon mount not only had an innate mystical ability, but it also had such heaven-defying abilities. There are many rooms here. You can choose any one. The dragon boat moved forward at full speed as Yu Qingqing brought Li Shuai and Yin Ling to choose their rooms. Yu Qingqing did not mind Yin Ling's gaze at all. She had an otherworldly aura and the demeanor of a matriarch. Li Shuai's relationship with Xiao He was not ordinary. All the ladies treated her the most affectionately, but they were only polite to Yin Ling. Yi Qinghan and the Wind Arch accompanied Li He and Yu Piapiao as they sat in the front hall and chatted. Li He and Yu Piapiao wanted to build a good relationship with Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was grateful to the two of them, and the Wind Arch was completely sensible as he kept flattering them. The four of them chatted happily. The dragon boat had 6th-grade formidable martial artists taking turns to drive it, and its speed was frighteningly fast. In a few days, they had traveled hundreds of millions of kilometers. Along the way, they met a few groups of god bandits. It was just that the weaker god bandits immediately changed directions when they saw the dragon boat's speed. For the stronger god bandit groups, the Wind Arch released his aura to make it easier for the horses to escape. Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to rob them, it was more important to hurry. Big brother Li He, how are the 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade different? Is there any difference between it and the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd stage of the God Emperor realm? In just a few months, Yi Qinghan did not wish to remain in closed-door cultivation. So, he allowed half of his soul to comprehend the laws while he started asking about the specifics of cultivation. He's still a pseudo-war god right now, so there are a lot of things he doesn't understand. Now that he has the time, of course he has to figure it out. This is actually very simple. Li He was also bored. Since Yi Qinghan sincerely wanted to ask, he naturally answered his doubts seriously. I believe you also know that above the God King realm is God Emperor. God Emperor is divided into 1st level, 2nd level, 3rd level, and Invincible God Emperor. Actually, an Invincible God Emperor is equivalent to a 9th grade Invincible Battle God. The Battle God Pavilion's ranking system is just a little more detailed. There are too many battle gods in the divine realm, so martial artists are used to using the Battle God Pavilion's ranking system to differentiate the strength of martial artists. Li He continued, God Emperor is a threshold, but there are also God Emperors who have fused 3 high-grade profound mysteries to break through, and there are also some who have comprehended some random low-grade profound mysteries to break through. Of course, their strength is different. The Battle God Pavilion gives the title of 5th grade to martial artists who have fused 3 types of high-grade profound mysteries, as well as strong attack, defense, and speed. Only those who have comprehended 5 types of high-grade profound mysteries will be bestowed the title of 6th grade war god. Above 6th grade war gods are lower 6th grade, upper 6th grade, and peak 6th grade. They correspond to 5, 6, and 7 types of high-grade profound mysteries. Once you comprehend 8 types of profound mysteries, you will become a 7th grade war god. 7th grade war gods are also divided into 3 levels, corresponding to 80 to 90 types of high-grade profound mysteries. But if you want to break through to 8th grade venerable, you have to comprehend 12 types of high-grade profound mysteries and reach the realm of small perfection. Only then will the laws of heaven and earth bestow upon you the power of origin. So complicated, the more Yi Qinghan listened, the more puzzled he became. He pondered for a moment and asked again, I feel that these high-grade profound mysteries are not too difficult to comprehend. As long as one has the ability to comprehend, the lifespan of a divine realm martial artist is already so long. Why are there so few 7th and 8th grade martial artists? Also, for example, the difference between lower 6th grade and upper 6th grade is only 1 high-grade profound mystery, but why do I feel that the difference in strength is so great? The moment Yi Qinghan's words left his mouth, the 3 war gods were stunned. They looked at Yi Qinghan suspiciously, their hearts filled with doubt. As the young master of the Soul Devourer manner, Yi Qinghan did not even understand such a simple principle. Did the experts of the Soul Devourer manner not explain it to him? How did he train to reach the Divine King realm and Soul Cultivator realm? The Wind Emperor's expression turned awkward, and he hurriedly explained, Master, the more profound mysteries one comprehends, the harder it is to comprehend. This is common knowledge in the divine realm. The stronger an expert is, the more difficult it is to make every step forward. After stepping into the God Emperor realm, experts will have power. Every time they comprehend a profound mystery, their power will increase, and they will oppress their enemies. Under this power, the enemy's power will be greatly reduced, and their strength will definitely be much stronger. Power? So magical. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Of course, no one had taught him these things. He even became a soul cultivator by accident. If it wasn't for his soul mutation, he would still be a little divine general right now. Then tell me about the 8th and 9th grade. Yi Qinghan was not afraid of losing face, and he excitedly looked at the three of them. Lord Devour did not tell him about these things, so he did not have time to ask the Wind Emperor and the others. 8th grade origin, 9th grade will. Yu Piao took over and said, once the origin is revealed, who can compete with it? No one can resist the will. 8th grade is the power bestowed by the law of heaven and earth after merging 12 high-grade profound mysteries to the small completion. The power of the origin is indestructible. Even a supreme divine tool can be destroyed by continuous attacks. It is the most original power of heaven and earth. The 9th grade is the fusion of an ultimate profound mystery, which is the invincible God Emperor. When 5 profound mysteries of a law are fused into one, it is the great completion. It is considered to have completely comprehended the origin of this law, so the law of heaven and earth will bestow will. The will can use space power to oppress the enemy directly. Within the will, it is invincible. Although a martial artist is strong, how can he resist the power of heaven and earth? I see. Yi Qinghan was enlightened. No wonder a rank 8 venerable was so strong. A peak rank 7 was no match for them, and a rank 9 was even more invincible. They could use the power of heaven and earth. How could you resist them? He groaned inwardly. Lord Devour said that he wanted him to reach rank 9. That meant he had to fuse an ultimate profound mystery. He had fused a high-grade profound mystery by accident, but how many rank 9 experts were there in the entire divine world? One could imagine the difficulty of fusing an ultimate profound mystery. It was the great completion of a law. How could it be easy? Something is not right. Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered something. In his mind, that ball of cotton. It seemed to be the power of a venerable's origin. However, he could not use it now. If he could confirm it with the Wind Emperor. If it was really the power of the origin, then, wouldn't he be a venerable? The more he thought about it, the more it felt like it. It suddenly appeared after he was struck by the lightning. Moreover, there was such a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth. It was obvious that the law of heaven and earth was showing its power. Most importantly, this lightning could actually enter the War Imperial Hall. The War Imperial Hall was in a parallel space. If this lightning was not the power of the origin bestowed by the law of heaven and earth, there was no other explanation. Yi Qinghan's heart started to burn. He thought to himself that he had to cultivate hard in the future. He was probably not strong enough now. When he was strong enough, he could use that ball of weird stuff. Then, everything would be clear. If it was really the power of the origin, he would be rich. Chapter 851. In the following time, the dragon boat became peaceful. With 3 7th-grade war gods keeping watch, no god bandits came to rob them. The dragon boat sailed towards Peach Blossom Island at a flying speed. Yi Qinghan returned to his room. Yu Qingsheng and the others were all gathered in the room and chatting. He did not join in the fun. After sitting in the room for a while, he started to worry for Xiao He. He sent a voice transmission. Xiao He, you can't keep hiding from Li Shu'ei, Your comprehension of the nomological laws is so low. You will need hundreds of thousands of years to realize the God the Arch Realm and take human form. Xiao He's voice transmission came not long after. There is no need. My aunt in Flame Dragon City sent me a voice transmission. She thought of a good idea for me. We soul-devouring beasts are spiritual beasts. As long as my soul reaches the God the Arch Realm, my aunt will have a way to help me take human form. Otherwise, I will not work so hard every day to refine the spirit fruits. Damn! This works too. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and sighed in disbelief. Lord Devour was really awesome. No wonder Xiao He was so lazy and had not stopped refining recently. However, Yi Qinghan guessed that even if Xiao He's soul reached the God the Arch Realm, Lord Devour would have to pay a huge price to take human form. However, to a pinnacle martial artist like Lord Devour, treasures and divine stones were no longer important. Xiao Hei's marriage was the most important. Xiao Hei, if your soul reaches the God the Arch Realm, what level of martial artists can we kill with our combined mystical ability, soul-devouring world? Suddenly, Yi Qinghan thought of something and sent a voice transmission. Soul Chaos and Soul-Devouring World were based on the strength of their souls. The stronger their souls, the stronger the Soul Chaos and Soul-Devouring World. However, there was a difference between Soul Chaos and Soul-Devouring the World. Soul Chaos was released by Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan's soul strength was the main one, and Xiao Hei's soul strength was the main one. The Soul Devourer was released by Xiao Hei. In fact, it was his innate mystique. This was based on the strength of Xiao Hei's soul and Yi Qinghan's soul. During Li Shu'ei's coming-of-age ceremony, it was because Xiao Hei's soul had suddenly broken through to the God King realm that he had swallowed Tu Xia's soul protection artifact. I'm not too sure. Probably a 5th grade war god or something like that could be instantly killed. As for grade 6, I'm not sure. The God Emperor's power is very powerful. Xiao Hei was not sure either. He could only make a rough guess. Yes, you should cultivate well. Yi Qinghan did not continue to dwell on this issue. Xiao Hei's soul would probably need a long time to reach the God Emperor realm. The spirit fruits he had were definitely not enough. He was also not sure if Lord Devour could provide more spirit fruits. Moreover, his current goal was even further. Cultivating himself was the way to go. Yi Qinghan began to organize his cultivation direction. At present, cultivating the soul was still the most important. At the very least, he had to leave his soul at the God Emperor realm and reach the 7th grade. However, the comprehension of the nomological laws was not as casual as before. He had to approach the high-level occult mysteries and the ultimate occult mysteries. If he wanted to become a peak warrior, he had to comprehend the high-level occult mysteries. This was a long and arduous cultivation path with a long way to go. Soul Poison Jade Knife. Demonic Voice. Illusory Fog. Yi Qinghan flipped his hand, and 3 kinds of soul skills appeared in his hand. These were given to him by the Rain Empress, but he did not have time to cultivate them. He gave the cultivation method of soul annihilation to the Rain Empress, and the Rain Empress also gave the 3 most powerful soul skills to Yi Qinghan. The Soul Poison Jade Knife was silent. As long as one was hit, the soul would be invaded by the soul poison. The demonic voice could make the enemy fall into a trance, and the illusory fog could make the enemy misjudge and hallucinate. They were all first-class soul skills, comparable to soul annihilation. As for the Soul Poison Jade Knife, Yi Qinghan did not have time to buy the materials, so he could not refine the soul poison. Moreover, the materials were more difficult to buy, so Yi Qinghan could only put them aside for the time being. The illusory fog was more difficult to cultivate, so he began to cultivate the demonic voice. They had been traveling for more than half a month, and there were still more than 2 months left. Originally, Yi Qinghan did not plan to cultivate, but he found it boring to sit all day. With Yinling, Little Firework, and Li Shu'ei around, he did not have time to accompany the 4 girls, so he interrupted his closed-door cultivation for a period of time. The demonic voice was a good thing. It was similar to Yu Qingqing's divine sound law. It might not be as powerful as the divine sound law, but when it was released, it was more strange, and one would be hit without knowing why. When experts fought, if one's soul suddenly fell into a trance, it would be a dead end. He immediately entered the soul silent state, and the 2 souls began to study the demonic voice. Under the soul silent state, his soul C began to grow slowly. With the addition of the soul jade above his soul C, the speed of growth was even faster. The speed of comprehending this kind of soul skill was even faster. With the 2 souls comprehending together, and then verifying with each other, Yi Qinghan's speed of comprehension was dozens of times faster than ordinary people. Lord Yu Pia Piao. How long will it take to reach Peach Blossom Island? Yi Qinghan was cultivating in his room, and the girls had nothing to do. Instead, they began to pester Li He and Yu Piao, and they started to ask questions. Yi Qingwu was especially anxious. Every time she thought about the time when she ascended to the divine realm, Yi Sihan's pale face, that little face that wanted to cry, but resisted the urge to do so. Her heart ached. It's not too far away. Yu Piao smiled gently. The Rain Butterfly Island was in the east of the Star Sea, and she was very familiar with the terrain of the Star Sea. With a flip of her hand, a map appeared on the table, and the girls quickly gathered around. Yu Piao pointed at the map and said, "Look, we are almost here. In another 1.5 months, we will reach Flying Snow Island. This is one of the 3 big islands in the southern archipelago. The island lord of Flying Snow Island is also a venerable. In another half a month, we will reach Peach Blossom Island." Li He smiled and continued, "We will rest on Flying Snow Island for 3 to 5 days. If we sit on the dragon boat for too long, our bodies will be tired. The 2 of us are fine, but you guys are probably not used to it, right? I will let you guys see the wonderful scenery of Flying Snow Island." Flying Snow Island? Is there snow in the divine realm? Little Smoke's watery eyes lit up. Snow was a common thing in many material planes, but she had never even seen rain in the immortal realm. She had read about it in some books, so of course she was excited when she heard it. "Hee, little firework, you don't know, but in our Fire Dragon continent, there is a floating snow city. It snows all year round, and it is very beautiful. If you have time, let my brother bring you there to play." Yi Qingyu and Firework were the best friends, so she said with a sweet smile. When Yi Qingyu finished speaking, Yu Qingsheng and Yi Qingwu were stunned. They both thought of the Fire Dragon continent. They hadn't been back for a long time, so they secretly thought that they should let Yi Qinghan bring them there when they have time. Saber Emperor and Yi Qingmyo, who had not come out of the room, happened to come out at this time. When they heard Yi Qingyu talking about the Fire Dragon continent, they also felt a trace of longing and helplessness. Both of them had refined the divine crystal, so it was very difficult to improve their strength. The 2 of them looked at each other and decided to wait until they reached Fire Dragon Island to see the ancestors of the 5 major clans, and then return to the Fire Dragon continent. They were not used to the divine realm. Chapter 852. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yi Qinghan walked out of his room. He had already mastered the demonic voice a few days ago. He had also comprehended the illusory fog before he managed to make it out. He knew that he was about to reach the Flying Snow Island. When he walked out of the room, he saw that everyone was gathered in the front hall. Furthermore, the dragon boat had actually dived underwater, and the scenery around them was very strange. There were actually countless huge reefs, and within the reefs, there were countless black holes. "Big Brother Yi, come quickly. Let's see the wonders of the Star Sea." Little Smoke was standing in a position where she could see Yi Qinghan's room. She quickly waved at Yi Qinghan excitedly. "Hee, what are you looking at? What is this?" Yi Qinghan smiled at everyone and walked over. "This is the wonders of the Star Sea, the Myriad Gods' Cave." Li He explained to Yi Qinghan, "The heaven-earth essence qi in the Star Sea is very strange. Some places have thin essence qi, while others have frighteningly thick essence qi. The 3 main islands are the islands in the South Sea with the thickest heaven-earth essence qi. All of them are occupied by the 3 supremacies. Actually, if you exclude the spirit gathering array on the islands, the Myriad Gods' Cave beneath the 3 main islands has the thickest heaven-earth essence qi. In ancient times, because no one studied restriction arrays, some supreme powerhouses did not choose to live on the islands. Instead, they dug cave abodes underwater. The deeper you go, the thicker the spirit qi. There are more cave abodes left behind by the ancient powerhouses. However, there are also more powerful demonic beasts. This is also the reason why there are so many treasures in the Star Sea. I see. Yi Qinghan nodded. Legend had it that there were countless powerhouses in ancient times. The 10 ancient gods had mysterious abilities and magical powers. They were much stronger than the warriors of today. Legend has it that in ancient times, even ninth-grade war gods weren't truly invincible. The ancestor of the Lei family, the thunder god, was one of the 10 ancient gods. However, no one knew why those powerful ancient gods fell one after another. Li He smiled again. His eyes lit up as he continued, "Actually, Brother Yi, it's not a big deal. Most of the supreme divine artifacts that the divine world powerhouses have come from ancient times. For example, Supremacy Evelmun's god-slaying sword. Of course, the wrath of the dancing butterfly might have been refined by the Soul Emperor. But even if the Soul Emperor didn't die, it was impossible for him to refine too many transcendent grade divine artifacts. At most, he would only be able to refine 1 or 2. This was because the materials needed to refine a transcendent grade divine artifact were far too rare. At most, there would be 1 supreme divine artifacts. That is why so many people come in the Star Sea to search for treasures. Yi Qinghan nodded faintly and didn't continue this topic. He didn't lack treasures. At this moment, he just wanted to cultivate his power, and he didn't have the mood to hunt for treasures. If Lord Devour didn't ask him to go to the Soul Emperor Pavilion, he wouldn't even want to go there. He said, "Yeah, when we have time, we'll go there to hunt for treasures." The dragon boat began to float up slowly. Even though it was already below flying of the island, it took an hour to get close to the island. It was not hard to imagine how big the island was. There was a misty shield above flying of the island. Many places in the Star Sea were covered in mist. From afar, it was impossible to see that it was a big island. This is the water spirit array. It uses the power of the water element to resist the enemy's attack. Brother Yi, don't underestimate the water spirit array. Even if an 8th grade venerable were to attack it, it would take a long time to break it. Because it relies on the power of the nearby water element. This island is surrounded by seawater. Water element is endless. That is why it is so powerful. Of course, this array is not as powerful in the Misty Continent. Li Quan ignored Li Shui's objection and called Yi Qinghan the same way. Yi Qinghan did not mind. He smiled and said, "How do we enter flying of the island?" "That is simple. Bring your guards into the interspatial ring. Leave 1 or 2 to watch the dragon boat. Open the shield. Let's go out." Yi Qinghan quickly opened the mechanism. Li He and Yu Piao went out first. When Yi Qinghan kept the soul slaves and flew out with everyone, Li He and Yu Piao had already packed up. Li He took the lead and flew out of the shield. Divine power revolved around his hands and attached to the shield. Not long after, a large door opened on the shield. A team of guards wearing snow-white armor flew out. Li He threw out a god stone crystal card without saying a word. That guard kept the card and pointed to the door. He said politely, "Welcome to flying of the island." Li He nodded in their direction, and the group flew inside. Once they entered the door, the scenery suddenly changed. The temperature of the air dropped by tens of degrees. However, everyone was a deity-tier martial artist. They could still withstand this chill. "Wow, is this snow? It is so beautiful. Brother, this place is even more beautiful than floating Snow City. Moreover, the snow has a faint purple glow. It is so beautiful. What flowers are these? Plum blossoms don't look like plum blossoms. However, they are even more beautiful than plum blossoms. Moreover, the fragrance is especially nice." The girls were attracted by the beautiful scenery the moment they entered. Yi Qinghan was slightly astonished too. The buildings on flying of the island were very unique. They were not tall and only had 1 floor. Moreover, they were all made of wood. There was not a single stone tile. There were strange trees all around. They had very few green leaves, but pink and purple flowers covered every branch. It was snowing heavily. The snow was white but shone with a purple glow. It was abnormally beautiful. Yu Piao had been to the flying snow island before, but she still took a deep breath of intoxication. She said, "This snow is actually an artifact that Island Master Flying Snow obtained in the Myriad God Cavern. This artifact doesn't have any offensive capabilities, but it has turned the Flying Snow Island into such a beautiful place. However, because of this artifact, Flying of the Island earns at least trillions of divine stones every year. The pavilions here are even sold at sky-high prices. Ching Cheng, this flower is called the First Sight Flower. It was named by Island Lord Flying of the Island to commemorate the first time he met his wife." The group walked along the main road. The entire Flying of the Island was actually a huge city. With a glance, it was filled with wooden pavilions and smooth roads. But due to the good planning of the city, the buildings were arranged in clusters here and there. Moreover, they were all made of wood and had only one floor. As a result, the Flying of the Island did not have the hustle and bustle of a city. Instead, it had the tranquility of a countryside. In the end, everyone took a seat in an elegant little restaurant on the side of the main road. They drank scalding hot tea, looked at the first sight flower in the distance, and the purple snow that filled the sky, and felt a sense of peace and tranquility in their hearts. They were incomparably satisfied. Shio! Not long later, an air-piercing sound broke the tranquil atmosphere. Several chariots flew over from afar. It was rare for chariots to fly. Yi Qinghan had never seen one before. The chariots were being pulled by two mutated beasts with snow-white dragon heads, horse bodies, and huge wings. The chariot was entirely constructed with white metal. It was imposing. Those mutated beasts were emitting a horrifying aura. Chapter 853. Dragon Horse Chariot, that's young Master Fei Li's mount. Where is young Master Fei Li heading to? Hee, you guys don't know this, but Prince Fei Li is going to Peach Blossom Island to propose. How could Prince Fei Li miss out on the Moon Queen and the little princess of Peach Blossom Island? Let alone the young master, even the Feather Moon Island's young master Yu Buki would definitely go. I heard that the young masters from the West Sea, East Sea, and North Sea are also coming. I'm preparing to go to the Peach Blossom Island in a few days to watch the fun. Hee, the Peach Blossom Island master only has one little princess. Of course, he has to learn from that venerable Li Quan of the floating continent. If he doesn't choose, he will choose the best young master in the Starry Sea. This is going to be interesting. Sigh, what a pity. There is no God Emperor leading the way on Peach Blossom Island. I can't even enter the gate. I won't have the chance to see this grand occasion. These huge chariots alarmed the guests in the restaurant, as well as the guests in the restaurants next to them. These people all got up and walked out of the restaurant. Then, they sighed in disgust. God damn it, she really is the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter. This is really troublesome. Yi Qinghan put on a bitter face. When Lord Devour mentioned the little princess, Yi Qinghan had a bad premonition. Now that he had confirmed it and heard that so many young masters from the big families were rushing over, he knew that there was going to be trouble this time. Yi Qinghan had very complicated feelings towards Yi Sihan. He desperately wanted to see Yi Sihan, but he was also afraid to see her. Perhaps this was how a first-time father felt. After Yi Sihan was born, Yi Qinghan hadn't seen him. He felt so guilty. Yi Sihan didn't come back with Lord Devour, and Yi Qinghan was worried that he hated him. In short, his mood was so complicated. This was Yi Qinghan's first time meeting Yi Sihan, so of course he wanted to leave a good impression. How could he leave such a good impression? The Peach Blossom little princess was a very good idea. Since he didn't come back because of this little princess, it meant that he really liked this little princess. If Yi Qinghan could go over and help Yi Sihan successfully marry the little princess, not only would he be able to make it up to Yi Sihan, but he would also be able to accept him as an incompetent father. But the island lords of Flying Snow Island and Feather Moon Island were all venerables. Moreover, all the famous young masters of the entire Star Sea would come. Basically all the large islands in the Star Sea were occupied by venerables. That meant there were close to 10 young masters from venerable clans. And how many years had Yi Sihan been cultivating? He hadn't even spent 30 years in the immortal world, so how could his cultivation be so high? Then, it would be much more difficult to find a husband. If he saw Yi Sihan for the first time and was heartbroken over this little princess, how could Yi Qinghan feel good? The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Yi Qinghan stood up and decided to rush to the Peach Blossom Island. He wanted to find out the situation in advance so that his son could defeat these young masters and marry the little princess of the Peach Blossom Island. Everyone knew that Yi Qinghan came to the Star Sea because of his son. They could also guess some of Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Seeing Yi Qinghan's gloomy expression, they didn't ask too much. Everyone silently followed Yi Qinghan and flew outside. The customs of the divine realm and the material plane were different. Looking at the situation, little Firework clearly didn't mind that Yi Qinghan had a wife and son. The lifespan of a god realm martial artist was very long. Those who hadn't reached 100 years old were considered young. However, 100 years was not short either. Of course, there were many young masters who got married and had children. This was very normal. Therefore, in the divine realm, as long as the other party was not tens of thousands of years older than them, they wouldn't mind. There was no doubt that little Firework had fallen in love with Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan pretended not to see it. He had too many love debts. He really didn't dare to provoke girls anymore. Everyone immediately boarded the dragon boat and rushed to the Peach Blossom Island at full speed. Big Brother Li He, Lord Yu Pia Piao, how much do you know about the Peach Blossom Island, Lord? After entering, Yi Qinghan immediately asked Li He and Yu Pia Piao to see if they had any good information that he could use. I have never been to the Peach Blossom Island. I don't know. Li He shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he couldn't help even if he wanted to. Yu Pia Piao was silent for a while before she slowly said, I have heard some things about this Peach Blossom Island lord. He is very prideful and loves treasures. He especially loves treasures. It is said that before he became a supremacy, he was the leader of the largest god bandit army in the Southern Sea. He once attacked the Southern Sea's Mausoleum Island for a treasure. If City Lord Yi can take out a priceless treasure, I reckon this matter will be easy to settle. Treasure? Yi Qinghan became silent. He had many treasures. Battle Imperial Hall, Sealed God Valley, Black Stone, Slaughter God Saber, Divine Sword, Soul Jade, Top-notch mutated fruit, and soul-destroying secret manuals were all rare treasures. However, the Black Stone, Battle Imperial Hall, and Sealed God Valley could not be given away. As for the Slaughter God Saber and Divine Sword, they could not be given away either. Soul Jade, top-notch mutated fruit, and soul-destroying secret manuals. Although these were considered rare treasures, it was obvious that with the Peach Blossom Island Lord status, he would not be interested in them. If there is no other way, I can only take out the Slaughter God Saber or Divine Sword. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and said. Although the Slaughter God Saber and Divine Sword were important, his son's happiness was more important. If he could compensate Yi Sihan properly and make his son happy, Yi Qinghan would not hesitate to do so. The dragon boat moved forward quickly. Along the way, they encountered some small islands. These islands also had water spirit arrays. Li He's divine senses were the strongest. He had already instructed the experts controlling the dragon boats to take a detour and head straight for the Peach Blossom Island. On the 10th day of the dragon boat's journey, Li He once again detected a small island in front of them. He was prepared to ask them to take a detour. However, a strange change suddenly occurred. Countless dragon boats suddenly emerged from the sea and instantly surrounded the 3 dragon boats that Yi Qinghan and the others were on. Li He's expression turned serious as he used his divine senses to scan the area. He said worriedly, we might have encountered one of the top 10 god bandit legions in the South Sea. I reckon that the island in front is their nest. There is an illusionary spirit array nearby. We have entered their territory by mistake. Swish. Tens of dragon boats that were the same size as Yi Qinghan and the others flew out. There were close to 10,000 martial artists, and all of them had ferocious auras. Without saying a word, they directly sent energy attacks at the 3 dragon boats. Yi Qinghan's expression turned cold as he waved his hand and kept the female saber empresses, Yi Qingmiu and Kong Luowu Mountain into the combat emperor palace. He then sent a voice transmission to all the experts to prepare for battle. Bang! 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 As expected, the 3 dragon boats instantly exploded. With the Wind Emperor protecting Yi Qinghan, he was naturally unharmed. The dozens of people on Yi Qinghan's side, as well as the experts from the Li clan's Rain Butterfly Island, could only float in the air. Humph. This is the Pirate King Legion, ranked 8th among the top 10 armies. Only 2 7th grade war gods dare to rob us? They must be courting death. Everyone from the Li clan, kill them all. Li He used his divine senses to scan and immediately understood the other party's situation. He revealed a look of disdain as he shouted at the Li clan and took the lead to float out. Rain Butterfly Battle Team, follow me and kill. A pair of 5-colored wings appeared behind Yupia Piao's back as she revealed an excited expression. The Rain Butterfly Island's martial artists also revealed pairs of 5-colored wings. They were as fast as lightning as they charged towards the god bandits. Buzz! Yi Qinghan immediately opened the doors of the Carefree Pavilion. 50 peak stage 6th grade demonic beasts appeared, and their violent auras instantly enveloped the entire sea region. Yi Qinghan revealed a cold smile as he waved his hand and shouted angrily, Tian Chen, the 3 of you protect me. Wind Arch, you lead all the martial artists and demonic beasts and kill them. Destroy their nests as well. We are lacking treasures, and someone actually delivered them to us today? Chapter 854. Although the Pirate King army was ranked 8th, they had 2 lower 7th grade war gods, more than 200 6th grade war gods, 23 peak stage 6th grade war gods, and close to 1,000 5th grade war gods. How could they underestimate the Pirate King army, which had been famous in the South Sea for so many years? Furthermore, it was said that the Pirate King army was ranked highly in the past and had dominated the South Sea for many years. However, these god bandits knew that they had met a tough opponent today. 3 7th grade war gods, and 2 of them were upper 7th grade war gods. Most importantly, Li He's aura was clearly that of a peak 7th grade war god. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan's 50 peak stage 6th grade demonic beasts were too powerful. Just their aura alone was not inferior to that of a 7th grade war god. Imperceptibly, the Pirate King army's morale began to weaken. First team, attack the enemy's leader. The rest of you, block the enemy's martial artists. Kill. Although the 2 leaders saw Li He and Emperor Yupia Piao charging towards them, they had no choice but to shout at their subordinates. However, they had no choice but to roar at their subordinates. Behind them was their base, and they couldn't retreat. If they lost the first clash, they would have to retreat to the island. Sooner or later, they would not be able to hold on with the protective shield. At that moment, more than 100 god bandits split up, and they were all 6th grade formidable martial artists. They worked together with the 2 god bandit leaders to attack Li He and company. The rest of the people surrounded the 50 soul slaves, the Li family's Udai race, and the 50 demonic beasts from all directions. Humph. If numbers were useful, absolute formidable martial artists would not be called absolute formidable martial artists. Li He smiled slightly, and the disdain in his eyes was very obvious. His 10 fingers moved like he was playing the zither. His movements were very elegant, and there were no ripples in the air. However, the expressions of the 6th grade formidable martial artists and the 2 leaders changed. Their divine senses could detect that as Li He's fingers moved continuously, countless invisible soul ripples like poisonous snakes flew out in all directions. They were very clear that this was a type of soul skill. A peak stage 7th grade soul cultivator. The strength of soul cultivators was publicly acknowledged in the divine realm. A peak stage 7th grade soul cultivator was even more powerful. Now, this soul cultivator actually knew how to attack in groups. Run. The 2 leaders and more than 100 6th grade war gods did not hesitate. With this soul cultivator and the 2 7th grade war gods behind him, killing them would be as easy as chopping cabbages. They were not idiots. They immediately turned around and fled at full speed. Xiao! Yu Piao and the Wind Emperor, who were behind him, sped up at the same time. They followed the soul ripples and flew towards the experts. Li He's body flickered with light, and the soul fluctuations that flew out instantly sped up, sinking into the bodies of nearly 100 experts who were too slow to escape. The souls of nearly 100 experts trembled, and their bodies stopped in the air. Lord Li He, it's so comfortable to fight alongside you. The corner of the Wind Emperor's mouth curled up in a cruel smile. The halberd in his hands suddenly lengthened and slashed at the waists of dozens of experts in front of him. Yu Piao's eyes were also frighteningly bright. The long whip in her hand swept across the necks of the experts. Pung! Chi! Under the Wind Emperor's halberd, the experts' bodies were directly severed at the waists. Fresh blood spurted, and severed limbs flew everywhere. With one slash, dozens of 6th-grade war gods lost their lives. Yu Piao was even more ferocious. Her speed was even faster than Li He's. The green long whip in her hand appeared and disappeared like a ghost. It was like a dark dragon from the netherworld. Every time it appeared, a human head would float up, A.O. The situation here was one-sided, and the situation on the other side was not optimistic either. The Pirate King's army had many people, but there were not many advanced martial artists. Moreover, the stronger ones were surrounding Li He and the others. The number of 6th-grade war gods on this side was pitiful. The 50 demonic beasts took the lead and fanned out as they charged forward. The soul slaves and the experts of the Li family's Yudai clan followed behind the demonic beasts. All of them advanced at high speed and charged together. How strong was the defense of a 6th-grade demonic beast? At this moment it was perfectly demonstrated. Dozens of demonic beasts were able to hold back a 7th-grade absolute expert. How could their defense be weak? The 50 demonic beasts completely ignored the god bandits' attacks. It was just that under Yi Qinghan's orders, the demonic beasts charged wherever there were more people. Their mountain-like bodies sent groups of god bandits flying. After that, the martial artists behind them also made their moves, hacking and slashing at the god bandits. Chaos. The entire sea was in chaos. Li He, the Wind Arch, and Yu Piao chased after the two leaders. The 50 demonic beasts led the group and chased after thousands of god bandits. As long as someone dared to gather, they would immediately charge forward. If they could not gather, they would be like a plate of loose sand. How could they fight against a group of ferocious fiends? Big Brother Li He, go and capture one of their leaders. Don't let them escape. Later, when we break into their lair, it will be a waste not to snatch these divine stones and treasures. Yi Qinghan saw that the god bandits were showing signs of escaping as he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Li He. Li He originally did not have much interest in these divine stones and treasures. However, since Yi Qinghan had spoken and Yu Piao had also mentioned that the peach blossom supremacy-like treasures, then he would see what special treasures this famous god bandit group had. Yu Piao, Wind Arch, go and capture that great leader together. Since he had already decided to capture them, Li He did not stand on ceremony anymore. His god power surged, and his speed increased. Yu Piao's speed doubled as soon as she received the voice transmission. She instantly caught up to that great leader. Her whip surged with god power as it wrapped around the great leader, not letting go. The Wind Arch also did not chase after the other leader. Instead, he quickly flew over to help hold back that great leader. Li He snickered as he flew over quickly. His eyes suddenly turned gold. Then, two beams of golden light shot out and entered the great leader's eyes at lightning speed. This was Li He's strongest soul skill, the Eye of the Golden Wheel. This soul skill was very powerful and had a strong impact on the soul spirit. The only weakness was that the attack range could not be too far. This was also a common problem for soul cultivators. Their soul skills were very strange and powerful, but once the distance was too far, it would not work. Also, because soul cultivators did not focus on realizing nomological laws, their speed was usually not fast. Of course, that pervert, Yi Qinghan, was an exception. He was attacked by the Eye of the Golden Will at such a close distance. This great leader was only a lower 7th grade martial artist. Unsurprisingly, his soul spirit was instantly numbed. It did not last long, but it was enough for the Wind Arch to chop off his legs, enough for Yupia Piao to use her whip to wrap around his body, and enough for the three of them to seal his divine crystal. Everyone, enter the island. The other leader finally knew that things were not looking good. In the blink of an eye, the great leader had been captured. There was no way they could fight this battle anymore. They hurriedly dove into the star sea and disappeared without a trace. Plop, plop. The god bandits under him had been waiting for this sentence. In an instant, everyone dove into the star sea and disappeared without a trace. Big brother Li He, why did they dive into the sea? Yi Qinghan flew over, a little confused, and asked curiously. Li He laughed and said, Kiki, of course they have to enter the island through the sea. Otherwise, if they open the protective shield and we kill our way in, their lair will not be safe. Then what should we do? Can we break this protective shield? Yi Qinghan's brows furrowed as he asked worriedly. Li He laughed and said, that's easy. Watch me. Chapter 855. Tian Shen led the team to collect the divine essences and spatial rings floating in the air. Yi Qinghan took a glance and found that 3 of his men and 1 demonic beast had died. Instead, 20 to 30 war gods from the Li family and Rain Butterfly Island had died. Seeing that Li He and Yupia Piao didn't seem to care, Yi Qinghan wanted to say something, but he didn't. He stood quietly to the side and watched Li He open the barrier. Li He sized up the captured 7th grade war god and asked coldly, what is your name? The 7th grade war god looked pained. His divine essences were sealed and he had no divine energy. The wound on his leg couldn't heal by itself and was still bleeding. He looked at Li He and said in fear, my lord, my name is Su Longxiang. I beg my lord to show mercy. I am willing to pay a huge ransom for my freedom. Shut up. The Li family member who took over Yupia Piao's grip on Su Longxiang gave him a slap and said angrily, what did my lord ask you? Does my lord look like someone who lacks divine stones? There was no expression on Li He's face, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He seemed to be very satisfied with the cleverness of his subordinates. Smiling faintly, he said to Su Longxiang, do you believe that we can break through your barrier in a day? I believe it. Su Longxiang's name was domineering, but he looked feminine. His face was fair and clean, and he didn't have a beard. His voice was also neutral. Although he said he believed it, his tone showed that he didn't believe it. He, I knew you wouldn't believe me. Li He didn't mind. He didn't intend to persuade Su Longxiang with his words. He smiled faintly and a black pearl appeared in his hand. The pearl was surrounded by white mist. As soon as the pearl appeared, Su Longxiang's face turned ashen. Brother Li He, what is this? Yi Qinghan asked curiously. He knew it must be a rare treasure. Yupia Piao looked at the pearl enviously and said, this is the spiritual water pearl. The Li family is really rich. The spiritual water pearl can absorb the water elements in the surroundings. Without the water elements to replenish the array, we can easily break it in one day. Without this pearl, it would take us at least a few months to break the array. He, Su Longxiang, do you believe me now? Li He looked at Su Longxiang with a fiery gaze. His words also contained pressure, as though he wanted to completely break through the defenses in his heart. Believe. Sir, what do you want? Su Longxiang nodded bitterly. Li He said indifferently, get your men to open the barrier, we will enter your treasury to take a look. Don't worry, we won't take everything away, we just want to see if there's anything we need. Otherwise, if we break through, we'll kill every single one of your men and take away all your treasures. My lord. Su Longxiang was silent for a while before saying, can you guarantee that you won't kill us? Sure. Li He said decisively. They didn't lack divine stones, so they could take away the good treasures along the way. Otherwise, their people would have died for nothing. In order to save his life, Su Longxiang had no choice but to start using his spiritual awareness. Since the island's protective shield was open, Yi Qinghan and the other spiritual consciousnesses could not penetrate inside. However, Su Longxiang, as the big leader, certainly had a way to communicate with his own people. Big brother Li He, why don't you just take this big leader as your sole slave? Wouldn't it be easier to order him around? Su Longxiang was using his spiritual awareness to communicate, and so was Yi Qinghan. Of course, he didn't have any intention of taking this 7th-grade war god as his sole slave. He was just a little confused. Haha. Brother Yi, you don't understand. Because the god bandits spend most of their time killing in the Starry Sea, they often get captured. Hence, the god bandits of the Starry Sea thought of a way to seal their soul flame with a treasure. If they take it out by force, their soul will explode. This way, when the god bandits are captured, they will either be killed or released. After they are captured, they will take a certain amount of treasures to redeem their freedom. This will prevent them from being taken as soul slaves. As Li He explained, he looked at Yi Qinghan. He saw that Yi Qinghan didn't have any intention of taking the big leader as his sole slave. However, he still decided to give him a reminder. Brother Yi, actually, try not to think about taking in soul slaves in the future. Firstly, having too many soul slaves will affect your state of mind and soul spirit. Secondly, if you rely too much on external forces, you will lose yourself. Cultivating your own strength is the way to go. Thank you, Big Brother Yi, for the reminder. Yi Qinghan nodded gratefully at Li He. The Rain Empress had told him about this before, and he understood it as well. However, he was still very grateful for Li He's reminder. Buzz. Just as the voice transmission was going on, the barrier around the island suddenly opened. The white fog on the island also slowly dissipated, revealing the true appearance of the island. The island was very beautiful, but the god bandits floating in the corner of the island didn't look so good. Li He laughed and gestured for the group to follow him. Then, everyone flew towards the island. The people on the island didn't move. All of their divine powers surged as if they were prepared to escape at any time. Although Su Longxiang had transmitted a message to them saying that everything had been settled, it was obvious that they didn't believe him. Li He didn't bother about them and left them to guard a huge cave. He brought a few people and Yi Qinghan with him as he escorted big leader Su Longxiang into the cave. The treasure trove was huge and had many mechanisms. If it wasn't for Su Longxiang, Li He would have had to spend a lot of effort. It was just that the treasures in the treasure trove did not satisfy Li He and Yi Qinghan. Your 8th-ranked pirate king army only has these lousy things? Li He was the first to be unhappy. There were trillions of divine stones in the treasure trove, and there were many treasures as well. However, they were all mid-grade and high-grade items. There were no top-grade items at all. Su Longxiang panicked when he heard that. These important people had better not get angry and kill him directly. That would not be fun. He hurriedly explained, "My lord, you don't know this. 100 years ago, our hideout was discovered by the Poison Fang army. Our treasures were all plundered, and half of our men ran away. My big brother also died in that battle. You can go and ask around. Our pirate king army was originally ranked 4th. I definitely wouldn't dare to lie to my lord. Damn it. How unlucky. Go out and have your subordinates take out all their spatial rings. If we can't find a top-grade item today, I'll empty out your treasure trove." Li He was furious. He walked out and had Su Longxiang order his subordinates to throw the spatial rings over. He then checked them one by one, but found nothing in the end. He even had Tianxin capture a squad leader and search his soul. In the end, he found nothing. This pirate king army was really poor. They didn't have a single top-grade treasure. I've worked for nothing. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to have Li He lead his men away, Li He suddenly shot out rays of light from his eyes. Li He's eyes suddenly emitted rays of light that seemed to be real, shooting into Su Longxiang's eyes. Li He's aura also suddenly changed at this moment, becoming majestic like an ancient god. He said to Su Longxiang, whose face was pale with fright, "Think carefully for this, daddy. Are there any top-grade treasures hidden? If there aren't any, I don't mind killing all of you." My lord." Su Longxiang's high-grade soul skill scared him so much that his body went limp. He blinked for a long time before he suddenly became spirited. "That's right, yes, there's a place that definitely has treasures. My subordinates discovered it not long ago, and haven't prepared to explore it yet. I can swear that there's definitely treasures there, because that cave is guarded by a 7th-grade spirit beast." Chapter 856. 7th-grade spirit beast? Li He and Pia Piao Yu looked at each other and their eyes lit up. Spirit beasts were things from ancient times. Legend had it that there were no demon beasts in ancient times, only spirit beasts. The spirit beasts in ancient times would not attack humans on sight. Instead, many of them signed contracts with humans and never left them. If it was really a spirit beast guarding the cave, then it would definitely be the cave of an ancient expert. There would definitely be treasures inside. Legend had it that the evil Moon Venerable had killed a 7th-grade spirit beast in an ancient expert's cave in the Sea of Stars. Then, he obtained the supreme divine artifact, the God-slaying sword. He also obtained a great opportunity and comprehended the realm of an 8th-grade venerable. However, Li He was very clear that this was not a legend, but a real thing. What kind of 7th-grade spirit beast? Li He's eyes lit up as he stared at Su Longxiang and asked. Su Longxiang said, "Tentacle beast." Before I had time to investigate, my 3 subordinates sent back news that it was a huge monster with 12 black tentacles. It was similar to an octopus, with 3 eyes and dragon horns on its head. Where are your 3 subordinates? Li He and Pia Piao Yu looked at each other again. This was exactly the same as the ancient spirit beast tentacle beast recorded in their family records. If it was really a tentacle beast, with just the 3 of them, they could definitely kill it. However, Li He was still worried and asked again. Dead? After they sent back the message, they died. If you don't believe me, I can bring you there. You can let me go after you confirm that there's no mistake. Su Longxiang said confidently. All right, if you dare to lie to me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Li He pondered for a moment and said. Everyone was also excited. If it was really an ancient cave, there would definitely be treasures inside. Without treasures, the spirit beast would not guard it. If there were a few supreme divine artifacts or ancient manuals inside, it would be great. Ignoring the low-grade goods in the treasure vault, Li He and Yi Qinghan immediately led the team onto the dragon boat. Then, under Su Longxiang's signal, they headed north. Time was of the essence, so the dragon boat began to move forward at full speed. Yi Qinghan also sent a voice transmission to the women and Yi Qingniu in Battle Emperor Palace. He gave them a simple explanation of what had happened and told them to stay inside until the treasure hunt was over. After traveling for 2 days, the dragon boat stopped at a sea. Yi Qinghan looked around and did not find any islands. He could not help but ask curiously, is there a myriad god cave here? Maybe. The astral sea's chi is very strange. Maybe there was a big island thousands of years ago that was full of chi. After a long time, it could have sunk. Then, she gestured for Yi Qinghan to open the mechanism and said, put away the dragon boat. Leave a few peak rank 6 to protect you. Put the rest in. If there are too many people, it will attract the attention of the nearby treasure hunters. It will also be easy to cause chaos. Yi Qinghan listened to Li He's suggestion and left 5 peak rank 6 war gods behind. Li He and Pia Piao Yu also put their own people in. Yi Qinghan looked and realized that Li He and Pia Piao Yu's spatial divine tool was much weaker than his. This was because their speed of putting people in was much slower. Furthermore, the spatial fluctuations were very large. When he used his divine sense to check, he could faintly see a faint teleportation door in the space. Brother Yi, your spatial divine tool is very enviable. Lord Jianghu must have given it to you. Li He felt Yi Qinghan's divine sense and said with a slightly envious smile. Yi Qinghan laughed dryly. He did not explain and flew down with everyone. At this moment, Li Hai also removed the seal on Su Longxiang's divine crystal and asked the Wind Emperor to carry him. She was also secretly on guard. As long as Su Longxiang made any strange movements, she would immediately kill him. Su Longxiang was very obedient. He knew that if he made any strange movements while walking in the middle of the three, he would definitely die. He obediently led everyone and dove into the water. This was the first time Yi Qinghan had entered the water. He was at a loss and did not know how to sneak in. Li He, Pia Piao Yu, and the Wind Emperor were rather simple. They released their divine domains and formed a protective barrier around their bodies, blocking the seawater. Just like that, they circulated their divine powers and quickly dove down. "Master, let us bring you away." Tian Shen was very sensible. He pulled Yi Qinghan's hand and the five of them surrounded Yi Qinghan. At the same time, they released their divine domains and followed everyone as they dove down. Li He's original intention was to let Yi Qinghan into his spatial divine tool. However, Yi Qinghan did not mention it, and he was too embarrassed to mention it. Although a rank 7 spirit beast was strong, the three of them should not have any problems killing it. Furthermore, Yi Qinghan was protected by a rank 5 or rank 6 spirit beast. There should not be much danger. Hence, he did not say anything. The few of them dove down quickly. When they reached a depth of a few 100,000 meters, everyone started to slow down. After all, at such a deep depth, the pressure of the seawater was still there. After adjusting, they continued their journey. Along the way, they encountered countless sea creatures. Beautiful sea fishes, strangely shaped sea creatures, and powerful sea beasts. Of course, these beasts sensed everyone's powerful aura and still did not dare to come over. Everyone's speed was fast, and they could not catch up. After diving for another 10,000 meters, everyone saw a towering underwater mountain peak below. Of course, such a deep seabed was already pitch black. Everyone could only see it with their divine senses. "It's here. The location that my subordinate sent the message is here. It's halfway up this mountain peak. I estimate that we'll reach it after a few thousand meters." Su Longxiang compared and immediately transmitted his voice to everyone. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Li He immediately transmitted his voice, "You scout ahead. Don't play tricks. You can't beat us in speed. We can kill you at any time." "Of course, my lord. If you're sure, please put it down and leave." Su Longxiang nodded and bowed in fear and trepidation. He took the lead and sneaked forward. His speed was not fast. Only then did the three of them nod in satisfaction. They signaled Yi Qinghan to follow behind them so that he could take care of them if anything happened. The few of them opened their divine senses and stealthily traveled a few thousand meters. When everyone's divine senses detected a large cave halfway up the mountain, they were all shocked. There was a cave below. There were thick vines all around the cave. There were also countless small holes above. The small holes and the large holes were covered in moss, showing the ancient nature of this mountain peak. Moreover, 2 long tentacles extended from the entrance of the cave. Everything was as Su Longxiang had said. Yi Qinghan could clearly see that in front of the cave, there were 3 big words, "Mystic Spirit Mansion." It was indeed the cave of an ancient expert. No one dared to breathe loudly. Li He waved her hand and signaled everyone to prepare for battle. Then, she transmitted her voice to Su Longxiang, "Go down and lure that tentacle beast out." Although Su Longxiang wanted to refute, he saw the golden light in Li He's eyes. He knew that if he didn't go down, he would definitely be killed immediately. Helplessly, he flew down. His body shone with divine power as he looked cautious. Swish! Suddenly, Su Longxiang turned his head and smiled sinisterly. Then, his speed suddenly increased. The divine power in his hands suddenly swung down, but his body flashed like lightning and flew into a small hole. Hiss! A strange sound was heard. This sound did not spread through the seawater but directly sounded in everyone's mind. The sound made everyone's soul tremble. Yi Qinghan was even more unbearable as his body began to tremble. Not good, we've been tricked. This is definitely not a tentacle beast. Run. Brother Yi, enter the spatial divine artifact immediately. Li He and the other two's faces changed drastically. Li He's hand kept shooting out soul waves, but her body turned and rushed up. Chi. Everyone's reaction speed could be said to be fast, but what made everyone's souls almost leave their bodies was that the entire mountain peak trembled, and the black moss on the vines that clung to the bluestone was shaken off, revealing countless huge black tentacles that covered the sky and covered the earth, shooting towards everyone. In an instant, everyone was tightly bound by the tentacles. As Yi Qinghan's soul trembled, his body was already tightly bound by the tentacles when he reacted. Yi Qinghan woke up and immediately teleported into the Battle Emperor Palace. However, he didn't understand the divine power in his body at all, let alone teleport. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. He transmitted his voice, "Not good. These tentacles are strange. I can't enter the spatial divine artifact." Chapter 857. This monster's tentacles have a mysterious power that can suppress divine power. Your divine power is too low and can't be released. Without divine power, you can't use your spatial divine item. Quickly think of a way, or you will die. Li He was anxious. Although his divine power was suppressed, he could still resist it. All his soul skills flew around, but these tentacles didn't have any reaction to them. These tentacles are so hard. Master, try to see if you can use the Slaughter God blade. If not, you will be in danger. The Wind Emperor desperately waved his halberd and slashed at the tentacles. However, these tentacles were extremely hard. His superior grade divine item was only able to chop off half of them. Now, the tentacles were starting to shrink into the cave. If he didn't chop them off, he would be dragged into the cave. Yu Piao's charming face had already turned snow-white. The soft whip in her hand had already been replaced by a sharp longsword. She kept slashing at the tentacles. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Li He was also frightened. He didn't dare to use his soul skills anymore. He copied the other two and took out a longsword to slash. The 5 war gods also took out their weapons. After slashing for a while, their divine power was probably completely suppressed. There was no more divine power radiating from their bodies. They could only rely on their physical strength to slash. God damn it, what the hell is this? I can't even open my spatial ring? My divine power is completely sealed. Yi Qinghan was completely flustered. If the enemy was strong and attacked him head-on, he wouldn't be afraid. However, this thing was so strange. Moreover, the tentacles started to speed up and dragged everyone into the dark cave. Who knew what was inside? When faced with the unknown, it was human nature to be afraid. What should I do? What should I do? Yi Qinghan forced himself to calm down. His 2 souls revolved at high speed. However, he couldn't think of any solution. His strength was too low. The only things he could use were his soul skills and the body fusion battle technique. However, without divine power, he couldn't use the body fusion battle technique. Even if he used it, it would be useless if he couldn't find the monster's body. Even if he found the monster's body, it might not be effective. As for soul skills, there was no need to even mention. His biggest reliance was the War Imperial Palace. The War Imperial Palace allowed him to teleport at any time, vanishing from the immortal world and appearing in another parallel space. But the monster's strange roar just now made his soul tremble slightly, and he fainted for a moment. In the end, his divine power was instantly suppressed. Without divine power, not to mention opening the War Imperial Palace, he couldn't even open a spatial ring. Chi. Finally, the Wind Emperor was the first to chop off the tentacle. He immediately rushed over and began to chop at the tentacle that was binding Yi Qinghan. However, another tentacle shot out from the darkness. The Wind Emperor had no choice but to protect himself first, while Yi Qinghan was the first to be pulled into the dark cave. Brother Yi. City Lord Yi. 2 tentacles were chopped off, and green blood oozed out. Li He and Yu Piapiao's divine powers were strong, and before they were pulled into the hole, they had also chopped off the tentacles. However, the 2 of them could only watch helplessly as Yi Qinghan and the 5-peak 6th-grade soul slaves were dragged into the dark cave. Li He and the other 2 charged forward a few times, but they were scared back by the frighteningly fast tentacles. They knew that if their divine powers were also sealed, they would die in the end. If they were to die, how could they talk about saving people? *CK, the supremacy will kill me. Li He ruthlessly slashed at the mountain peak, and the mountain peak gave a loud rumble. He wasn't worried about Li Shuai, and the others. Even if Yi Qinghan died, Li Shuai, and the others would be fine in the spatial divine item. No matter how strong a spirit beast was, it wouldn't be able to refine a spatial divine item. He was worried about Yi Qinghan and that little soul-devouring beast. If anything happened to them, Supremacy Li Quan would definitely kill him, and apologize to Lord Devour. Yu Piapiao's face was also ashen. Yin Ling was fine, but she was afraid that something would happen to her. Lord Devour used the deaths of a supremacy and more than 10 palace masters to prove how much he valued Yi Qinghan and Xiao He. If anything happened to Yi Qinghan or Xiao He, and Lord Devour didn't say anything, Supremacy Li Quan and Yu Piapiao would use their heads to apologize to him. The Wind Emperor's mood was a little complicated. If Yi Qinghan died, his soul slave status would also be removed. But who knew if Li He and Yu Piapiao would capture him and take him back to apologize to him? Send a message to Lord Devour. Ask the Supremacy and Lord Jia Wu to come here immediately. After Li He slashed with his saber, he suddenly came to a realization. With Lord Devour's great power, he might be able to rush over quickly. Now that the Wind Emperor hadn't sensed that Yi Qinghan was already dead, there might still be hope. Yu Piapiao quickly took out her communication jade talisman and said anxiously, I will also send a message to my supremacy immediately. After Li He received the message, his face changed instantly. While he was cursing Li He immediately sent a message to Lord Devour. Then, he instantly teleported to the soul-devouring city. When Supremacy Li Quan stepped out of the teleportation formation, another formation in the distance lit up, and Yu Piapiao's figure appeared. The 2 looked at each other and didn't say anything. Their figures instantly disappeared and reappeared on the rooftop of the city lord mansion. The rooftop was still beautiful. A red figure was sitting under the grape trellis, calmly drinking tea. A maid with an elegant temperament stood quietly at the side. Lord. When the 2 saw Lord Devour so leisurely, their hearts calmed down a little. After bowing, Lord Devour raised his head and waved at them, pointing at the jade stool beside him. The 2 could only sit down, but they felt as if they were sitting on a cushion of needles. Supremacy Li Quan couldn't sit still anymore and said, Lord. Yi Qinghan's situation is very dangerous. You see. That's right, my lord. Why don't the 2 of us rush over? I estimate that we can reach there in 3 days. I wonder if young Master Yi can hold on for 3 days? Yu Piapiao's face was also heavy as he said nervously. Lord? This. When Lord Jiao heard that, her face changed. Seeing that Lord Devour didn't say anything, she hurriedly asked. Supremacy Li Quan and Yu Piapiao had rushed over after sending the message. Lord Devour didn't say anything, so of course, Nine-Tailed Fox didn't know. Why are you so nervous? Isn't it just a void-gouging beast? Is it worth your fuss? Lord Devour put down the teacup in his hand and glanced at Nine-Tailed Fox before replying softly. This. Lord. The void-gouging beast isn't a problem for us, but Yi Qinghan's strength. Supremacy Li Quan couldn't understand Lord Devour's thoughts. He exchanged looks with Yu Piapiao and started to guess. When they received the message from Li He and Yu Piapiao, they immediately knew that Yi Qinghan's group had encountered a void-gouging beast. This void-gouging beast was indeed an ancient mutated spirit beast. Although its attack wasn't strong, its attack method was very strange and its defense was very strong. Unless one was at least a grade 8 venerable, they wouldn't be able to do anything to it. It was the best spirit beast to protect the cave abode. However, this attack wasn't strong for them. It was different for Yi Qinghan. The void-gouging beast's attack method was to release a kind of energy from its tentacles to suppress the divine power. Then, the tentacles would ooze poison and slowly invade the divine crystal. In the end, the divine crystal would be destroyed from the inside and the martial artist would die instantly. Since Yi Qinghan had been captured, Li He and Yu Piapiao couldn't do anything. If they didn't hurry over and the divine power in Yi Qinghan's divine crystal was used up, he would be dead. You guys go back. I have the freedom to decide this matter. Let Li He, right? Don't let them do anything stupid. Just wait and see. After Lord Devour said that, he lowered his eyes and sipped his tea. Chapter 858. Venerable Li Quan and Yu Piapiao left, but Lady Jiao was anxious. However, Lord Devour had already warned her, so she didn't dare to speak carelessly. She held her breath, and her pale face turned red. She stared at Lord Devour with an awkward expression. After a long time, Lady Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore, and said through gritted teeth, "Lord, it's fine if you don't worry about little Han, but are you really not worried about young Master Xiaohe?" Lord Devour revealed a faint smile, and looked at Lady Jiao, who was as anxious as a monkey. He said, "Xiaohe is fine. Didn't I give him a ring? Once his life is in danger, he will immediately be transported here. Not to mention a void-gouging beast, even a venerable can't hurt him. As for little Han, I said I won't control his life, so I won't care about his life or death. If he wants to become a supreme being, he must cut a bloody path between life and death. If I protect him forever, he will never become a supreme being. Wait and see." After Li He and Yu Piapiao received the message, they looked at each other in dismay. However, they really couldn't do anything. This monster's attack was so strange, and its defense was so strong. Without a transcendent divine tool and source power, they couldn't cause much damage to it. The two of them wanted to, but they couldn't. "You guys watch here. I'll go find that bastard. If I find him, I'll tear him apart." Li He shouted angrily, and was about to run toward the cave that Su Longxiang had entered. Yu Piapiao saw this, and quickly transmitted a message to him, blaming him for his recklessness. She said, "Don't go. What's the point of caring about that now? What if something happens here?" Wind Emperor advised, he must have come to investigate this place personally. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered the cave randomly. He's probably millions of miles away now. Sigh. Li He sighed bitterly. He didn't expect that he would be schemed against today after scheming for his entire life. The three of them didn't dare to wander around. They obediently stood guard outside and extended their divine sense into the cave. However, there seemed to be some kind of inexplicable restriction in the cave. Their divine sense couldn't extend very far before it was blocked. The only thing he could be sure of was the Wind Emperor's side. If the Wind Emperor's soul slave contract came into contact, then it meant that Yi Qinghan was dead. While their soul consciousness was locking the Wind Emperor, they were waiting for Lord Devour's team. They thought that the two venerables had asked them to wait for them to come. However, they didn't know that Lord Devour didn't want to come. What monster is this? Inside the huge cave abode, it was brightly lit. The hall was very big as a small city square. Yi Qinghan and the other five were tightly bound by the tentacles and sent flying through the air. At the same time, there were also hundreds of tentacles flying in the air. The source of these tentacles was a soft monster the size of a small mountain. 6 gloomy eyes gazed at the 6 of them. They didn't have pupils, which was just a pitch-black area, which looked really scary. Underneath, there was a big, red mouth, which could fit the 6 of them at the same time. Yi Qinghan and the 5 soul slaves tried their best to wiggle, gazing at the monster's eyes and mouth. They were afraid that the monster would throw them directly into the mouth. However, as their god power was sealed, how could they get rid of it with only their physical strength? What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan was a little flustered. He had encountered many dangerous situations, but this time, he was the most helpless one because he didn't even have a chance to resist. The 5 soul slaves were panic-stricken. Their god power was also subdued. If a warrior didn't have the power, it was understandable that he was killed. However, he had the formidable power, but he couldn't use it at this moment. It was really grieving and bewildering. With so many emotions, his mind was a mess. Hiss! Hiss! The monster's scarlet mouth let out another strange cry, which made everyone's soul tremble again. Those 6 pupilless eyes were like the Grim Reaper's. They were suffused with an evil and cold aura, which made everyone shudder. The huge tentacles kept waving. Yi Qinghan felt that it was more exciting than riding a roller coaster. The tentacles occasionally approached the scarlet mouth, and a fishy smell came, which made people feel nauseous. Every time they approached the mouth, Yi Qinghan was scared, afraid that he would be thrown in and turn into a pile of feces. They didn't know if the monster wanted to play or if it felt that their flesh wasn't delicious. Every time they felt like they were going to be eaten, they were thrown out by the tentacles. Occasionally, they would be thrown down the cave, which made them dizzy. As time passed, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like this monster didn't dare to eat them. Or was it not willing to eat them? Or was it not a carnivorous animal? An hour had passed, and the monster still hadn't eaten them. This meant that they probably wouldn't be eaten, which meant they were safe for the time being. As long as they weren't dead, there was hope. If there was hope, they had to fight for it. I wonder if Li He will send a message to honor Li He? It would be great if Lord Devourer could come, but how long would it take for him to get here? Invincible 9th grade war god doesn't mean he's omnipotent, right? Yi Qinghan thought to himself, but then he thought about Lord Devourer's cold-blooded and heartless nature. Perhaps he wouldn't care even if he knew. But if he didn't place his hope on them, what else could he do? Not good, Master. I feel the god power in my body is slipping away. If this continues, we will all die. Tian Chen's sudden voice interrupted Yi Qinghan's thoughts. Yi Qinghan used his divine sense to check his body, but he didn't find anything strange with his divine crystal. What's going on? You guys. Not good. Just as Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice over to inquire about the situation, he suddenly discovered that the divine crystal was trembling. Suddenly, there was an additional black air current in his body. This air current passed through his body and directly drilled into the location of the divine crystal, wrapping around the divine crystal. The divine power within the divine crystal began to emerge like water, disappearing into the black air current. Swish! 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 The 6 of them turned paler than snow. God power was the source of their power. If their god power was drained, the divine crystal would explode without the protection of god power. Then, they would die. It's over. It's over. We're really dead this time. No one can save us. Originally, Yi Qinghan still had a glimmer of hope that Lord Devourer and Honor Li Quan would come to rescue them. But now, it seemed that even if Lord Devourer came, it would be useless. They had been traveling on the star for several months, and the dragon boat was moving so fast. Even if Lord Devourer had godly abilities, what could he do? Could he teleport anywhere in the divine world? Half of my god power, it was just 1 hour, but half of his god power was gone. If it continued like this, they would be dead in 1 more hour. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wasn't flustered anymore. He slowly calmed down. No matter what, he was going to die anyway. Why did he need to think so much? When people knew that they were going to die, they would have some kind of understanding. Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of death. As he knew that he was going to die, nothing mattered anymore. Pondering for a while, Yi Qinghan sent a message to Xiao He. Xiao He, wait for a while. I'm going to detonate myself to bring you to the Imperial War Palace. Stay there and wait for Lord Devourer to save you. Tell Qingsheng and the others not to be sad. It's the fate of a warrior. Tell my son. I'm sorry. Chapter 859. No, no. Boss, you won't die. You said that we will be together forever. You said that you want to stand at the top. How can you die? Don't worry, my aunt will be back soon. Hold on. Xiaohei was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation. He also wanted to leave the beast's space, but Yi Qinghan didn't have divine power and couldn't do anything. He always wanted to transmit his voice to Yi Qinghan, but he was afraid that it would disrupt Yi Qinghan's thinking. At this moment, Yi Qinghan had completely calmed down and transmitted his voice to him. Only then did he dare to transmit his voice to him. No one can save me. I know that. Xiaohei, you don't have to comfort me. You know me. If there is a chance, I won't give it up. But, even if I die, I'm not afraid. I'm satisfied to be able to live like this. My only regret is that I couldn't see my son. I don't even know what he looks like. I wonder if he looks like me. The more Yi Qinghan spoke, the more desolate he became. Whether it was his words or his aura, they revealed a sense of death. It was just like that time in front of the Yi family castle's enchanted pavilion. But at that time, he had nothing to live for and his heart was already dead. At this moment, facing a desperate situation, he was powerless to resist and could only quietly wait for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Suddenly, Yi Qinghan felt the divinity crystal in his body shake. He was slightly startled. His spirit was shaken and his divine sense instantly locked onto the divinity crystal, thinking that a miracle had happened. A miracle indeed happened, but Yi Qinghan still felt helpless. The shake just now was from the black stone in the god realm. It emitted a soft white light. This light formed a small shield around the divinity crystal, resisting the invasion of the black gas. Under the protection of this white light shield, the speed at which the divine power flowed was many times slower. But, it still flowed. This is just dying a little later. After observing for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally confirmed that the shield produced by the black stone only had this much power. It couldn't completely resist the invasion of the black gas. With less than a third of his divine power left, Yi Qinghan was already planning to self-destruct. After the self-detonation, the divine energy within the divine crystal would allow it to break through the obstruction of the black gas flow. As long as a sliver of it entered his meridians, Yi Qinghan would be able to use that sliver of divine energy to open the War Imperial Palace and let Xiaohei in. Master, I can't do it anymore. If Master isn't dead, please reduce the time my little brother is a soul slave. Many thanks to Master, Xinghui will go ahead first. A voice transmission rang out. Yi Qinghan subconsciously looked over, only to see that on the other side, a soul slave's body was ablaze with raging flames. Clearly, he couldn't hold on any longer. Rather than dying like this, he might as well self-destruct. Even if he died, he wouldn't let this monster have an easy time. Bang! The fireworks were not particularly beautiful, nor were they big. In fact, the body didn't even turn into dust. Instead, it turned into pieces of minced meat that flew around in the hall. A bloody head rolled on the floor countless times, with a pair of big eyes that died with everlasting regret. The self-detonation of a 6th-grade war god was terrifying, but the self-detonation of a soul slave at the peak of the 6th-grade war god was like a squib. Even the tentacle that bound him didn't suffer any damage. Only some green blood seeped out. Looking at that big head and the pair of eyes that died with everlasting regret, a desolate feeling welled up in everyone's heart. Later, this might be their end. Bang! Another small firework bloomed. A soul slave couldn't bear the torment of waiting for death and followed. This time, it was a piece of minced meat that exploded on Yi Qinghan's face, making his desolate heart even more desolate. Explode, explode, Yi Qinghan made up his mind and prepared to explode himself. Otherwise, when he ran out of divine energy, he wouldn't have the chance to self-detonate, and Xiaohei would be implicated by him. No, no, no. Boss, if you dare to self-detonate, I won't live alone. Xiaohei sensed Yi Qinghan's thoughts and transmitted his voice frantically. His voice trembled slightly, with a sobbing tone, despair, and a deep sense of powerlessness. Xiaohei, you've grown up. Don't be so childish. Don't forget that you have Li Shuai. You won't be alone anymore. Boss will be watching you from the heavenly kingdom. Yi Qinghan laughed. He thought that if he died, would he be able to transmigrate again? Or fall into eternal darkness? Or go to the legendary 9 Nether Realm alone? Idiot. A cold voice transmission resounded like a clap of thunder, causing Yi Qinghan's entire soul sea to tremble. This voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in confusion. Then, his face revealed a look of ecstasy as he exclaimed, "Battle Emperor?" The voice transmission came immediately, and it was filled with dissatisfaction. Don't be too happy too early. This Emperor's remnant soul is sealed in the black stone. I can't save you even if I want to. You trash, you don't think about improving your strength and opening the seal. Instead, you run around all day looking for treasures? If you die like this Emperor must have been blind to find a successor like you. Senior Battle Emperor, let's not talk about this. How can I save myself? As long as there's a chance, I definitely won't give up. Yi Qinghan didn't mind the Battle Emperor's scolding. Instead, he became extremely excited, and his soul was still trembling. Although the Battle Emperor's transmission said that he was powerless. Since he had sent a transmission, it meant that at least he still had a chance to live. As long as there was a chance, Yi Qinghan naturally wouldn't give up. You idiot. You clearly have something good, but you don't know how to use it. If it wasn't for the trace of divine sense that I placed on the black stone, which made me feel that you were about to die, you really would have died from stupidity. The Battle Emperor scolded again, and then sent a transmission. Hurry up and use your divine sense to activate the trace of origin energy in your soul sea. As long as you activate it, this trash spirit beast can be easily killed. Is this really origin energy? How do I activate it with Senior Battle Emperor's divine sense? Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. The white mist in his soul sea was actually, really origin energy. Origin energy was indestructible. Of course, it could easily destroy this spirit beast. However, how do I activate it? Yi Qinghan had tried many methods, but he couldn't move it at all. Concentrate all your divine sense and use it on the origin energy. Fortunately, you don't have much origin energy. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to activate it. Remember to protect your heart. The first time you activate the origin energy, your soul will feel intense pain. As long as the origin energy leaves your soul sea, you will be able to control it at will. However, if you can't hold on when the soul sea moves, your soul will also collapse. Whether you live or die will depend on your willpower. You idiot, it's because of you that this trace of my soul has slowed down for a long time. If you don't die, remember to cultivate hard and open the 3rd layer of the seal. Otherwise, this trace of soul might dissipate in advance. The Battle Emperor went completely silent after giving his instructions. At this time, Yi Qinghan finally understood. This Battle Emperor said that he would see him again when he broke the 3rd layer of the seal. It turned out that this trace of his soul was actually preserved in the black stone. Tian Shen, don't self-destruct. Maybe we can still be saved. Yi Qinghan transmitted a message, afraid that the remaining 3 soul slaves would also self-destruct. Then, he ignored the 3 of them. He closed his eyes and began to activate the origin energy according to the Battle Emperor's instructions. Boss, you will definitely succeed. Definitely. Xiaohei was also excited. He hurriedly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan and then didn't dare to say anything else. He was afraid that he would disturb Yi Qinghan's final struggle. Chapter 860. Tian Shen and the other 2 soul slaves looked at each other, their eyes burning with passion. This master's strength wasn't high, but he had done a lot of earth-shattering things. Moreover, this master was very strange. Perhaps there was hope for him. A white bridge spanned across the 2 soul seas of Yi Qinghan. On the bridge, a white misty airflow quietly floated above. It did not release any aura, and it felt very ordinary. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan knew that this thing was not ordinary. This was really the power of the source. The peerless weapon that venerables relied on to suppress the masses. Without time to think, Yi Qinghan began to use his divine sense on the white cotton according to the battle sovereign sex method, trying to get it to leave the bridge. Yi Qinghan had tried this method before, but he did not dare to use his divine sense. After all, this thing was above the soul sea. If it was too barbaric, the soul sea would collapse, and he would die. However, now that the battle sovereign had said it, and he was about to die, Yi Qinghan did not care. Rise! Yi Qinghan let out a deep shout from within his soul. He used all of his divine sense on the white cotton ball. At this moment, the two soul seas started to tremble. Even Yi Qinghan felt that the soul bridge was shaking. However, Yi Qinghan was very happy, because this white cotton was lifted by his divine sense. Yi Qinghan felt hope, and he began to control his divine sense to move the white cotton towards the soul sea on the left. The white cotton moved very slowly, and with every inch it moved, Yi Qinghan felt his soul sea tremble. He began to feel extremely tired, and his mind was blank. Yi Qinghan knew that this was because his divine sense was under heavy pressure, causing his soul to feel this way. This was very normal. Without stopping for a moment, he continued to move the white cotton towards the soul sea on the left. Hiss! When Yi Qinghan's divine sense moved that white cotton ball to the top of the sea of soul with great difficulty, the soul sea suddenly shrank. However, an intense pain instantly spread throughout the soul sea. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly shrank. His entire body was in so much pain that he was convulsing. Cold sweat instantly dripped down like rain. Damn, he actually went back again? When the pain subsided a little, Yi Qinghan scanned the area again with his divine sense, only to find that the white cotton ball had returned to the bridge. He couldn't help but curse angrily. However, he didn't dare to waste any time. Only a quarter of his divine power was left in this short amount of time. If he didn't hurry up, he would be done for. Let's fight. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth and came up with an idea. He would use one of his souls to control his divine sense, and the other to control his body. By doing two things at the same time, he could endure the pain and push his origin energy to the edge of his soul sea and enter his body. That would be a success. Ah! 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 The pain from one of his souls caused Yi Qinghan to howl in pain. His eyes, ears, nose, and mouth started to bleed, and the muscles on his face became even more distorted. His entire body was like a terrifying demon, and his body emitted a cold aura. Master. What's going on? It's over. Master is going to die. Although our soul slave contracts have been broken, it will be our turn to die later. If he dies, then so be it. A martial artist's final destination is death. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to go back to my family to take a look. Sigh, the three soul slaves' hearts pounded as they watched, and they all let out sighs one after another. They sighed for Yi Qinghan, and also for their own fate. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, the giant beast in the cave mansion screamed and waved its hundreds of arms. Under the astonished gazes of Tian Chen and the other two, countless tentacles swept towards Yi Qinghan, as if they wanted to entangle him to death. Countless tentacles instantly wrapped around Yi Qinghan. Layer after layer, he looked like a giant dumpling. The monster continued to roar. Every roar caused Tian Chen and the other two's souls to tremble and their bodies to tremble. What's going on? This monster seems to be afraid? Yes, it's afraid. Look at its eyes. It's afraid, it's terrified. What's going on? Did a martial honorable come to save us? Did Senior Jianghu come? Although their souls were trembling, they were extremely excited. There must be a reason for something abnormal. Something must have happened for this monster to be acting so strangely. The three of them spread out their divine senses and began to investigate their surroundings. However, they were disappointed to find that the hall was completely silent. There were no abnormalities in the countless passageways around them. Chi chi. Suddenly, green blood sprayed everywhere, splattering all over their faces. Then, under the astonished gazes of the three, a hand glowing with white light reached out from the tentacles that were wrapped like dumplings. Then, the hand turned into a blade and forcefully chopped down at the tentacles. Peng peng. The countless tentacles were like tree branches that had been cut down by a sharp sword. It landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. A green figure slowly appeared. His face was still covered in blood, but the light in his eyes was so bright that the three of them could not open their eyes. SSSSSSSS. The monster's countless tentacles turned into a sky full of afterimages as they swept towards the green figure. His speed was so fast and his strength was so great that even the air whistled. Evil creature, you still dare to be so arrogant? The green-robed figure was naturally Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was very excited, incomparably excited. He took a deep breath and a brilliant smile appeared on his face. The feeling of surviving a calamity was really good. Looking at the sky full of tentacles, those tentacles that had made him feel hopeless and helpless just a moment ago, now felt like they were like bull whips. His hand rose and fell, twisting in the air a few times. Tens of tentacles were instantly cut down. His entire hand was wrapped in origin energy and was indestructible. What couldn't he cut down? It's Master, it's Master. Master actually succeeded. What's that white thing? It can't be origin energy, right? Divine Emperor Supreme, a divine king actually managed to refine the origin energy? While Tian Shen and the other two were ecstatic, they were also extremely shocked. They could not believe their eyes. They used their divine senses to confirm that it was indeed origin energy. But, how did this divine king realm master get origin energy? One should know that origin energy was not something ordinary. It could only be given by the law of heaven and earth. Could it be that this young master was actually a venerable who was hiding his strength? Yi Qinghan did not care about what the three of them were thinking. Origin energy revolved around his hand as his body flickered in the hall. He raised and slashed until the monster's tentacles were all cut down. Only then did he stop attacking. Are you guys alright? Yi Qinghan spat out a mouthful of blood. He shook off the blood on his face with his divine power before turning to the three of them. We're fine. Master is mighty. Thank you, Master, for saving our lives. Tian Shen and the other two exchanged glances and knelt down on one knee. If they had been unconvinced before, they were now completely subservient. Subservient to the strong. You guys go ahead and see if there are any treasures. I'll go and dismember this evil creature. Yi Qinghan nodded calmly before charging towards the monster that was howling in pain. Tian Shen and the other two nodded and rushed towards the four passageways. Green blood splattered everywhere, and soft pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Yi Qinghan used the origin energy that revolved around his palm to forcefully chop the huge monster's body into pieces. Only when the monster had turned into a pile of minced meat did he finally stop in his anger. At that moment, Tian Shen's voice rang out, jolting Yi Qinghan to his senses. Master, Master, hurry over here. There is a saber in this cave. I suspect that it is a supreme-grade divine weapon. Chapter 861. How could I be so lucky? There really is a supreme divine artifact? Yi Qinghan immediately followed Tian Shen's direction and flew into a tunnel. Not long after, he arrived at a small hall. The small hall was decorated lavishly. In the center was a huge jade coffin. It was clearly a bedroom. At the moment, Tian Shen was lying on the white jade bed in the innermost part of the room. A dark green saber hung on the wall next to the bed. The saber was not unsheathed, but it exuded a chilling aura. The scabbard was lavish and had complicated patterns on it. One look and anyone could tell that it was no ordinary item. At that moment, Tian Shen's hand glowed with divine power. He wanted to remove the saber, but even with his strength at the peak of the 6th rank, the saber did not move at all. This showed how strange the saber was. Master, why don't we just destroy the wall? Tian Shen pulled a few times, but it did not budge. He stepped back helplessly and said to Yi Qinghan in distress. Don't move. There are restrictions everywhere. Do you want us to be buried here? If you can take this kind of treasure, then take it. If you can't, then you don't have the fortune to do so. You can't force it. Yi Qinghan quickly stopped Tian Chen. He knew the power of restrictions. Moreover, this was an ancient cultivator. He had a strange power that could not be underestimated. Yi Qinghan did not touch the saber. Instead, he carefully observed the room. In the end, he found that other than the coffin, the rest of the room was normal. There were no special restrictions or traps. After a moment of silence, he walked to the bed alone. He then controlled the origin energy in his hand. It came out of his palm and slowly covered the dark green saber. Hum. When the origin energy came in contact with the blade, it suddenly shone with azure light. A gentle hum rang out, like the roar of a beast of antiquity. It almost caused Yi Qinghan to retreat in fright. Up! Yi Qinghan quickly calmed his mind and shouted. All the origin energy in his body came out of his palm and covered the scabbard. Then, he shook his divine power and grabbed the hilt, lifting it up. Clang! Suddenly, the blade trembled, and the entire blade separated from the wall. It trembled in Yi Qinghan's hand like a real dragon, trying to break free. Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared on the saber. This illusory figure was like an ancient mutated beast. Its aura was ferocious and unruly. A savage aura immediately enveloped the entire hall. Yi Qinghan could even feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him from within the phantom. At this moment, he felt as though his soul had been frozen. Tian Chen's eyes shone with envy. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was in a daze, he hurriedly reminded him, Master, this blade has the soul of a beast as its soul. It's definitely a supreme god artifact. Hurry up and store it in your space ring, or it'll fly away. Yes. Yi Qinghan woke up with a start. He quickly used his divine sense on the saber and stored it in the treasury of the War Imperial Palace. With the restrictions of the War Imperial Palace, there was no way this saber could escape. The moment the saber disappeared into the air, the oppressive aura in the hall disappeared. Yi Qinghan quickly looked inside the treasury of the War Imperial Palace and realized that the moment the saber entered the treasury, it returned to its original state. It was like an ordinary divine artifact lying there quietly as though nothing had happened. It is indeed a supreme god artifact. Yi Qinghan was very sure that this saber's aura was similar to the god-slaying sword, the wrath of the dancing butterfly. The aura of the mutated beast's soul was even comparable to the golden dragon and the god-slaying sword. How could a weapon with such an aura not be a supreme god artifact? Something isn't right. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of his slaughter god saber. Although the slaughter god saber didn't have a soul, its aura was definitely not inferior to this saber or the god-slaying sword. Could the slaughter god saber also be a supreme god artifact? Tian Chen, you should know about my slaughter god saber. What grade do you think it is? Yi Qinghan turned around and asked Tian Chen, hoping that he would be able to answer his question. Master, this thing. I do know about it. However, I cannot say it because I made a God Emperor blood oath in the Battle God Pavilion. I cannot reveal what I saw in the Battle God Pavilion. Tian Chen sighed helplessly and continued, Master, hurry up and cultivate. Go to the Battle God Pavilion to obtain the title of a 5th grade war god. Or, just reveal your source energy and you will immediately advance to 5th grade. The Battle God Pavilion will show you a special scene, and you will know the answer. Reveal my source energy? Of course I cannot reveal it. The 3 of you must also keep this a secret. If you reveal it, I will not show any mercy. Yi Qinghan was stunned and woke up. He didn't care about the slaughter god saber anymore. Instead, he thought about his source energy. This thing must not be revealed to others. Even if it was a dripping river, he must not let them know. Why? Because he was only in the God King realm. His strength was too low. If this matter were to spread, he probably wouldn't be able to return to the Misty Continent alive. Also, Yi Qinghan's source energy wasn't something that he could use whenever he wanted to. His strength was not enough. This time, it took him a long time to activate his source energy. It was only because he was lucky that he managed to activate it. If his enemies found out that he had the source energy, they would definitely attack him with a big move. By the time he activated his source energy, he would have already been dismembered. It was better to hide this thing. If he launched a sneak attack in the dark, he would be successful. The two of them looked around the room but didn't find any secret manuals or treasures. At this time, the other two soul slaves also returned. They also didn't find anything. Yi Qinghan believed that the two of them wouldn't dare to hide anything. After all, their lives were in his hands. In the end, Yi Qinghan could only look at the coffin in the middle of the small hall. This coffin definitely contained the corpse of the ancient cultivator. It was very likely that there was a great treasure inside. Go open the coffin. Be careful. Yi Qinghan brought Tianchen and another soul slave to the exit of the small hall. Then, he ordered the other soul slave to open the coffin. Although there weren't any restrictions on the surface of the coffin, it was still better to be careful. The soul slave flew over with great resentment. However, he didn't dare to get too close. Instead, he used his godly energy on the coffin from afar. Creak. The coffin lid was easily opened. The soul slave immediately retreated. However, after a while, nothing happened. Only a white mist and cold air came out. Yi Qinghan and Tianchen immediately used their divine sense to lock onto the inside of the coffin. Their eyes lit up at the same time. There was a corpse in the coffin. The corpse was completely frozen. There were no signs of decay on the body. It was obvious that it was an old man. But that wasn't important. What was important was that the corpse was hugging a white jade box in front of its chest. The box wasn't big, but the cultivator was hugging it in his arms before he died. This meant that the box was very important to him. The soul slave checked for a while and didn't find anything strange. He relaxed and took out a long whip from his storage ring. He controlled the whip and easily took out the white jade box. Then, he closed the lid of the coffin. Master. The soul slave checked the white jade box and didn't find any restrictions on it. Then, he handed it over. His eyes were filled with passion, as if he was very curious about what kind of treasure was inside. Yi Qinghan's godly energy shook and easily shattered the small protective restrictions on the surface of the jade box. Then, he slowly opened the jade box. 4 pairs of eyes locked onto the jade box. There wasn't any divine light coming out of the jade box. There was only a piece of inner armor inside. The inner armor was fiery red with a fire dragon pattern on it. The material was very special. Chapter 862. This doesn't look like a treasure, does it? It's very ordinary, but the material is very special. Why did the ancient expert hold on to it before he died? Tianchen picked up the inner armor and looked at it for a while. The other two soul slaves were also puzzled. They looked at it for a while and said doubtfully, "It really doesn't look like a treasure. There's nothing special about it. God damn it, is this fire god battle armor really an ancient treasure?" Tianchen and the two soul slaves didn't know what it was. Yi Qinghan took a look and saw it clearly. There were 3 treasures in his treasure room that had the same pattern as this inner armor, and the material was also very similar. From the looks of it, his 2 fire god bracers and 1 fire god leg guards were very likely to be a set with this inner armor. "Wait here, I'll be right back," Yi Qinghan said and flashed into the War Emperor Palace. He went straight to the treasure room and opened his hands. 2 arm guards and a leg guard appeared in his hands. The arm guard was obtained in the divine city of the Fire Dragon continent, the leg guard was obtained in the baleful Yin stream, and the leg guard was brought back by a supreme expert who was at the end of his lifespan in Gu Yang's hometown. Originally, Yi Qinghan had almost forgotten about these 3 treasures. But the appearance of this inner armor today made Yi Qinghan attach great importance to it. A supreme cultivator from the ancient times who could use such a powerful spirit beast to guard the door, and a supreme cultivator who could possess a transcendent grade divine artifact was still holding on to this inner armor at the moment of his death. It could be seen that this inner armor was definitely a treasure. A great treasure. Yi Qinghan compared it carefully and found that the inner armor and the leg guard were made of the same material. The patterns on them were also the same. They were a set. Still no changes? There's nothing strange. Do I have to gather the remaining leg guard and helmet for it to be effective? Yi Qinghan put the items together, but there were still no changes. He secretly felt that it was a pity. It seemed that he would have to find a way to collect the remaining 2 parts. Perhaps it would really be a heaven-defying battle armor. Since he couldn't find anything, Yi Qinghan didn't want to waste his time on the fire god's battle armor. He just made a mental note to pay more attention to the fire god's battle armor. Yi Qinghan sent a voice transmission to the ladies to inform them that he was safe. Then, Yi Qinghan went out in a flash and continued to search the cave with Tian Chen and the other 2. He had almost dug 3 feet into the ground, but in the end, he did not find anything. After the 4 of them searched 3 or 4 times, they finally announced the end of this treasure hunt. Yi Qinghan was worried that Li He and the others would be so worried. He was also worried that Lord Devour had arrived and it would be a false alarm. He hurried to bring the other 3 out. Li He Trio's spiritual consciousness was obstructed, but Yi Qinghan's group of 4 walked out of the cave with ease. After the 4 of them appeared, Li He and the other 2 wore expressions of excitement and astonishment, as though they were suspecting that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It's really you? Brother Yi, my venerable and Lord Jianghu are not here yet? How did you get out? While Li He was pleasantly surprised, he was also very confused. He scanned the surroundings with his spiritual consciousness and did not find anything. He asked again, did Lord Jianghu save you? No. Yi Qinghan also had a lingering fear. He thought that it was really dangerous this time. He immediately said, Big Brother Li He, Lord Yu, did you send a message to your venerable? Ask them now. If they are here, let them go back. Also, ask, if my lord is here too. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if Lord Devour was on the way. He could only let the 2 of them ask. If he was on the way, he would send a message. That would be more appropriate. Li He and Yu Piao nodded and immediately sent a message. The reply was very fast. In the end, Li He and Yu Piao were stunned. Lord Devour did not let the 2 of them come. Moreover, they found out that Lord Devour had never left the soul-devouring manor. Brother Yi, how did you get out of danger? Lord Jianghu seemed to know that you could get out of danger and did not come. Did Lord Devour give you an awesome treasure? Li He thought that Lord Devour did not come, but Yi Qinghan escaped. It was obvious that Lord Devour gave Yi Qinghan a treasure. Otherwise, how could he get out of danger? Something like that. I used a treasure to kill this monster and obtained a saber and an inner armor. Yi Qinghan did not know how to explain and was prepared to fool around. Now that Li He mentioned it, he immediately answered. He thought to himself, did Lord Devour predict that I could get out of danger, or was he cold-blooded and did not want to save me? Then, he took out the fire god inner armor and handed it to Li He. He asked, Big Brother Li, do you know what this is? I got it from the cave mansion. Help me take a look. Li He looked at it carefully, and then he even used his divine sense and divine power to check, but he found nothing. He shook his head and said, This material is from the primordial age, but there is no artifact soul inside. Although the defense is not bad, it is not very useful, not a good treasure. Yu Piao and Wind Emperor also checked it and thought the same. Yi Qinghan thought that he should let Lord Devour have a look when he went to see her. Maybe she would know something. Yes, I also got a saber. I guess it is a supreme divine weapon, but I did not dare to take it out. This saber seemed to have an unknown power that I could not control. Yi Qinghan told them about the saber. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to share it with Li He and Yu Piao. After all, he had risked his life to get it. He could not share it with a saber. Supreme divine weapon. Haha. Brother Yi, this is a blessing in disguise. Congrats, congrats. Li He and Yu Piao revealed envious expressions. Since Yi Qinghan did not take it out, they would not be stupid enough to ask to see it. This spirit beast was killed by Yi Qinghan. Even if there were a bunch of treasures inside, they would not want to have a share. Big brother Li He, Lord Yu, I hope you will not tell my wives, Miss Shui Miss Ling, and the others about this dangerous encounter. I am afraid they will be worried. Yi Qinghan explained and then dived up with the others. This time, they were not in the mood to look for treasures. They dived directly to the sea surface. It took them only an hour to reach the sea surface. Damn it. Let's go to that island. I will tear down the pirate king's lair. I can't take this lying down. Once they entered the dragon boat, Li He's face darkened. His entire body exuded a murderous aura as he spoke to Yi Qinghan. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that he had been tricked by the pirate king's leader. However, he shook his head and said, "We are not going. Let's go straight to Peach Blossom Island. By the time we get there, it will probably be a deserted island." They are not fools. Although Yi Qinghan hated this cunning god bandit leader, his killing intent was not strong. If not for this god bandit leader, Jianghu might not have been sure that the white cotton in his mind was the power source. He would not have alerted the battle emperor. Of course, he would not have known how to use this power source. He would not have gotten the transcendent grade divine artifact and would not have known that this fire god battle armor was actually a cardinal treasure. Speaking of which, he had to thank Su Longxiang. Chapter 863. Yu Piao chimed in and said, "City lordly, there is no need to go. They know that we are stronger than them. Even if we are not, once the god bandit's lair is discovered, they will immediately move." The dragon boat moved forward at full speed. After traveling for 2 days, Yi Qinghan released the people from Battle Imperial Hall. Once the girls were released, they started to chatter non-stop. Li He and Yu Piao did not reply. Yi Qinghan also casually said a few words. He said that under Su Longxiang's lead, they killed a spirit beast, obtained 1 or 2 treasures, and so on. 10 days later, the dragon boat finally neared a super large island. Yi Qinghan, Yi Qinggu, and Yi Qinghan looked at the approaching Peach Blossom Island and started to get excited. Yi Qingmiu also had tears in his eyes. They had not seen Yi Sihan for a long time, and Yi Qinghan had not seen her since he was born. Everyone bring 5 guards into the island. This Peach Blossom Island used to be the largest god bandit group in the South Sea. There are many formidable martial artists under them. I reckon that there are even more of them now. Brother Yi, Lady Shui Lady Ling remember, do not be rash. As long as you do not violate the island's rules, the Peach Blossom supremacy is still reasonable. After Li He gave his instructions, the 3 of them kept their subordinates and flew towards Peach Blossom Island with a group of more than 10 people. Peach Blossom Island was not like a paradise, the scenery was average. The construction was similar to that of the floating continent, it was mainly built with limestone. Furthermore, the construction was very compact. After Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they flew for a while before they saw a small city. The heaven and earth essence energy on Peach Blossom Island was very dense, it was even denser than Flying Snow Island and at least 3 times denser than the average place in the floating continent. Before Yi Qinghan and the group entered the island, they had already paid divine stones. They did not expect that they would have to pay divine stones again to enter a small city. It looked like Peach Blossom Island was a group of god bandits. The rumors were not wrong. After entering the small city, Shaochen discovered that the population of this Peach Blossom Island was really high. The wide streets were filled with people and carriages. Furthermore, the city was actually not empty, there were many cultivators flying in the sky. Yi Qinghan asked Wushan to ask around, and it didn't take him long to find out. Peach Blossom Island had 108 small cities, 12 large cities, and 1 main city. Not long after he went to Wu Mountain, he even bought a map of the island. Yi Qinghan thought to himself that it was the right decision to bring Wu Shan along. He handled these trivial matters well. Needless to say, Yi Qinghan guessed that Yi Sihan was definitely in the main city because the Peach Blossom Venerable was in the main city. His daughter was about to choose a husband and would definitely not go out, so Yi Sihan could only be in the main city. For the sake of not taking the wrong path, Yi Qinghan once again sent Wu Shan to investigate and find out more about Yi Sihan, Yi Tianlong, and Yu Shishui. He had thought that it would be difficult, but in the end, he was able to find out about it easily. City Lord, young master is in the main city. That Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui you mentioned aren't that famous, but young master is quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wu Shan ran over and said with a smile. Before Yi Qinghan came to the island, he had instructed his subordinates to all change the way they addressed him. Don't call him master or young master. Why was it better to call him city lord when he was going to see his son? Now that he heard Wu Shan's words, he was incomparably shocked. Yi Qinggu, who was beside him, also nervously grabbed onto Yi Qinghan's robes and looked at Wu Shan, waiting for his explanation. Young master was accepted as an in-name disciple by the Peach Blossom Venerable a few months ago. How could the people on Peach Blossom Island not know about him? The Peach Blossom Venerable doesn't have many disciples, only 3. Although he has many in-name disciples, he is still quite famous on Peach Blossom Island. Wu Shan's eyebrows were full of joy. This young master was quite good, to actually become the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. Like father like son. However, Yi Qinghan wasn't happy at all. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. According to Lord Devour's information, Yi Sihan had been on Peach Blossom Island for quite some time. Why did he only become an apprentice now? It seemed like he wanted to marry the little princess, but he didn't have anything to rely on. He could only think of a way to become an apprentice and increase his status. Only then would he be qualified to compete with the young masters of the famous sects. Yi Qinghan could imagine that Yi Sihan, who wasn't very powerful and had no background, wanted to become a toad trying to eat a swan's meat. He was distressed and thought of thousands of ways, but in the end, he could only think of a way to get closer to the Peach Blossom Venerable. This child had really suffered. As a father, he was really a failure. Without stopping at the small city, Yi Qinghan directly led his people out of the city. They went straight out of the city according to the location on the map. In the end, once they left the city, they encountered something that made them feel very helpless. They had to collect divine stones to leave the city. Along the way, they didn't dare to enter the city anymore. When they saw a city, they immediately flew away. It wasn't that they couldn't bear to part with the divine stones, but it was very troublesome and made them very uncomfortable. After flying for half a day, the sky was completely dark. Only then did they see a huge majestic city in front of them. Although Yinling, and the others were there, which slowed them down a lot, they could still see that this Peach Blossom Island was incomparably huge. 100 million divine stones per person. Yi Qinghan was still looking at the 3 big words, Peach Blossom City, on the city wall when the guard's voice came from the city gate, causing everyone to frown. Motherf *Ker. Did the Peach Blossom Venerable open a black city? 100 million divine stones per person to enter the city? This was daylight robbery, give it to him. Before entering the city, Yi Qinghan was already very uncomfortable with the Peach Blossom Venerable. Even if he wasn't the one who gave the order to collect divine stones, like leader, like subordinates. If the Peach Blossom Venerable wasn't a greedy person, he definitely wouldn't let his subordinates mess around like this. After entering the city, they saw that there were even more people in Peach Blossom Island. The buildings were also more imposing, and the design of the city was similar to that of Beacon Smoke Prefecture. It was clearly built according to the specifications of a prefecture city. After asking Wu Shan to inquire about Yi Sihan's whereabouts, Yi Qinghan and the others walked to the plaza and checked in at a very high-class restaurant, Minghua Court, next to the plaza. Minghua Court's fees were very high, but Yi Qinghan was already numb to it. The people in this godforsaken place were all vampires. Li Shu'ei, and Yinling, were here to have fun, so of course he wouldn't let them pay for their divine stones. Anyway, he didn't lack divine stones, so he could just treat it as feeding the dogs. Wu Shan returned very quickly. Before Yi Qinghan could say anything, Yi Qinggu and the others immediately surrounded him. Wu Shan didn't even say anything before he started asking all sorts of questions. Don't worry, madams, mayor, I've found out where the young master lives. He's in the southern district, I'll take you to him now. Wu Shan smiled bitterly and cupped his hands at everyone. Fireworks, go rest at Miss Shui's place. Also, tell Master Li Haiyu that we're going out for a while. Let's go. Yi Qinghan immediately stood up and gestured to the Wind Emperor. He then hurriedly led the others out. After leaving the Minghua court, Yi Qinghan and the others immediately took off and flew towards the southern district under Wu Shan's lead. However, Yi Qinghan asked everyone to restrain their aura. They were in someone else's territory, and there were many strong people here. If they were too high profile, they could easily get into trouble. The southern district was very big, and the courtyards near the plaza were all very big. Yi Qinghan was secretly wondering how Yi Sihan and the others had so many divine stones to buy a courtyard, but after flying for a while, he realized that the courtyard in front of them had become very small. After flying for a while longer, the courtyard in front of them had become so small that it couldn't even be considered a courtyard anymore. Wu Shan finally stopped. He turned around and said respectfully, Mayor, he should be in this area. Let's go down. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, and the group flew down. The courtyard here was very small, probably only 2 or 3 rooms. There was an empty space in front of them, and all the courtyards were exactly the same. Many of the courtyards had light blue barriers activated, and divine senses couldn't penetrate it at all. Wu Shan, which courtyard? Yi Qinghan scanned with his divine sense and shouted at Wu Shan. It should be called Yi Family Castle. As soon as Wu Shan finished speaking, Yi Qinghan immediately extended his divine sense limitlessly. Finally, a few thousand meters ahead, he saw a courtyard with the words, Yi Family Castle, written on it. Yi Family Castle, it must be, it must be. Yi Qinggu also felt it. Her entire body began to tremble, and her face was already teary. Yu Qingxing's calm face was also incomparably emotional. Yi Qingyu's eyes were glistening with tears. They had watched Yi Sihan grow up. Even Yi Yaorao was affected by the atmosphere, and her expression became unnatural. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan took the lead and dashed forward. On the other hand, Yi Qinghan's footsteps began to hesitate. Yi Qinghan didn't move, Yi Qinggu felt weak all over, and the others didn't dare to move forward first. Yi Qinghan began to slowly walk towards the courtyard. His footsteps were incredibly heavy, and the corners of his eyes were slightly moist. His emotions were also growing more and more emotional. Boom! Suddenly, just as they were about to approach the courtyard, the sound of an energy explosion rang out from within. Then, Yi Qinghan heard Yi Qinghan bellow angrily. Next, a figure flew out of the courtyard's gates, blood wildly spraying from his mouth. His eyes were bulging with rage. It was Yi Qinghan. Azure Ox, are you all right? Azure Ox, don't be rash. Grandpa Azure Ox, don't come in yet. 2 familiar voices and a slightly urgent young voice drifted over. Yi Qinghan's mind instantly went blank. The 2 familiar voices belonged to Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui. Calling Yi Qinghan grandpa? Who else could it be but Yi Sihan? Boom! In the next second, Yi Qinghan's mind was instantly filled with boundless rage. A strange black saber suddenly appeared in his hand, and his eyes turned blood red. With a furious roar, he actually dashed towards the courtyard in front of him at lightning speed. City Lord, don't be rash. This is Peach Blossom City. Everyone, charge with me. Wu Shan, send a message to Lihe City Lord. The Wind Emperor was shocked. Yi Qinghan was actually so rash. A soul cultivator didn't even use a soul skill. Instead, he used a saber to attack people. Furthermore, he actually dared to use the Slaughter God saber in Peach Blossom City. His figure flickered as he charged towards Yi Qinghan. Chapter 864. Yi Qinghan was halfway there when he heard the Wind Thearcha's voice transmission, causing him to be startled awake. This was not the floating continent. He hurriedly kept the slaughter god blade and replaced it with a soft sword. He did not stop and directly rushed into the courtyard. The courtyard was very small, so only about 10 people could stand in it. At this moment, there were 7 or 8 people standing in the courtyard. They were all dressed in red battle armor, and their bodies glowed with divine power. Yi Qinghan did not look at them. Instead, he locked his gaze on the 3 people at the door of the small hall in front of him. One of them was dressed in black battle armor. His body was skinny, and his old, rigid face was filled with anger. Another was dressed in a white robe. His beauty was still as gentle as water. The last one looked like a 14 or 15-year-old youth. He was dressed in a white robe, and his appearance was unusually handsome. However, his body was a little skinny. His eyes were currently locked onto Yi Qinghan, who had just rushed in. Yi Qinghan and that youth looked at each other. Their bodies trembled at the same time, and their eyes lit up. Yi Qinghan immediately recognized that this youth was Yi Sihan. They looked too alike, just a little more handsome. Yi Sihan had seen pictures of Yi Qinghan since she was young. Although Yi Qinghan's appearance had matured a little, it had not changed much. How could she not recognize him? Time seemed to stop at this moment. Everyone around them seemed to have disappeared. All that was left was this father and son pair that they had met for the first time in decades. A few drops of tears appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He felt an indescribable sourness in his heart. Meanwhile, Yi Sihan's body began to tremble, and a trace of hatred appeared in her eyes. Yi Qinghan could clearly see the hatred in her eyes. Little Han? Yi Tianlong's body also began to tremble slightly. His lips trembled a few times before he finally called out. Yu Shishui's beautiful eyes also lit up, and she began to look outside the door. Where did this little god king come from? Get out! A sudden voice rang out, ruining the atmosphere in the courtyard. Yi Qinghan felt a sense of danger in his heart. His eyes swept to the left and he saw a martial artist in red armor attacking his head with divine power in his hand. Yi Qinghan didn't move. He just coldly snorted and quickly sent a message to Yi Tianlong. He didn't ask anything, just the identity of these people. Xiao. The Wind Emperor rushed over, but without Yi Qinghan's orders, he could only receive the red-armored martial artist's attack with one hand. Bang! An explosion rang out. The Wind Emperor was completely unscathed, but the attacking martial artist bounced back. Xiao. Tian Shen had also arrived with his men. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but each of them was a peak rank 6. In an instant, they surrounded the 7 or 8 people in the field. Sihan. The courtyard could no longer hold so many people. Yi Qingwu and the others flew into the courtyard. When they saw Yi Sihan in the main hall, they ignored everything else and flew into the main hall. Yu Qingcheng, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Yaorao also followed. Even though there were 7 or 8 red-armored martial artists, their leader was only a 6th rank, 6, so they naturally didn't dare to move. Mother, aunts, Yi Sihan didn't dare to recognize Yi Qinghan, but when she saw Yi Qingwu and the others, she could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. She directly knelt before them, but she still suppressed her emotions and didn't allow herself to cry. When Yu Qingsheng and Yu Shishui saw each other, their faces were also filled with tears. Yi Tianlong's eyes were already brimming with tears, but he still looked outside worriedly. The red-armored martial artists realized that something was wrong. There weren't many people in this group, but the light in their eyes made it seem as if they were dead people. The war god was a little anxious. He quickly sent a message, then said to the Wind Emperor, "Who are you?" "We are from the Flying Snow Island. You dare to attack us? Our young master is in the city. Are you tired of living?" Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong didn't receive any useful information through the transmission. They only said that these people had suddenly barged in and ridiculed Yi Sihan, telling her to withdraw from the betrothal contest, or else she wouldn't even know how she died. When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was infuriated. The hatred in Yi Sihan's eyes was very obvious, and it deeply touched him. When he heard this person's clamor, he became even more enraged. He waved his hand and angrily said to the Wind Emperor, "Take them all down." Buzz. When the Wind Emperor saw that Yi Qinghan and Yi Tianlong had communicated for a while, he thought that Yi Qinghan had figured out the situation, so he didn't hold back. He opened his god's domain, and his power pressed down. At the same time, the 6 grade 6 war gods also pressed down. Their figures flickered a few times, and a few of the 7 or 8 red-clothed experts were instantly sent flying. The war god could only last a few rounds under the Wind Emperor's suppression before his divine crystal was sealed away by the Wind Emperor. Throw them all outside. Tianchen, send some people to keep an eye on them. You guys stand guard outside. Wind Emperor, come in with me. Yi Qinghan calmly waved his hand. Today, he had acted very domineeringly and arrogantly, as if he wanted to show off in front of his son. Yes, City Lord. Tianchen and the others gave a low roar, then decisively carried a few people out. The sudden reversal of the situation outside stunned Yi Tianlong and Yi Shishui. Even Yi Sihan turned to stare at Yi Qinghan in astonishment. When Tianchen and the others respectfully called out, "City Lord," the 3 of them were even more shocked. They stared at Yi Qinghan, who was striding in a daze. Grandson Yi Qinghan pays his respects to grandfather and senior Shishui. Yi Qinghan bowed to Yi Tianlong and Yi Shishui, then turned to look at the skinny youth in front of him. To his surprise, Yi Sihan turned her head to the side. It was obvious that she didn't like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was silent for a moment. He didn't get angry. Instead, he said in a low voice, "My name is Yi Qinghan. I'm your old man, your father. Perhaps you don't want to acknowledge me as your father, but what cannot be changed is that we share the same blood. What happened all those years ago, don't blame your mother and aunt for being vicious. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being useless. Today, I have come with my sincerity. I want to acknowledge you as my son. I can satisfy any request you have, as long as I can do it." Yi Sihan didn't say anything, nor did she turn around. Her body trembled even more violently, but she still didn't cry. Yi Qinghan felt a wave of helplessness. He knew that anyone would find it hard to accept the sudden appearance of a father. Hua. Yi Qinghan was silent. He wondered why the people of the Flying Snow Island had come to threaten Yi Sihan. Didn't Lord Devour say that he had sent people to protect them? Just as he was about to ask Yi Tianlong about the situation, the sound of something flying came from outside. Then, Tianchen's transmission arrived. Many warriors had arrived, led by 7th grade war gods. "Stay inside and don't come out." Yi Qinghan's expression darkened. With a wave of his hand, a large golden door appeared in the hall. Instantly, several 6th grade war gods emerged to guard the hall. Only then did Yi Qinghan walk out with the Wind Emperor. Whoosh! Tonight, the southern district was bustling with activity. Countless barriers were activated, and countless warriors flew out, sending their divine senses in this direction. In the distance, 3 groups of people were flying in this direction at high speed. Their auras were overwhelming, and the entire southern district was alarmed. Chapter 865. Bring them along. Tianchen, you go into the sky. Since they were here to help his son find a husband, Yi Qinghan did not intend to keep a low profile. He ordered Tianchen to bring his men into the sky. Tianchen then escorted the warriors in red armor into the sky. The Wind Emperor and Yi Qinghan stood in the courtyard. Both of them released their divine senses and waited for the approaching troops. Yi Qinghan had seen one of the 3 groups of people before. In front of them, there were 3 mighty dragon horse chariots. Nearby, there were dozens of strong martial artists surrounding them. It was a grand display of extravagance and momentum. Yi Qinghan had seen these 3 dragon horse chariots on the Flying Snow Island. They were young Master Fei Li's chariots. The other troop was flying in the sky. They were all wearing gray armor and holding battle axes. Yi Qinghan had seen this kind of attire before. They were the guards of the Peach Blossom Island. However, this troop was flying very slowly, as if they wanted to observe for a while. The last troop was obviously Li He's group. However, Yi Qinghan immediately transmitted his voice to them, telling them not to come over and to observe from afar. Yi Qinghan did not have to worry about the guards of the Peach Blossom Island. Although he had heard that the soldiers of the Peach Blossom Venerable were greedy, they were still reasonable. As long as they were reasonable, there was nothing to be afraid of. As for greed, that was the problem with the divine stones. Chi! The 3 dragon horse chariots stopped in the sky. The warriors surrounding the chariots also lined up. They were surrounded by divine power, their expressions gloomy, and their auras condensed. 2 experts walked down from the 2 chariots next to them. From their auras, Yi Qinghan could tell that they were 7th grade war gods. After the 2 7th grade war gods got off the chariots, they did something strange. They knelt down on one knee toward the chariot in the middle. The dozens of experts beside them also knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, young master." The shouts of the dozens of experts instantly spread throughout the southern district. Even the entire Peach Blossom Island was startled. The cultivators in the nearby courtyards all looked at the carriage in the middle with incomparable shock and envy. Is this the young master of a super clan? Even his entrance is so grand. A beautiful white hand reached out and pulled open the bead curtain in front of the chariot. An incomparably beautiful woman walked out and knelt beside the chariot. She pulled the bead curtain and leaned her head on the front of the chariot. "Get up." Only then did a lazy voice come from within the chariot. Then, an exceptionally handsome young man dressed in luxurious clothing walked out. His eyelids were drooping, and his movements were elegant and indifferent. It was as if everything in front of him was so ordinary, and there was not the slightest bit of pretense. "Young master, please take a seat." One of the experts waved his hand, and a resplendent chair surrounded by clouds appeared in the air, giving off a rainbow-colored light, waiting for the young master to sit down. The maid on the chariot immediately stood up. She handed over a cup of fine wine and a snow-white silk handkerchief. The young cultivators below were both envious and jealous of such a luxurious lifestyle. Young Master Fei Li elegantly wiped the wine off the corner of his mouth. He did not even look around. Then, he raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Tian Chen. He said indifferently, "Tell Yi Sihan to come out and see me." Of course, young Master Fei Li knew about Yi Sihan. In fact, he was the one who gave the order tonight. He did not expect that a group of people would actually come out to help this little trash. His words were very clever. He purposely ignored the people in the air and treated Tian Chen and the others as Yi Sihan's servants. Firstly, he could drive a wedge between these people and Yi Sihan. Secondly, he could clearly suppress Yi Sihan in terms of aura. Show off? Humph. Yi Qinghan smiled coldly and transmitted his voice into the Carefree Pavilion. Instantly, countless experts appeared from inside. Even the 49 demonic beasts flew out. All the experts unleashed their divine power, and their aura covered the sky. The 49 demonic beasts' aura soared into the sky, and their ferocious and terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire Peach Blossom City. Xiao. Ao. The Wind Emperor took the lead and unleashed his aura. He brought dozens of experts and flew into the sky. Then, the 49 demonic beasts also quickly rose into the sky. All the demonic beasts roared at the same time, shaking the entire Peach Blossom City. Countless top experts in the city quickly scanned the area with their divine senses. There were even more people who flew out from their courtyards and inns. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable released his divine sense at this moment and instantly locked onto this side. Countless figures instantly soared into the sky and surged over. Sihan, go up. Don't be afraid. Remember, your status is different now. You are the son of Yi Qinghan. You are the young master of the Fire Dragon City. This young master Fei Li is nothing. If he wants to fight, just fight with him. Yi Qinghan looked indifferently at the stunned Yi Sihan and shouted in a deep voice. The arrogance in his eyes was obvious. When he saw that Yi Sihan was still somewhat afraid, his expression turned cold and he said angrily, "Do you still want to marry the little princess of Peach Blossom City? If you have stage fright today, you will lose this opportunity forever. Go on. Even if the sky breaks, I will hold it up for you." Yi Sihan looked deeply at Yi Qinghan. Then, she clenched her teeth and stomped her feet before flying out of the courtyard. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and ignored what was happening in the sky. Instead, he started to discuss the details of the marriage contest with Yi Tianlong, as well as the things they had encountered in the past few years. "Greetings, young city lord." The Wind Emperor had received Yi Qinghan's voice projection long ago. When he saw Yi Sihan fly over, he immediately knelt on one knee and shouted. What shocked everyone in the city was that the 49 demonic beasts also roared at the sky and knelt down on one knee. Their huge heads were lowered heavily, and their movements were extremely orderly. It was obvious that they were welcoming Yi Sihan. At this moment, countless experts locked onto the cultivators here with their divine senses. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable in the city lord's residence was stunned. The Wind Emperor and dozens of experts were not surprised. However, the actions of the 49 demonic beasts were unbelievable. They were indeed demonic beasts. It was easy for an expert to subdue 1 or 2 demonic beasts. However, this was a total of 49 peak rank, 6 demonic beasts. Furthermore, they were demonic beasts that looked exactly the same. Even if a venerable wanted to subdue a group of demonic beasts as his subordinates, where would he find so many demonic beasts of the same species and strength? This was too extravagant. Young city lord? What city's young city lord? No matter who the city lord was. However, Yi Sihan was destined to become famous in Peach Blossom City today. It was very obvious. Yi Sihan's extravagance had suppressed young master Fei Li. Furthermore, Fei Li's subordinates addressed him as young master, but Yi Sihan addressed him as young city lord. There was a difference between young master and young city lord or young clan head. Although young master Fei Li was doted on Feishu Island, he was the successor of the city lord. The city lord did not appear, but the young city lord's extravagance was already so grand. It was obvious that this city was not an ordinary one. Actually, Yi Sihan was also shocked by this extravagance. However, she pretended to be calm on the surface. She looked at young master Fei Li for a long time before saying coldly, "What's the matter?" Chapter 866. Let go of my people. Young master Fei Li's expression did not change. Even though his aura was suppressed, his aura had been nurtured since he was young. He did not lose his composure. His tone was still indifferent, but in his heart, he was secretly cursing the 18 generations of female relatives of the person who collected information on Yi Sihan. Yi Sihan was silent. Her face did not show any expression. She seemed to be thinking. Yi Qinghan looked down and sighed. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission over to give some instructions. After receiving Yi Qinghan's transmission, Yi Sihan raised her head and said coldly, "You are not going to give an explanation?" Because he was too nervous, he was stuttering. Fortunately, his expression was cold, so no one could see through his inner thoughts. "What explanation do you want?" Young master Fei Li saw that Yi Sihan seemed to be a bit timid, so he glanced at Yi Qinghan. Then, he glanced at the Peach Blossom Island's guard leader, who was standing in the distance and had yet to come over. The Peach Blossom Island's guard leader pretended not to see young master Fei Li's gaze. With such a big commotion here, the Peach Blossom sovereign would definitely know. He didn't dare to move, so he could only wait for the sovereign's instructions. After being glanced at by young master Fei Li, Yi Sihan's heart trembled. She did not know how to reply. Yi Qinghan sighed again. It seemed that this son of his had a low self-esteem and was a bit reserved. It was probably because he was not by his side that he became more introverted. He hurriedly transmitted a message. Yi Sihan then said, "Everyone, break one of your own arms." Hua. Soft murmurs came from all around, expressing the shock in everyone's hearts. Even though Yi Sihan had a bit of fame in Peach Blossom City, this fame was only because she was the Peach Blossom Venerable's in-name disciple. However, young Master Fei Li was different. He was the young master of Flying Snow Island, and his name shook the Star Sea. Now that Yi Sihan had such an attitude, wasn't this clearly humiliating young Master Fei Li? It seemed that today was going to be a lively day. At this moment, the Peach Blossom Venerable did not say anything, and the guards of Peach Blossom Manor did not move. This meant that the Peach Blossom Venerable had tacitly approved of the confrontation between the two. Young Master Flying Snow's face turned slightly red. Those who were familiar with him would know that this prince's mood was terrible. He was on the verge of exploding. Fei Li's side did not have as many people as Yi Qinghan's side, but they had two 7th-grade war gods on their side. In comparison, their strength was almost the same, or even slightly stronger. His subordinates had received a secret message saying that the Peach Blossom Little Princess and Yi Sihan had been in contact before. They had even searched for treasures together and stayed together for a year and a half. Although Fei Li wasn't sure if the two of them had feelings for each other, he had to be cautious. He decisively sent out a few of his subordinates to force Yi Sihan out of Peach Blossom Island. Who would have thought that a group of experts would suddenly appear, and Yi Sihan would even become the young city lord? Yi Sihan was even more unwilling to give them face now that her people had been captured. If this went on, he would lose all his face. How were they supposed to find a husband without face? After pondering for a moment, he made his decision. He calmly raised his head and received the wine from the maidservant. He once again took a snow-white handkerchief and wiped his face. He turned to look at Yi Sihan and said, "Are you planning to start a war with my Flying Snow Island?" Yi Sihan became even more apprehensive. She did not dare to reply. Young Master Fei Li was very smart. He directly mentioned Flying Snow Island and Paragon Flying Snow. Start a war with paragons? Of course, Yi Sihan did not have the guts to do so. It should be known that the entire South Sea was under the influence of the 3 great paragons. Who would dare to become enemies with them? Who would dare to start a war with them? Sigh. Yi Qinghan slightly frowned. This son of his did not look foolish, but he had not seen much of the world. He was frightened by just a few words. He hurriedly transmitted a message. However, Yi Sihan was still hesitant. In the end, she clenched her teeth and said, "If you can represent Flying Snow Island, then let's start a war." Hua. This time, not only the nearby small warriors, but the entire Peach Blossom City was shocked. Young Master Fei Li naturally could not represent Paragon Flying Snow. However, since Yi Sihan said this, it was clear that the power on his side was not afraid of Paragon Flying Snow. Which city's young city lord was this? How could he be so confident? Young Master Fei Li turned silent. He did not dare to reply, but he had no choice but to start a war. He had already said this much. If he did not start a war, not only would he fail in this marriage, he would not be able to raise his head in the entire Star Sea. Xiao. Countless figures shot out from a huge restaurant in the distance. There were close to 100 people, and they were rapidly flying over. Leading the group were 2 7th-grade war gods. Not long after, they flew over and actually cupped their hands towards young Master Fei Li. After that, they silently stood behind young Master Fei Li. This group of people did not come over just now. Now that they rushed over, it was clear that they intended to participate in the war. Young Master Fei Li was not surprised by the arrival of these people. They were originally strong reinforcements that he had roped in previously. The momentum of young Master Fei Li's side completely suppressed Yi Qinghan's side. Young Master Flying Snow indifferently nodded towards the 2 experts who led the group. Only then did he turn around and stared at Yi Sihan. He revealed a mocking smile and said, "Are you sure you want to start a war?" "Humph. Are you comparing numbers?" Yi Qinghan indifferently smiled and transmitted a message to Li He and Yu Piapiao. At the same time, he waved his hand and kept everyone into the combat Imperial Palace. He then slowly flew up. Li He and Upia Piao were originally watching the show from a distance. At this moment, when they received Yi Qinghan's transmission, they immediately used their god energy and rushed over. Upia Piao and the others even unfolded their wings and directly revealed the name of the Rain Butterfly clan. The name of the Rain Butterfly clan had indeed shocked everyone. The king of the Rain Butterfly clan was a famous paragon in the deity world. His speed was definitely one of the top amongst paragons. And for Li He to fly in front of Upia Piao, it also let everyone know that he was also a subordinate of a paragon. Otherwise, he would not be qualified to fly together with Upia Piao, let alone in front. Greetings, City Master. The moment Yi Qinghan appeared, Wind Emperor immediately led his people to bow and pay their respects. Their attitude was incomparably respectful. Li He and Upia Piao flew over and cupped their hands in greeting too. Instantly, everyone's attention shifted to Yi Qinghan. Big brother Yi, just this good-for-nothing young master wants to start a war with you? Slap him to death. Yin Linger had a pair of 5-colored wings behind her back. She intimately flew towards Yi Qinghan and shouted loudly. It was as if she wished for the world to be in chaos. Li Shuai Air and Little Fireworks also had a fearless look as if they were hoping to watch a good show. The appearance of Li Shuai Air, Yin Linger, and Little Fireworks had brightened the eyes of the nearby warriors. That is the little princess of the Rain Butterfly clan. That one in white is the little princess of the Li clan. That one with horns on his head is probably from the Lei clan of the Misty Continent. Huh, it's going to be lively this time. He actually provoked so many big shots. This time, young Master Fei Li won't dare to make a move, right? The king of the Rain Butterfly clan has announced that if anyone dares to touch a single hair on her daughter, she will lead millions of experts of the Rain Butterfly clan to chase him to the nefarious abyss. Shoo! Lower your voice. The Rain Butterfly clan is nothing. Don't you know Paragon Li Quan's temper? Back then, he only had the strength of a 7th-grade war god, but he already slaughtered everywhere in the Star Sea. The number of experts that have died in his hands is uncountable. Who is this green-robed young divine king? He is actually the city master. Could he be Yi Sihan's father? Divine King Realm Strength? He actually has so many paragon experts as his subordinates? The city instantly became noisy. The people of the Li clan and the Rain Butterfly clan were no strangers to the Star Sea. Both sides were openly helping Yi Qinghan, which made the situation even more complicated. Who are you? The blush on young Master Fei Li's face deepened. The situation was out of his control. He was indeed a young master of the Flying Snow Island, but his status was incomparable to Yin Linger and Li Shuai. He wasn't the only young master on the Flying Snow Island. Of course, he could tell that Yi Qinghan was the leader. Therefore, he looked at Yi Qinghan and asked, "Who am I?" You don't have the qualifications to know. Yi Qinghan glanced at young Master Fei Li indifferently. His attitude was extremely arrogant and overbearing. He didn't leave any face for young Master Fei Li. Since he had decided to help Yi Sihan gain some face, he was naturally prepared to tear off his own face. Young Master Fei Li's face instantly turned from red to black. He raised the wine cup and was about to smash it down angrily. However, a wave of spatial fluctuations attracted his attention, causing him to stop what he was doing. It also attracted the attention of everyone else. A green figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Since it could teleport, it was needless to say that it was a paragon. But, wasn't there only one paragon in the Peach Blossom Island? This time, it was a woman. Her entire body looked very hazy, but her eyes were dazzlingly bright. She was obviously not the Peach Blossom paragon. Who was she? You are indeed not qualified to know the name of my young master. The woman glanced at young Master Fei Li indifferently. It was just a glance, but it made the paragon and young Master Fei Li feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Then, under countless shocked gazes, she cupped her hands towards Yi Qinghan and said respectfully, "Mo Xiao Xiao pays her respects to young Master Yi, pays her respects to young Master Yi." Chapter 867. Mo Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance completely shocked the entire Peach Blossom City. There was no doubt that Venerables were awesome. The entire South Sea Islands were shrouded in the might of the three Venerables. No one dared to oppose them. However, today, another Venerable appeared, and this Venerable was someone else's subordinate? Young Master Fei Li's lips turned pale. The current situation was no longer a matter of face. Even if Yi Qinghan's men killed him today, what could his old man do? His family had a Venerable, but someone else had a Venerable as a subordinate. Without a stronger Venerable or sovereign, how could he order them around? My lord, Mayor, young master. My young master said that he failed to recognize Mount Tai. He will not meddle in the matter between you and young Master Fei Li again. He will come to apologize in the future. A 7th grade war god behind young Master Fei Li suddenly spoke. This was the powerful reinforcement that young Master Fei Li had recruited. Seeing that the situation was not good, he immediately prepared to retreat. Mo Xiaoxiao did not speak. Yi Qinghan nodded indifferently, waved his hand at the 7th grade war god, and said, "Go, tell your young master not to stand up for people with bad character. He will get himself into trouble sooner or later." The two 7th grade war gods immediately cupped their hands in obeisance. Their expressions were extremely respectful. Then, without bidding farewell to young Master Fei Li, they flew away with their subordinates. Young Master Fei Li also wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He knew that if he did not pay something today, he might pay with his life in the end. However, he reckoned that Yi Qinghan would not kill him, but he did not know if Yi Qinghan would save him some face. Li He and Yu Piapiao were shocked when they saw Mo Xiaoxiao. They all knew Mo Xiaoxiao, and Li He had even met her once. She was a very loyal subordinate of Lord Devour, a powerful general. Back then, Lord Devour had instructed her to do what happened in Dancing Phoenix City. However, after that incident, she went to the floating city to admit her guilt. Eventually, she was sent to the first-class baleful Een stream. Unexpectedly, she was released after only a few decades. Moreover, she had broken through to 8th grade. Yi Qinghan was not surprised by Mo Xiaoxiao's appearance, because he had received Mo Xiaoxiao's sound transmission when he was in the yard. Just send him a voice transmission and tell him to do as he pleases. However, he did not expect Mo Xiaoxiao to cause such a huge commotion, nor did he expect her to break through to the Venerable Realm. It seemed that Mo Xiaoxiao wanted to make the decision herself. Lord Devour had ordered her to help Yi Sihan marry the little princess to make up for Yi Sihan's suffering. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked her to stay here to protect her. Yi Qinghan didn't hold back. It was his habit all along. If he didn't want to make trouble, he would make it bigger. Therefore, he raised his hand and looked at young Master Fei Li. "Do you think you can give me an explanation now?" Oh, young Master Fei Li took the snow-white handkerchief from the handmaiden beside him. This time, he wasn't using it to wipe the wine stains from the corner of his mouth. Instead, he was subconsciously wiping the wine stains from his forehead. His hands were trembling slightly. Yi Qinghan's aura was strong, but when he looked at Yi Qinghan, he felt like he was looking at his old man. Just a glance from her was enough to make him feel a little breathless. "Sir, what kind of explanation do you want?" After a long while, young Master Fei Li finally controlled his emotions and opened his mouth. However, he still accidentally trembled when he spoke. "Let them go." Yi Qinghan turned his head and said to Tianqin. Tianqin waved his hand and directly threw these people over. Young Master Fei Li's subordinates immediately flew out to catch these people. When young Master Fei Li saw this, not only was he not happy, his expression became even more gloomy. "Cut off one of your arms and this matter will end here." As expected, what young Master Fei Li was worried about happened. Yi Qinghan didn't give him any face and directly cut off his arm. If he really cut off his arm today, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in the Star Sea in the future. But, what could he do? Buzz! There was another ripple in the air. When they saw who it was, young Master Fei Li's people instantly heaved a sigh of relief. The person who came was wearing a gray lace robe and looked like a middle-aged man. There was a neat long beard on his chin and his face was gentle and refined, giving people a sense of familiarity. "Greetings, Venerable." When the peach blossom guards in the distance saw this person, they immediately flew over and knelt on one knee. Many of the nearby Peach Blossom Island's residents also knelt and bowed respectfully. "The main character is here." Yi Qinghan's eyes narrowed slightly and a faint smile appeared on his face. He had gone overboard today to lure this person out. However, he didn't go over immediately and only looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable with a faint smile. The Peach Blossom Venerable was full of smiles and didn't pay attention to young Master Fei Li. Instead, he looked at Yi Qinghan and said with a smile, "An esteemed guest has arrived. As the host, I apologize for not going out to greet you. May I know your name?" Yi Qinghan was waiting for this sentence. He hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting, though he transmitted back, "He, Venerable is too polite. I am Yi Qinghan, the Fire Dragon City Master. This time, I have specially come for the matter of my son, Yi Sihan. I have just arrived today and wanted to immediately pay my respects to Sir Venerable. Who would have thought that there would be a small misunderstanding, and I have let this matter go. So it is City Master Yi." City Master Ye's name has spread far and wide. Currently, half of the Star Sea is discussing about the grand event of Fire Dragon City. Now that I have met City Master Yi, the rumors are not as good as meeting face to face. City Master Yi is indeed a dragon among men. How about you give me some face today and let this matter go? Paragon Flying Snow and I have a little friendship. The Peach Blossom Venerable revealed an expression of as expected. The smile on his face became even wider. He then glanced at young Master Fei Li before transmitting over. "All right." Yi Qinghan naturally took advantage of the situation and stepped down. He looked at young Master Fei Li and said, "Today, I will give Paragon face and you can go." Young Master Fei Li relaxed. He hurriedly bowed and thanked the Peach Blossom Venerable. He did not dare to put on an ostentatious show anymore. He kept the three mighty chariots before rapidly flying into the distance. Yi Qinghan gave him face. Furthermore, he mentioned Peach Blossom Venerable by name. The Peach Blossom Venerable was in a good mood. He politely waved his hand towards the crowd, "The few of you have come from afar. Come, let's go to my Peach Blossom little house. Today, I want to have a good drink with everyone. We are just about to pay a visit to Paragon to thank Paragon for taking care of my son these few years." Yi Qinghan lowered his stance. He was here to seek marriage, so he naturally had to give face to his in-laws. The Peach Blossom Venerable did not teleport. Instead, he just brought everyone and flew towards the back of the City Master residence. There was a huge courtyard behind the City Master residence. This courtyard was much bigger than the Dripping Water Pavilion, and the words Peach Blossom Little House were written on it. This made Yi Qinghan and the others feel uncomfortable. The interior of the Peach Blossom Little House was very luxurious. The scenery was exceptionally beautiful. There was also a super large inner lake. Rows of imposing buildings were built around the inner lake. Countless maids were walking back and forth inside. It was comparable to a flourishing large tribe. The Peach Blossom Venerable brought everyone into the largest hall in the middle. Rows of beautiful maids immediately came in and served fragrant tea and all sorts of spirit fruits and snacks. The decorations in the hall were also very luxurious. Many precious treasures were hung on the surrounding walls. The intention of showing off was very obvious. After exchanging some pleasantries, Yi Qinghan had already determined the Peach Blossom Venerable's preferences through his observations along the way. This person was indeed the same as the rumors. He loved treasures, wanted face, and liked to put on a show. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not waste any time. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade box from his spatial ring and handed it over. He directly stated his intentions. "Venerable, you have taken care of my son for so many years. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Furthermore, I solemnly represent Fire Dragon City to request a marriage alliance with the Peach Blossom Island. My son has always liked your daughter. If Venerable is willing to part with your treasure, Yi Qinghan will definitely repay you generously. Chapter 868. The moment Yi Qinghan spoke, Yi Sihan's eyes lit up. She looked at the peach blossom Venerable with hope, her face flushed with excitement. City Lord Yi, you are too polite. Sihan is a good child. She managed to cultivate to the divine general realm at such a young age. Furthermore, she comprehended the destruction Dao. Her future achievements are limitless. City Lord Yi, like father, like son. The peach blossom Venerable didn't reply. He just smiled and turned to Yi Sihan to perform. Yi Sihan became even more excited when she heard that. She thought that the matter was settled and was about to stand up to thank the peach blossom Venerable. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan shot her a look and stopped her impulsive actions. Yi Qinghan had heard such polite words many times, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled faintly. As he expected, the peach blossom Venerable tossed something to a maidservant. The maidservant took it and immediately turned to enter the inner room. It was obvious that she saw what Yi Qinghan had given her as a greeting gift. Yi Qinghan's greeting gift wasn't expensive. It was just 10 top-notch mutated fruits. Of course, this was only to him. According to Yi Qinghan's understanding, these top-notch mutated fruits could only be found in the Sealed God Valley. The mutated fruits unearthed in the Sealed God Valley were only sold in the floating continent. They rarely spread to the Starry Sea. However, one had once been auctioned in the Starry Sea for a high price of several trillion. Yi Qinghan guessed that the peach blossom Venerable would definitely be shocked by his greeting gift. Indeed, after the peach blossom Venerable said a bunch of nonsense, his face suddenly flushed, and the smile in his eyes deepened as he looked at Yi Qinghan. However, to Yi Qinghan's disappointment, the peach blossom Venerable finally gave an answer after beating around the bush for a long time. Half a month later, I will hold a marriage ceremony at the peach blossom residence. City Lord Yi, you know that almost all the young masters of the Star Sea have come this time. If I agree to this, I will be criticized. Moreover, this is the opinion of my daughter. However, I promise to consider City Lord Ye's suggestion carefully. I also admire Lady Jianghu very much. Yi Qinghan was not too disappointed. The peach blossom Venerable was a master that would not act unless it saw a rabbit, so it would definitely wait for the best offer. Since the betrothal contest was going to be so grand, it definitely wouldn't be settled with just a few words from him and a few mutant fruits. Yi Qinghan already felt very good to be able to get these words. He quickly got up and excused himself. For some reason, Yi Sihan's complexion was very bad. She stood up with heavy footsteps. This answer clearly disappointed her. Yi Qinghan shot the Wind Emperor a look, and the Wind Emperor hurriedly brought him back. This time, they didn't return to the small courtyard in the southern part of the city. Instead, they went straight to Mingyue Pavilion. Yi Qinghan had Wuxian book a large suite for them, and only then did he transport Yi Qingwu and the others out. Yi Qinghan's actions were obviously effective. Although Yi Sihan didn't really look at him, the resentment in her eyes had already faded quite a bit. Yi Qinghan and Li Hiyu Pia Piao sat at the side, lightly drinking wine. The girls, however, were chattering away, asking Yi Tianlong and Yu Shishui about things that had happened over the years, as well as the betrothal contest. It's useless, it's useless. The Peach Blossom Venerable will never marry Little Peach Blossom to me. The most important thing is Little Peach Blossom's opinion. If he cared about Little Peach Blossom's opinion, he wouldn't have held this betrothal contest. It's useless. Yi Sihan's words attracted Yi Qinghan's attention, and Yi Qingwu and the others stopped asking questions. They began to worry. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. Yi Qingwu hurriedly asked, Sihan, what do you mean by that? Tell us, and we'll think of something. What else can we do? Little Peach Blossom and I are clearly in love, but the Peach Blossom Venerable wants to separate us. You've given him such a valuable gift, but this is his answer. He clearly doesn't want Little Peach Blossom and I to be together. It's been 3 years. I wonder how Little Peach Blossom is doing. After Yi Sihan finished speaking, she lowered her head. No matter how Yi Qinggu asked her, she bit her lip and refused to say another word. Yi Qinggu had no choice but to look worriedly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He only gave Yi Tianlong a look and excused himself to Li He and Yu Piapiao. Then, the two of them walked into a small hall at the side. After entering the small hall, Yi Qinghan carefully inquired about what had happened to Yi Tianlong over these years. Yi Qinghan's brows were tightly knitted together. He sighed, but there was a faint anger in his heart. After Yi Tianlong and the other two ascended to the divine realm, they were teleported to a small tribe in the heavenly demon residence. After that, they were robbed by a group of powerful god bandits in the Star Sea's inner sea. Everyone in the tribe was captured. The three of them weren't strong and couldn't resist. In the end, they were sold as slaves to a treasure-hunting adventurer team in the Star Sea. There were countless myriad god caves in the Star Sea. However, many myriad god caves had all kinds of restrictions and spirit beasts. It was very dangerous. Many treasure-hunting adventurer teams liked to buy low-level martial artists as slaves to search for treasures. They placed memory worms on their bodies and used the slaves' lives to exchange for valuable information. Yi Tianlong and the other two were very lucky. This was because Yi Sihan had a special battle beast, the Ghost Eye Beast. It wasn't a high grade, just rank 8. Furthermore, this battle beast didn't have any offensive or defensive abilities. The only special thing about it was that it had 3 eyes. The eye in the middle was very special. It could detect hidden dangers. With this Ghost Eye Beast, the 3 of them narrowly escaped death many times. In the end, they even found a valuable treasure. They were released by the team leader, who was in a good mood. The 3 of them started to roam the Star Sea's inner sea and suffered a lot. The turning point of their fate was when they met the little princess of Peach Blossom Island. The little princess was called Peach Blossom. She was very beautiful, very kind, and liked to play. Maybe because of her father's influence, she loved to search for treasures. Yi Sihan relied on this strange beast to become a scout in the little princess's treasure hunting party. After the 3 of them joined the little princess's party, their lives changed a lot. The little princess's powerful guards also guaranteed their safety. The beautiful and kind Peach Blossom naturally attracted Yi Sihan's love. It was just that Yi Sihan had a dull personality and was not good at communicating. In addition to the difference in status, she didn't dare to confess. Actually, young Master Fei Li's information was not accurate. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom didn't stay together for a year or 2, but more than 10 years. Furthermore, Yi Sihan almost died a few times for the little princess. Yi Sihan risked her life a few times and won the little princess' heart. However, when the little princess returned to Peach Blossom Island and mentioned this matter to the Peach Blossom Venerable, the Peach Blossom Venerable was furious. He directly locked up the Peach Blossom and announced that he was looking for a groom. Yi Sihan was at the Dark Night Island next to Peach Blossom Island. He wasn't strong enough and couldn't enter Peach Blossom Island. He happily waited for Peach Blossom's news, but he didn't expect that in the end, it was the news of the Star Sea looking for a husband. Yi Sihan sat by the seaside for 10 days and 10 nights. In the end, when Yi Tianlong wasn't paying attention, she sneaked into the sea and stayed at the bottom of the sea for half a year. In the end, she brought back a pile of treasures, among which was a rare ancient scroll. After selling the treasures, Yi Sihan stubbornly went to Peach Blossom Island and used this ancient scroll to ask for a husband. She didn't expect that in the end, she would only get the status of a disciple in name and the right to participate in the looking for a husband. Today, Yi Qinghan caused such a big commotion and even gave out such a huge gift. Yi Sihan thought that she would get a definite answer, but she didn't expect that she would only get a few vague words in the end. Especially the little girl's opinion, that hurt Yi Sihan's heart, which was why she lost her composure. Chapter 869. This Peach Blossom Venerable is really a bastard. How can he auction his daughter's happiness? Yi Qinghan was also vaguely angry. Logically speaking, the Peach Blossom Venerable's daughter should be treated like a treasure. Look at Venerable Li Quan. He could give away half of a prefecture for his daughter. This person's personality has really changed. He's become greedy for treasures. When one's cultivation reached the level of venerable, the origin energy was the greatest treasure. Why would he want these things? This child has suffered too much. I must succeed. I have to pay any price. If I really can't do it, I will do anything. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. His son's happiness was more important than anything. It didn't matter what treasures Yi Qinghan had to pay. If Peach Blossom Venerable was still stubborn, he could only ask Imo Xiaoxiao for help. Yi Qinghan asked Yi Tianlong to go out and comfort Yi Sihan. Yi Qinghan asked Imo Xiaoxiao to come in and discuss with her. Greetings, young master. Imo Xiaoxiao teleported in and smiled at Yi Qinghan. Lord Imo, congratulations on breaking through to Venerable. Also, I haven't had the chance to thank you for dancing Phoenix City. Yi Qinghan stood up and said sincerely. Imo Xiaoxiao still couldn't see her body clearly. Her eyes were frighteningly bright. She smiled and said, Lord Dou instructed me to do this. If you want to thank someone, thank him. Yi Qinghan went straight to the point. Lord, I have a presumptuous request. If this betrothal contest fails, I would like to ask Lord Dou to help me. I wonder if Lord Dou can help me? Sure. Imo Xiaoxiao's answer was very straightforward. It surprised Yi Qinghan. Imo Xiaoxiao's explanation made Yi Qinghan understand. Imo Xiaoxiao smiled and said, Lord Dou instructed me to do my best as long as it's young Master Sihan's matter. However, Lord Dou instructed me not to help you with your own matter. Also, once young Master Sihan's matter is done, I must return to Soul Devourer Manor. Lord Dou's attitude confused Yi Qinghan again. Plus, the incident at the bottom of the sea made Yi Qinghan understand some things. Lord Dou doesn't seem to care about me now. But after thinking about it, Lord Dou didn't care about me other than that time in Flame Dragon City. If he hadn't reached level 8, Lord Devourer would only consider him as a passerby who had a close relationship with Blackie. After discussing some details with Imo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan ignored everything that was happening outside and entered the War Emperor Palace. Only after 15 days did Yi Qinghan come out. Under everyone's hopeful gazes, he didn't say much. He only looked at Yi Sihan solemnly and said, You must remember, even if you lose, don't lose your will. No matter what happens tonight, don't lose your composure and don't let others look down on you. Leave the rest to me. I promise to give you a living peach blossom. Yi Sihan didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Qinghan with a fiery gaze and nodded heavily. The group flew out of Mingyue Court. Before they even reached the cottage, someone came out to greet them from afar. Today's marriage contest was not held in the main hall, but on the grassy field in front of the main hall. Yi Qinghan, Imo Xiaoxiao, and Yi Sihan sat at the front, and behind them were Li Shuai Heir, Yin Ling Heir, Yi Qinggu, and the others. Today's wedding was obviously not as lively as Li Shuai Heir's wedding, but there were many young masters in their prime. Yi Qinghan and his group had obviously become the focus of everyone's attention. Many of them had seen what happened to young Master Fei Li half a month ago with their own eyes. Those who hadn't seen it had heard about it. Many of the young masters present were secretly showing hostility. They clearly saw Yi Sihan as a strong competitor. Of course, there were also countless people looking at Yin Ling, Little Smoke, and the others. Their beauty was simply too outstanding. Little Smoke's looks, Yin Ling's fiery figure, Yu Qingxing's temperament, and Yi Yarao's cold aura easily attracted countless gazes. Buzz. Peach Blossom Venerable teleported with the little princess. Yi Qinghan saw that this peach blossom was as beautiful as a flower. She was dressed in a green robe and looked eccentric. Her delicate aura made people want to love her. When Yi Sihan saw the peach blossom, she immediately became excited. She stood up and was about to rush over. Yi Qinghan quickly pulled her back. Little Peach Blossom's eyes flickered and swept across everyone's eyes. When her eyes landed on Yi Sihan's side, her body trembled slightly. However, she immediately suppressed it. She lowered her head and stood there quietly. Everyone, my daughter is very active. She runs around in the sea all day. She is about the right age. Therefore, I am thinking of finding a good husband to marry. I want him to take care of her and restrain his temper. Therefore, I am taking the liberty to find a husband. If anyone can move my daughter, you can immediately become this venerable son-in-law. Peach Blossom Venerable had a smile on his face. He had a scholarly temperament and would occasionally look at the peach blossom. If Yi Qinghan didn't know the inside story, he would really think that Peach Blossom Venerable truly loved his daughter. Peach Blossom Venerable imitated Li Quan Venerable and reported a matchmaking event. However, it was obviously not as lively as Li Shuai Heir's coming-of-age ceremony. The young masters weren't as excited as that day. The entire matchmaking event was just like an auction in Yi Qinghan's eyes. The auction item was the little Peach Blossom Princess. Greetings to Peach Blossom Venerable. This humble one is Fire Snake Island's Fire Snake. I offer a fire spirit pearl in hopes of marrying the little princess. This humble one is sincere towards the little princess. I hope Venerable can grant my wish. Greetings to Venerable. I am 3 Kill Island's Chow Chali. I offer 2 ancient secret manuals. I hope Island Lord can grant my wish. I met young Lady Peach Blossom on Dark Night Island within 5 years. I was shocked. Greetings to Venerable. One by one, the young masters stood up and brought their clan's treasures to pay their respects. Peach Blossom Venerable said that if the matchmaking event was unsuccessful, all the treasures would be returned. 1 hour later, the few large tables in front of Peach Blossom Venerable were filled with treasures. The entire matchmaking event had turned into a treasure appraisal event. Peach Blossom Venerable was obviously dissatisfied. The smile on his face didn't diminish, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Peach Blossom, who was at the side, lowered her head even more and had a cold expression. Ho! Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief. Although the treasures offered by these young masters weren't bad, none of them were truly precious. As long as it was a normal wedding, Yi Qinghan definitely wouldn't do anything stupid. Sihan, go up and propose. With a flip of his hand, Yi Qinghan took out an extremely large jade box and placed it on the table. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes lit up when Yi Qinghan made his move. The young masters present also stared nervously at the huge jade box on the table, trying to guess what kind of treasure it was. Yi Sihan's body trembled as she looked at Yi Qinghan in disbelief. Under Yi Qinghan's encouraging gaze, she finally picked up the jade box happily and strode forward. Peach Blossom raised her head for the first time and stared at Yi Sihan. Her face was filled with hope and joy. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes also lit up, but he was looking at the jade box in Yi Sihan's hands. Yi Sihan has come to propose. I am willing to swear to the Divine Emperor that if I am fortunate enough to marry Peach Blossom, I am willing to dote on her, love her, and dote on her for the rest of my life. I am willing to give up everything for her, including my life. Yi Sihan didn't mention what treasure she was offering. Instead, she knelt down on one knee and smiled at Peach Blossom. She actually made a Divine Emperor's oath. Her young voice rang out, shocking everyone, including Peach Blossom Venerable. Little Peach Blossom's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Her eyes sparkled with tears, creating a different kind of beauty. After making the oath, Yi Sihan raised the jade box in her hand high and stared coldly at Peach Blossom Venerable. My proposal gift is a supreme divine weapon. The Dragon Source Saber. Gasps could be heard in the surroundings. Even the Peach Blossom Venerable was in disbelief. He knew that Yi Qinghan would make a move today, but he didn't expect it to be so powerful. Even he didn't have a supreme divine weapon. The pile of treasures on the table was nothing compared to this transcendent grade divine artifact. All the young masters' faces turned gloomy. They knew that the marriage contest today had failed. This was simply incomparable. At the same time, countless people looked at Yi Qinghan and secretly admired him. For his son's marriage, he actually took out a priceless treasure. However, was it worth it? It was worth it. Yi Qinghan looked at Peach Blossom and the smile on Yi Sihan's face. He looked at Peach Blossom Venerable's confident gaze. He laughed in his heart. To him, the happiness of his family was more important than anything else. If the War Imperial Palace could give it away, he would have given it to them. Even without this supreme divine weapon, Yi Qinghan had originally planned to take out the slaughter god saber. Buzz! Peach Blossom Venerable immediately opened the jade box, and a dazzling radiance shone out. A strange beast's roar could be heard, and a greenish-black battle saber flew out and was caught by Peach Blossom Venerable. Peach Blossom Venerable was excited as he laughed and looked at Yi Qinghan. City Lord Yi, your heroism is truly shocking. The atmosphere became strange. Yi Sihan walked back with an excited expression, and Peach Blossom no longer lowered his head. The young masters behind him didn't continue to present their treasures. They had already taken out their supreme divine weapons. What else was there to present? Yi Qinghan smiled at Peach Blossom Venerable and didn't pay too much attention to it. His mood was completely relaxed. It seemed like there was no more suspense this time. Swish! Just as Yi Qinghan was waiting for Peach Blossom Venerable to speak, countless war chariots flew over from the sky. These war chariots were much bigger than young Master Fei Li's. The one pulling the chariot was a strange beast that looked like a flaming lion. Its violent aura was comparable to Yi Qinghan's peak tier rank 6 demonic beasts. Before it even flew over, everyone was alarmed. Fiery lion war chariot? Someone from the Supreme Island actually came? The Supreme Island has been sealed for millions of years. Someone actually came into the world? Is this the prince from the Supreme Island? Peach Blossom Venerable's smile became even wider. He put the saber in his hand into the jade box and flew into the sky. He laughed and said, I wonder which prince has arrived. Peach Blossom Venerable, please forgive me for not welcoming you earlier. 20 martial artists flew out of the war chariot. They were all 7th grade war gods, and there were even 5 peak tier rank 7 martial artists. An extremely handsome young master wearing the war god robe flew out of the war chariot in the center. He laughed and said, Uncle Peach Blossom Venerable, you are too kind. Li Tian risked his life to leave the island this time just for little sister Peach Blossom. My father said that as long as we become in-laws, he will introduce you to the sovereign and help you fight for the opportunity to enter the nefarious abyss. I hope you can give my father some face and give me a chance. As soon as the young master in the war god robe finished his words, everyone present was in an uproar. The expressions on countless people's faces became extremely interesting. Peach Blossom Venerable's eyes even brightened up, and he became spirited. He even put the jade box in his hand behind his back. Is this gift very important? Yi Qinghan's expression darkened, and he transmitted his voice to Mo Xiaoxiao. Very, much more important than yours. Mo Xiaoxiao's expression also became serious. He looked at Li Tian in the sky and transmitted his voice to explain, among the 8 sovereigns, 5 of them broke through to the 9th grade in the nefarious abyss. Yi Qinghan's expression completely darkened. He was silent for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Mo Xiaoxiao, Motherf *****. Prepare to snatch her. Chapter 870. Transcendent grade artifacts were very precious. Among the treasures that Yi Qinghan knew, they were considered the best. But in the face of the huge temptation of breaking through to rank 9, they were not worth mentioning. This could be seen from the shock on the faces of many young masters and the fire in the eyes of the Peach Blossom Venerable. Rank 9. This temptation was fatal to all venerables. If breaking through from rank 7 to rank 8 was like transforming into a dragon, then breaking through from rank 8 to rank 9 was like transforming from a chicken to a phoenix. Yi Qinghan glanced at the ashen-faced Yi Sihan, then looked at the sad Peach Blossom in the distance. He was extremely angry. He looked at Mo Xiaoxiao, then started to transmit his voice to the people behind him, telling them about his plan. As a precaution, he prepared a path of no return, snatched them. When he saw the expression on the Peach Blossom's face towards Yi Sihan, he was even more certain of this plan. If there was no other way, he would take everyone into the War Imperial Palace, snatched the peach blossom, and let Mo Xiaoxiao teleport him away. As long as they teleported a certain distance, Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao would both enter the War Imperial Palace. Even the peach blossom venerable would not be able to do anything then. Finally, he would think of a way to slowly escape back to the ethereal continent. As long as he returned to the ethereal continent, he reckoned that the peach blossom venerable and the people from the galaxy C would not have the guts to snatch people from the ethereal continent. Of course, this plan would not be carried out until the very last moment. If it was carried out, then his plan to go to Soul Emperor Island and Flaming Dragon Island would come to a halt. After all, under the fury of the peach blossom venerable and the Supreme Island, it would be difficult to move an inch in the galaxy C. The peach blossom venerable might not be very powerful, but the Supreme Island was extremely powerful. The island lord of the Supreme Island had two identities. The first was the Star Monarch, and the second was the Pavilion Master of the War God Pavilion. Any one of these identities was enough to scare people to death. The Star Monarch was obviously a rank 9. The power of the Pavilion Master of the War God Pavilion went without saying. He was the undisputed number 1 person in the entire divine realm. Although the purpose of the War God Pavilion was to exterminate demons and protect the divine realm. In the past million years, he had never heard of anyone from the Battle God Pavilion using the power of the Battle God Pavilion to suppress the powers of the divine realm. However, Yi Qinghan was very clear that what he saw on the surface was never the truth. He could tell from Supremacy Evil Moon and His Highness Li Tian. Even if the Pavilion Master of the Battle God Pavilion was a saint and impartial, who could guarantee that his subordinates would have the same sentiments? The Fire Lion War Chariot was still floating in the sky, but the Peach Blossom Venerable teleported back. His Highness Li Tian, who was wearing the War God's robe, also flew down under the protection of 27th grade War Gods. Under the respectful greetings of the young masters, he calmly sat down. His words and expression didn't have a sense of superiority, but it was this indifferent expression that clearly expressed a sense of superiority. Yi Qinghan glanced at Yi Sihan, who was lowering her head and blushing. He sent a voice transmission. Sihan, is there anything special about peach blossoms? Why are people from the Supreme Island here? Peach blossoms. Peach blossoms awakened the bloodline of the water god 3 years ago. Yi Sihan looked up at Yi Qinghan and sent a voice transmission with a bitter expression. 10 clans of the ancient gods. Yi Qinghan was shocked. Another spiritual body of heaven and earth. No wonder the Supreme Island, which had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, specially sent someone to the world today. The bloodlines of the 10 clans of the ancient gods were very special. Young girls were especially precious. Little Firework had the bloodline of the Thunder God. According to Yi Qinghan's understanding, if Firework took her first time, not only would it be easier for her to break through her bottleneck, but her body would also have the opportunity to possess the power of the Thunder God. Needless to say, the might of the Thunder God's protection and the Thunder God's wrath were not needed. In the baleful Yin stream, countless people wanted to catch Firework. Yi Qinghan scanned Li Tian with his divine sense. As expected, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine King realm. He probably had his eyes on Peach Blossoms, who had the bloodline of the Water God. The Peach Blossom Venerable sat at the head of the table. He didn't seem to be in high spirits. Instead, he was having a hard time choosing. It was obvious that Yi Sihan and Li Tian were giving him a headache. If he chose one, he would definitely offend the other. Furthermore, one had a treasure that he had desired for a long time, while the other had an opportunity that could allow him to break through to the 9th stage. In the end, he waved his hand and started asking his subordinates to return the treasures that the young dukes had sent over. The young dukes who had their treasures returned weren't very disappointed. They didn't have any intention of resisting the Supreme Island. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan's side gloatingly. Relatively speaking, Yi Qinghan was an outsider. Of course, they didn't want the benefits to flow out. In the end, only Yi Qinghan's jade box was left on the table. Everyone looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable, waiting for his decision. Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable nervously. Sigh, after a long while, the peach blossom venerable sighed softly. He then turned to look at Yi Qinghan. When the people on Yi Qinghan's side saw this, they knew it was going to be bad. As expected, the peach blossom venerable picked up the jade box in his hand and said apologetically, "City Lord Yi, thank you very much for your love for my daughter. Unfortunately, we aren't fated to become in-laws. My daughter just sent me a voice transmission and told me that she has made a choice. I'm really sorry, shameless." Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. Whose side was Peach Blossom's heart on? Everyone present wasn't blind. They could easily tell, but this Peach Blossom venerable was lying through his teeth. Shameless. As soon as Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart, he heard an even more sorrowful and angry roar. Yi Sihan, who was at the side, slammed the table and stood up. She pointed at the Peach Blossom venerable. Although her body was trembling from nervousness, her expression was unusually determined. "Peach Blossom venerable, do you know that you're really shameless? If you have the guts, unseal Peach Blossom's mute acupoint and let her tell everyone who she likes. If you dare to unseal it and Peach Blossom says that she doesn't like me, I, Yi Sihan, will immediately self-destruct. Do you dare?" As Yi Sihan spoke, her body didn't tremble as much anymore. Her words also became more sonorous and forceful. There was a trace of mockery and a trace of madness in her eyes. Her spine also straightened at this moment like a sharp sword that pierced the heavens. Everyone was silent as they looked at Yi Sihan, who suddenly exploded. Their expressions were extremely rich. This little divine general actually dared to point at a venerable and scold him? She even dared to use her own life to force the Peach Blossom venerable. Some people didn't show it on their faces, but they were filled with admiration in their hearts. Even His Highness Li Tian, who had been calmly playing with the teacup in his hand, turned his head and looked over with interest. Peach Blossom's face was glistening with tears as she looked at Yi Sihan and shook her head continuously. The Peach Blossom venerable's expression darkened after Yi Sihan's sudden actions, but he didn't know how to reply. "Good. This is my son." Yi Qinghan didn't stop her. Instead, his eyes lit up as he shouted. At the same time, he stood up and clapped his hands. Ever since he met Yi Sihan, the impression that Yi Sihan gave him was that she was weak, introverted, and had low self-esteem. This made him very disappointed, but he didn't blame her. He was very clear that Yi Sihan's personality was formed because of them. A 12-year-old youth was at the age where he needed the love of his parents, but he watched his mother leave before he resolutely went into seclusion for 8 years. It would be strange if he wasn't introverted. After drifting in the God realm for so many years without anyone to rely on and being bullied by others, it was very normal for him to feel weak and inferior. However, today, Yi Sihan's outburst completely stimulated the trace of aggressiveness in his blood. That trace of madness was the same as Yi Qinghan's bones. Yi Qinghan was very excited, and his face was brimming with pride. This was his son, his son. He had guts. Chapter 871. Venerable One, please forgive my son's offense. However, there are some things that I have to say. Yi Qinghan patted Yi Sihan's shoulder and asked him to sit down. If this silly kid continued to be impulsive, he would really have no choice but to snatch her away. He smiled at the Peach Blossom Venerable One and said, "To me, the happiness of my family is more important than anything else. I only have one transcendent artifact, and I risked my life to obtain it. Of course, it's very important to me, but I took it out without hesitation." "Why?" Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and ignored everyone's gazes. He only looked at the Peach Blossom Venerable One and continued, "You have already reached the Venerable Realm and can look down on the entire South Sea of Stars. If you have cultivated to such a high realm, you must understand that the most important things for a martialist are the comprehension of laws and your heart. Everything else is fleeting. If you use your daughter's happiness to exchange for an elusive opportunity, even if you have the chance to break through to grade 9 in the future and stand proudly at the peak, your daughter will not acknowledge you. Everyone will think that you are a heartless person. What's the point of living then? I am considered a junior to you. Of course, I don't dare to teach you a lesson, nor do I have the right to do so. I just want to remind you that you only have one daughter. Although Yi Qinghan's words were very tactful, it was only to Yi Sihan. Countless young masters rolled their eyes. Don't dare to teach him a lesson. You are clearly teaching him a lesson. Like father, like son. The peach blossom venerable one's face darkened even more. Anyone who was a venerable would not be in a good mood after being scolded and ridiculed twice in front of hundreds of young masters. Swish. At that moment, the peach blossom beside the peach blossom venerable suddenly walked forward, and Yi Sihan, who was beside Yi Qinghan, also stood up. The two of them walked to the center of the field, held hands, and knelt before the peach blossom venerable one. The peach blossom's face was covered in tears, while Yi Sihan's expression was firm. The two of them kowtowed continuously to the peach blossom venerable one. Peach Blossom's unusual actions caused the surroundings to be in an uproar, and Princely Tian's expression darkened slightly. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, smiled. This was what Yi Qinghan had taught Yi Sihan through telepathy. However, he did not dare to relax. His divine sense locked down the surroundings to prevent any accidents from happening. Humph. The peach blossom venerable finally spoke. He snorted coldly, expressing his extreme dissatisfaction. He waved his hand and threw the jade box at Yi Qinghan. Then, he looked at Yi Qinghan coldly and said, "City Lord Yi, your gift is too precious. I don't dare to accept it. Bring the peach blossoms back, and everyone, let's call off today's marriage contest. See our guest out." The peach blossom venerable's words made Yi Sihan and the peach blossom completely panic. Yi Sihan looked at Yi Qinghan nervously. Peach Blossom's face was pale as she glared at the peach blossom venerable. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment and anger. "Wait!" Yi Qinghan put away his saber and shouted. Then, he cupped his hands at the peach blossom venerable and revealed a strange smile. "Venerable, I must marry you today. In the future, when you have thought it through, Yi Qinghan will naturally come and apologize. I'll be taking the peach blossoms away first." Buzz. As soon as Yi Qinghan finished speaking, the people behind him suddenly vanished. Then Yi Sihan and the peach blossoms vanished as well. Just as everyone's expressions changed, Mo Xiaoxiao, who was beside Yi Qinghan, grabbed him, and the two of them vanished as well. Whoosh. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and then a riot ensued. No one had thought that Yi Qinghan would be so daring as to steal someone else's daughter in their territory. Such an action was clearly a slap to the peach blossom venerable. It was also a humiliation to the experts of the Starry Sea. "You're going too far. Yi Qinghan, I swear I'm not human if I don't kill you." The peach blossom venerable was completely infuriated. He released his divine sense and easily locked onto Mo Xiaoxiao, who had just teleported to the north of Peach Blossom Island. The quintessence energy in his hand flickered, and he vanished. Humph. Everyone was in an uproar, but they instantly quietened down because of Princely Tian's cold grunt. Princely Tian was obviously in a bad mood. He was about to succeed today, and he was about to break through to the God Emperor realm. He was about to taste the spiritual body of heaven and earth. But now, his bride had been snatched away. How could he not be angry? He stood up and looked at the young masters present. He said coldly, "Young Master Fei Li, please send a message to your venerable and ask him to help. I, Li Tian, owe him a favor. Young Master Yubuki, please send a message to your venerable, Young Master Yen, Young Master Feng." Young Master Fei Li was the fastest. He immediately took out his message token and sent a message. Yi Qinghan and his son had humiliated him half a month ago. He was obviously excited that he could take his revenge today. The other young masters immediately came to their senses and took out their message tokens to send messages. Yi Qinghan had obviously broken the rules and slapped the faces of all the experts in the Starry Sea. Now that he had a favor from young Master Li Tian, many venerables would definitely give him face. Li Tian quickly communicated with the young masters and the people of Peach Blossom Island. Soon, he found out the identity of Yi Qinghan and his son. He pondered for a moment and took out a golden token. He shouted to everyone present, "Send out my star order. All martial artists in the Starry Sea are to hunt down Yi Qinghan and his son. Those who report their whereabouts will be captured. The Supreme Island will reward anyone who kills them. This. Your Highness, it's not good to send out the star order. It won't be easy to explain to the Lord." A peak 7th grade war god beside Li Tian reminded him worriedly. Li Tian waved his hand and sneered, "It doesn't matter. Spread my decree. This concerns the reputation of the Xingqian Sea. Even if my father knew about it, he would agree. I'll take responsibility for everything. The ethereal sovereign and the dancing butterfly war god won't dare to cause trouble in the Starry Sea no matter how strong they are. Although the Supreme Island has been sealed for millions of years, not everyone can step on us." Li Tian spoke on behalf of the Supreme Island. All the young masters were excited. This matter wasn't a big deal. But because of what Li Tian did, it escalated to the level between the Starry Sea and the Misty Continent. As a member of the Starry Sea, they naturally hoped to cut Yi Qinghan and his son into 1,000 pieces. A young master suddenly asked, "Your Highness Li Tian, this scoundrel has a spatial divine tool. In addition, he has a supremacy with him. It will be very difficult to catch him. If they escape back to the Misty Continent, it will be troublesome. You don't understand. The space in the Starry Sea is very unstable. This also causes the parallel space in the Starry Sea to be very unstable. With the activation of the Star Order and the movement of so many martial artists, the space will become even more unstable. With so many of them, they can't stay in the spatial divine tool. It will be very easy for them to be forced out of the divine world. Send out the order. Assign a martial artist with spatial laws to every team. When searching, use spatial vibrations. The martial artists in the spatial divine tool will be forced out immediately." Li Tian revealed a cruel smile and said, "So what if they have a supremacy? In the Starry Sea, supremacies don't dare to teleport too far. Let's see how they escape back to the Misty Continent. Let's go. Let's return to our respective islands. Activate all the god bandits in the South Sea and search everywhere. Let's see where they can escape to. Let's go. How dare they snatch people in the Starry Sea? This time, they won't be able to return. There are billions of god bandits in the South Sea of the Starry Sea. Where can they escape to?" After everything was arranged, countless young masters flew out of Peach Blossom Island. At the same time, the million martial artists on Peach Blossom Island were all mobilized. Countless people flew out of Peach Blossom Island and in all directions. Chapter 872. Several million kilometers to the north of Peach Blossom Island, Paragon Peach Blossom's expression was as black as charcoal. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported out, he immediately chased after her. However, Mo Xiaoxiao was very smart. She and Yi Qinghan immediately entered the spatial god tool to avoid being detected by his divine sense. Then, they came out again and immediately teleported away. By this time, he had already lost sight of the two of them. Wang! The space by the side trembled. A white figure appeared in the air. Paragon Peach Blossom swept his divine sense before keeping the origin source energy in his hand. He looked at the white-haired old man with slight grief and indignation. "Little Peach Blossom, I've told you not to hold a marriage contest. Just marry your daughter to my grandson. Wouldn't everything be fine then? Look at this." The old man's white hair danced behind him. His face was glowing red. He looked at Paragon Peach Blossom and ridiculed him. Paragon Peach Blossom was so angry that his beard was curling up. He angrily shouted, "Old man flying snow, if you continue to make sarcastic remarks, I'll fall out with you." Paragon Flying Snow did not dare to tease him anymore. But he could not help but smile. I'm just joking. Don't be angry. Aren't I here to help you?" Rest assured, His Highness Li Tian has already issued the Star Order. The entire South Sea has been stirred. All spatial experts have been mobilized. They can't escape. Wang! Another 2 ripples appeared in the air. 2 paragons appeared. They were willing to do Li Tian a favor. One had to know that the evil abyss was a place that all paragons dreamed of entering. But Supreme Island had been sealed for 1,000,000 years, and they had never had a chance to do so. Now that Supreme Island had sent people over, and even gave them a huge favor, they were naturally moved. Furthermore, it was just chasing after a paragon and a few minor experts. In their eyes, this was an easy task. Paragon Flying Snow saw that everyone had arrived. He lightly coughed and said, "All right, the paragons of the South Sea are all here. Peach Blossom, don't look so black. They will definitely return to Misty Continent. The few of us will spread out a huge net and seal the entire eastern region. As long as they dare to appear, we'll immediately chase after them. As long as they are targeted by the 4 of us, they will definitely die." The Peach Blossom Venerable and the other 2 venerable ones nodded. If Yi Qinghan escaped back to the Misty Continent, there would be nothing they could do. The only way was to kill them in the Sea of Stars. Plow the World received the Star Medallion, and all the martial artists were mobilized. A spatial artifact would definitely not be able to hide people. As long as they locked onto the location, even if they had escaped into the spatial artifact, as long as they guarded that space, they would be forced out sooner or later. Once they were forced out, the 4 of them would immediately attack, and it would be a dead end for them. "What if they do not return to the Misty Continent?" the Peach Blossom Venerable asked. Although he was furious, he did not lose his composure. "Humph. It'll be even easier if he doesn't return." Another venerable lord laughed coldly and said, "The entire South Sea has been mobilized. Billions of god bandits have also been mobilized. Their images have all been sent out. If we do not return to the ethereal continent and flee in other directions, we will definitely die. Let's go." The 4 of them came to a consensus and decided to split up. All of them instant shifted towards the east. At the same time, they released their divine senses and started to search the surroundings. It was not just the 4 of them. The entire South Sea of the Star Sea was also mobilized. Countless martial artists flew out of the islands, and countless island shields opened up. Countless dragon boats sailed in all directions. At this moment, all the god bandits were no longer god bandits. Someone from the Paragon Island had entered the world and even sent out a supreme star order. At this moment, no god bandit dared to risk the wrath of His Highness Li Tian and continue to kill and rob. All of them started to search for Yi Qinghan and the others. Every team of martial artists was automatically assigned a spatial martial artist. Spatial oscillation was a fundamental profound mystery. It was not an impressive nomological law, but at this moment, it became exceptionally important. At the same time, more than 10 venerables from the East Sea, West Sea, and Internal Sea were rushing over at full speed. Even 2 venerables from the faraway North Sea were rushing towards the South Sea. The god bandits of the East Sea and West Sea were all on the move. Firstly, it was because young Master Li Tian's bounty was sufficient. Secondly, it was because Paragon Island had sent out a star order for the first time in 1,000,000 years. This was something that the formidable martial artists of the Star Sea had to take seriously. Although the Paragon Island did not say anything, it meant that they approved of Li Tian's actions. Within a few days, the names of Yi Qinghan and his son, as well as Mo Xiaoxiao, spread throughout the entire Star Sea. Billions of god bandits and martial artists started to search for Yi Qinghan and the others in a frenzy. It was just that. After searching for more than a month, Yi Qinghan and the others seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no news at all. The entire South Sea of the Star Sea had been turned upside down, but there was still no news. "Kiki, brother Yi, I guess it must be very lively outside." Inside the War Emperor Palace, Li He drank a cup of wine leisurely as he smiled at Yi Qinghan. Yu Piao, who was beside him, also grinned and said, "City Lord Yi is too daring. When I first found out about this plan, I was shocked. I thought City Lord Yi was just fooling around. I didn't expect him to really do it. Kiki, let them continue searching. We will stay here for a few years." When they are done searching, we will think of a way to return to the ethereal continent. Yi Qinghan revealed a helpless look. He had no other choice. Otherwise, he would not have dared to take such a risk. At this moment, Mo Xiaoxiao's body was no longer hazy. She revealed a beautiful figure and a beautiful face. Her eyes were the prettiest. She smiled lightly and said, "Kiki, young master, to be honest, if not for the Myriad God Cave and your War Emperor Palace, I might not have agreed to your plan. The space in the Star Sea cannot be compared to the ethereal continent." Li He and Yu Piao nodded. Indeed. Without the magical War Emperor Palace, it would not have been so fast to snatch people. Moreover, it would have been difficult for Mo Xiaoxiao to escape the Peach Blossom Venerable's divine sense. The War Emperor Palace was very magical. As long as Yi Qinghan's divine sense moved, he could enter immediately. There were no spatial fluctuations at all. The speed was faster than teleportation. That was why he could instantly take the Peach Blossom and the person behind her away in front of the Peach Blossom Venerable. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported away with Yi Qinghan immediately cooperated with her. The two of them entered the War Imperial Palace and teleported away, removing the Peach Blossom Venerable's divine sense lock on them. After that, it was simple. Under Yi Qinghan's instructions, Mo Xiaoxiao teleported to a place. This place was very ordinary. Among the countless myriad god caves in the Star Sea, Mo Xiaoxiao's destination was the Myriad God Cave where Yi Qinghan had obtained the transcendent grade divine weapon. There was a very strange restriction in the Myriad God Cave that could avoid the probing of divine senses from outside. Back then, Li He, Yu Piao, and the Wind Emperor wanted to probe the situation inside, but they could not. After Mo Xiaoxiao teleported here, she immediately spread her divine sense inside, but she could not probe either. Therefore, they entered the cave abode decisively. That's right. The space in the Star Sea was unstable. There were too many of them. After staying in the War Emperor Palace for a period of time, they would be forced out of the divine realm space due to the vibration of the parallel space. However, in this cave abode, it was fine even if they were forced out. The people outside could not probe the situation inside. Once they were forced out, they could immediately enter the War Emperor Palace. Mo Xiaoxiao's divine sense was very powerful. If anyone entered the cave abode, she would know immediately. With her ability, she could kill ordinary spies in an instant. Therefore, everyone was extremely safe here. Buzz. The space of the Combat Emperor Palace trembled again. Yi Qinghan sighed helplessly and directly brought everyone out of the Combat Emperor Palace. In the Great Hall of the Cavern, several experts and demonic beasts were forced out by the tremors. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and finally said to Mo Xiaoxiao, "Lord Mo, this is not a solution. Recently, the search has been intensifying. Do you think we can let them return to the Fire Dragon Continent?" Chapter 873. Fire Dragon Continent? Milord's homeland? Do you have a way to return to the Fire Dragon Continent? Mo Xiaoxiao asked with a slight frown. If one wanted to return to the material plane controlled by the floating continent, they had to go through a special teleportation portal in the floating continent. Moreover, the price for each person to go back was sky high. Of course, many powerhouses had special ways to go back. Yi Qinghan opened the door of the Carefree Pavilion and sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. He asked him to bring the soul slaves and demonic beasts to the Fire Dragon Continent first, in case they were forced out by the spatial turbulence. Only then did he bring everyone back to the War Imperial Palace. He released a barrier to separate the few people's conversation before explaining, "I have a spatial divine item. My lord refined 2 teleportation gates for me, and I've always placed the other gate in the Fire Dragon Continent." "Oh. So that's how it is." Milord learned some artifact forging from the Soul Emperor. "I'm afraid apart from the other artifact forging supremacy, only Milord has this ability." Mo Xiaoxiao exclaimed in realization. Actually, Yi Qinghan had another idea. He wanted everyone to return to the Fire Dragon Continent through the Carefree Pavilion and then teleport to the Ascension platform through the Purple Island. After that, they could teleport to the floating continent through the ascension platform. If this idea worked, the crisis in front of them would be easily resolved. However, after Yi Qinghan voiced his idea, Mo Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment and shook his head. We can go back to the Fire Dragon continent, but apart from Li He and Yu Piao, none of you can teleport to the floating continent through the ascension platform. The ascension platform. You know that it's at the border between the 100 Battles Mansion and the Star Sea, but it's under the control of the Star Sovereign. Needless to say, there are definitely supremacies guarding it. The ascension platform has a restriction. No one can hide in the spatial artifact. As long as they control the restriction, I won't be able to teleport. Even if Li He and the others want to go back, they must send a message to Supremacy Li Quan and the others. Otherwise, they won't be able to teleport. Li He and Yu Piao's eyes lit up. They weren't worried about their safety. As long as their names were known, no one would dare to touch them. Although they had come along with Yi Qinghan, they hadn't done anything out of line. However, since they could return easily, they were more than happy to do so. After all, the situation in the Starry Sea was too complicated. Li He looked at Yi Qinghan worriedly and asked Mo Xiaoxiao, Sir, can't you send a message to Senior Jia Wu and ask her to go to the Ascension platform to receive Brother Yi? We can send a message. But with my understanding of Milord, she will definitely not come. Mo Xiaoxiao shook her head. Then, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan, and said, Little Han, you should know Mistress's temper very well. She won't take action in this matter. After all, it's fine for your subordinates to make a ruckus, but if someone like her makes a move, it might cause a war between the Star Sea and the floating mist continent. Yi Qinghan nodded. He didn't have much contact with Lord Devour, but he knew Lord Devour's temper. Lord Devour had sent Mo Xiaoxiao to help Yi Sihan. According to Lord Devour, I've returned your favor. I don't owe you anything. Why should I care about your life or death? Yi Qinghan pondered. He guessed that the spatial ring that Lord Devour had given Xiao He was strange. Because that spatial ring had disappeared into Xiao He's body just like the love of the dancing butterfly. Since he couldn't guess Lord Devour's thoughts, Yi Qinghan didn't dare to gamble. He didn't want to lower himself to beg her. He knew that there were two paths in front of him. The first was to return to the Flame Dragon continent and stay there for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Once this matter was settled, he would return to the immortal realm through the Ascension platform. Or, he could find a way to return to the immortal realm through the space crack. However, that would require a high cultivation level. Of course, he could also find a way to purchase a teleportation formation. The second was to let the others return to the Flame Dragon continent. He would continue to stay in the mysterious Spirit Cave mansion with Wind Emperor and the others. After things had calmed down a little, he would think of a way to escape. The restriction formation in this cave mansion was very strange. Divine senses couldn't detect it from the outside. Even if there were spies, Wind Emperor and the others could kill them easily. Hence, this mysterious Spirit Cave mansion should be safe. Yi Qinghan became silent. Bringing people back to the Flame Dragon continent might be the safest way. However, the gate of the Carefree Pavilion couldn't be kept open this time. Otherwise, if someone found out and followed them in, it would be a catastrophe for the Flame Dragon continent. If he went back, he would have to live a peaceful life for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years in the Flame Dragon continent. Most importantly, the Flame Dragon continent lacked spiritual energy. It was harder to break through in the Flame Dragon continent than to reach the sky. If it was before the battle in the Flame Dragon city, Yi Qinghan wouldn't have hesitated to return to the Flame Dragon continent and live a peaceful life. However, after experiencing so many things, Yi Qinghan understood one truth: if he wanted to live a truly happy life, he must have great strength. If he didn't want his family and clansmen to be hurt, he had to become stronger. So strong that no one dared to be his enemy. Outside the Flame Dragon city, he comprehended the heart of a powerhouse. Now that he had great strength and influence, how could he be willing to go back and live an ordinary life? How could he be willing? Lord Amo, what do you think? What I mean is, how will you leave? Yi Qinghan knew that Mo Xiaoxiao obeyed Lord Shi's orders. Yi Sihan's matter was almost done, and he would probably leave. Of course, it was better to ask and make a decision. You don't have to worry about how I leave. When you are done with your arrangements, I will leave alone. It'll be hard for me to escape with you, but if I don't, as long as no one from the Supreme Island comes out, no one from the Stellar Sea, can stop me. An 8th grade soul cultivator isn't someone to be trifled with. Mo Xiaoxiao's answer didn't surprise Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan looked at Li He and Yu Piao again and said, Brother Li He, Lord Yu, how will you leave? How about you fly back from the Flame Dragon continent? That's the safest way. All right. Li He and Yu Piao nodded. This was indeed the safest route. Li He looked at Yi Qinghan and seemed to have guessed his thoughts. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Yi Qinghan, I think you should go to that plane of yours and hide for tens of thousands of years. The lifespan of a divine-level martial artist is so long. The God realm is far too dangerous. Returning to the Flame Dragon plane is indeed safe. Tens of thousands of years aren't long, but if I back down this time, I will never be able to reach my peak in this life. Tens of thousands of years is enough to wear down my spirit. At that time, Yi Qinghan will no longer be Yi Qinghan. So I can't retreat. This is my decision, don't try to persuade me otherwise. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. He then waved his hand and retracted his god domain. Only then did he walk towards the girls. He first looked at Peach Blossom and said, Peach Blossom, it's a little hard for you to follow Sihan like this. Moreover, there are pursuers outside. Now, I can let you and Sihan return to my material plane. It's absolutely safe there. As long as the situation here is less tense, or I return to the Misty Continent, I will let you come to the God realm. Are you willing? If not, I can send you back. Chapter 874. No. I won't go back. No matter where I go, I won't go back. Peach Blossom's mental state had always been bad. After entering the Battle Emperor Palace, she had been in a trance. When she heard Yi Qinghan's words, hatred bloomed in her eyes. Tears flowed out of her eyes. While sobbing, she said, I don't like to search for treasures, and I don't like to run around. I only did this to make my father care more about me. But I was wrong. He only has his treasures in his eyes. Only his strength and influence. Only his everything. He doesn't care about me. Sihan, take me away, to that, material plane. I don't want to go back to the divine world. I don't want to see the sea of stars anymore. When Peach Blossom cried, Yi Sihan panicked again. She quickly coaxed her, okay. I don't want to stay in the divine world anymore. Let's go back to my hometown. I'll take you to every city in our continent. Don't cry, Peach Blossom. Even if your father is gone, you still have me, right? Yi Qinghan immediately made a decision and said decisively, okay, Qingsheng, you all go back. Yao Rao, go back too. You all have to prepare the grandest wedding for Sihan and Peach Blossom. When the situation here is more stable, I'll let you all come over. You're not going back? Yu Qingsheng was the first to react. She opened her eyes wide and looked over. The rest of the girls also became nervous. Even Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom looked over in confusion. I can go back whenever I want. Why are you all so nervous? I'm not the same as before. With 50 demonic beasts, I can even block an 8th grade venerable. Besides, isn't Lord Mo here? If you all want to come over, you can ask Elder Lu to send me a message. Yi Qinghan told a white lie, but Mo Xiaoxiao didn't expose it. Only then did the girls feel relieved and stop hesitating. However, there was a hint of loneliness in Little Firework's eyes, and a complicated look in Yinling Er's eyes. Li Shuai directly asked, Big Brother Yi, is Xiao He still in seclusion? I'm leaving. Why won't you come out and see me? Yi Qinghan immediately contacted Xiao He with his soul and transmitted his voice to him. Then, he said apologetically, before Xiao He went into seclusion, he had said that he would not come out of seclusion until he transformed. Before he went into seclusion, he said that he would immediately go to Pai Quan's city to propose marriage. How long will that take? Li Shui frowned slightly, making people feel sorry for her. It won't take long, at most a few thousand years. You have to believe in Darren's ability and Xiao Hei's determination. Actually, Xiao He likes to mess around with you, but she still cares a lot about you. Yi Qinghan said sincerely. After the arrangements were made, Yi Qinghan explained the specific arrangements to everyone in detail. Li He and Pia Piao Yu also began to send messages to their supremacies. Half an hour later, Mo Xiaoxiao checked the surroundings and found nothing out of the ordinary. Only then did Yi Qinghan lead everyone out of the Battle Emperor Palace and open the door to Carefree Pavilion, allowing everyone to enter. Big brother Yi, you must be well. I will wait for you in Yen Dragon City. Xiao Fireworks' eyes were filled with love. Even a blind person could see her feelings for Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose and said with some embarrassment, "All right, Firework, you must work hard to cultivate when you get back. Yi Qinghan, don't die. You still owe me 2 things." Yin Ling, suddenly transmitted her voice, causing Yi Qinghan to break out in cold sweat. Li He pulled the reluctantly Shu and Xiao Firework, while Pia Piao Yu brought Yin Ling, Saber Emperor Yi Qingniu, and Yi Tianlong into unfettered pavilion. Finally, when Yi Qingsheng and the others entered, Yi Sihan, who was holding on to Peach Blossom, suddenly turned around and looked deeply into Yi Qinghan's eyes. Her lips squirmed a few times before she finally said, "Father, take care." Yi Qinghan waved his hand and smiled brightly. After a short while, only Yi Qinghan, Mo Xiaoxiao, and the Wind Emperor were left in the noisy hall. Hee, now that the backup plan has been arranged, I can finally play with them. Yi Qinghan relaxed. Now that his family had been settled, he could finally let go and fight for his life. He transmitted his voice to Elder Lu in unfettered pavilion. Not long after, Tianchen led dozens of 6th-grade war gods and demonic beasts out of the portal. Yi Qinghan signaled to the Wind Emperor. The Wind Emperor immediately led dozens of soul slaves to set up a defense in the profound spirit cave abode. Of course, it was impossible for them to set up a defense. They could only act as spies and hide in every corner of the cave abode. Once a spy entered, they would immediately kill or capture him. 3 demonic beasts were left behind, and the rest of the demonic beasts were sent into the Battle Emperor Palace. Then, the unfettered pavilion was completely sealed off. Yi Qinghan then asked Mo Xiaoxiao, "Sir, when are you leaving?" Li He and the others will be attending Sihan's wedding in the Flame Dragon Plain. It will take about a month in the material plane, and half a month here. I'll leave in 10 days. I'll appear in the Star Sea a little earlier than them. This way, they won't attract any attention. Mo Xiaoxiao said after pondering for a moment. This was something that they had already discussed. Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Li He and the others, but he was afraid that Reverend Peach Blossom would think that they had entered the material plane. At that time, if they found out that Yi Qinghan was from the Flame Dragon Plane, and if an expert tore through space and entered the Flame Dragon Plane, it would bring a world-ending disaster to the Flame Dragon Plane, and Mo Xiaoxiao happened to be leaving, so she and Yi Qinghan came up with a plan. They would take Yi Qinghan's 3 demonic beasts and appear in the Star Sea before Li He and the others. Moreover, these 3 demonic beasts were originally going to be sacrificed. This way, Reverend Peach Blossom wouldn't think of Li He and the others at all, and would continue to search the stars. Yi Qinghan and Mo Xiaoxiao stayed in the profound spirit cave abode with peace of mind. However, the Flame Dragon continent was incomparably lively. At the beginning, the entire Flame Dragon continent was frightened. When the Golden-Horned God clan descended, a few peak heavenly gods and peak divine generals had frightened the entire Flame Dragon continent. Elder Lu led a group of 6th-grade war gods and peak 6th-grade demonic beasts and stayed in the Flame Dragon continent for a while. All the Divine Realm warriors in the Flame Dragon continent were so scared that their legs went soft. Especially those demonic beasts. Although they had restrained their auras, the violent and terrifying pressure contained in their bodies made the people in Blue City unable to straighten their legs. Fortunately, not long after, Yi Tianlong and Yu Qingxing came back with people. Li He immediately activated her divine domain and controlled the leakage of her aura, so that the ordinary people in Blue City wouldn't be scared out of their wits. The demonic beasts and soul slaves were transmitted back to the divine realm by Yi Qinghan. Coupled with the return of Yi Tianlong and the others, the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent immediately teleported to Blue City. When they heard that those powerful warriors and demonic beasts were Yi Qinghan's subordinates, the warriors of the Flame Dragon continent were completely frightened, more frightened than when the demonic beasts arrived. Then, when they heard that Yi Qinghan had built a city in the divine realm and that the reason he came back this time was to help Yi Sihan steal the daughter of an island master in the Star Sea, they were completely dumbfounded. The entire Flame Dragon continent became lively because Yi Qinghan had sent an order to hold the grandest wedding for Yi Sihan and Peach Blossom. Although they didn't understand why Yi Qinghan didn't want to go to the divine realm to hold the wedding, all the high-level warriors of the Flame Dragon continent began to get busy. The entire Blue City was once again expanded dozens of times, and the Yi family castle was more than 10 times bigger than before. But even so, Yi Tianlong felt that it was embarrassing. After all, Peach Blossom was the daughter of the Venerable One, and the entire Peach Blossom Island was several hundred times the size of the Flame Dragon continent. On the day of the wedding, all the emperors of the continent came, and hundreds of thousands of tables were set up in Blue City's plaza. Although it couldn't be compared to the divine realm, it was still unprecedented in the Flame Dragon continent. Divine realm, Star Sea, profound spirit cave abode. Mo Xiaoxiao stored the 3 demonic beasts into his spatial artifact, then solemnly said to Yi Qinghan, "Little Han, if you don't have the confidence, don't go out. I've carefully observed this place, and it's quite secluded. After all, there are no groups of myriad god caves here, so there won't be many people searching here. If you have no other choice, go back to your continent and hide. I'm leaving, take care." Chapter 875. After several months of searching, billions of martial artists in the Star Sea finally received a shocking piece of news. They found traces of Mo Xiaoxiao on an island a million miles east of Flying Snow Island. Although Mo Xiaoxiao managed to escape in the end, he managed to capture one of Yi Qinghan's demonic beasts. Tens of billions of martial artists, god bandits, and more than 10 supremacies had been searching for months, but they had not found any news at all. Not only did this cause the martial artists in the Starry Sea to feel embarrassed, but His Highness Li Tian even smashed a few bottles of wine that were worth hundreds of millions. Supreme Island had been sealed for 1,000,000 years. This was the first time they came out into the world and even issued a Supreme Star Order. If they didn't clean up after this, it would definitely be a severe blow to the prestige of Supreme Island. Although they managed to capture a demonic beast, they still managed to regain some of their reputation. His Highness Li Tian heavily rewarded the god bandit army that captured the demonic beast. This made the search team even more spirited, and their enthusiasm for the search grew even higher. Mo Xiaoxiao's appearance at the east of Flying Snow Island also made those supremacies even more certain that Mo Xiaoxiao, Yi Qinghan, was preparing to return to the Misty Continent. The entire western coastal area of the Misty Continent had become a forbidden land. More than 10 supremacies and billions of god bandit martial artists worked together to seal off the coastal waters of the Misty Continent. Even a seagull would find it difficult to fly into the Misty Continent. I wonder if Mo Xiaoxiao's plan succeeded. In a small hall in the mysterious spirit's cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat leisurely on a chair and flipped through a book in his hand. All of his men had shown themselves. Of course, they didn't dare to go out to scout for information. However, he was very confident in Mo Xiaoxiao. Soul cultivators had always had strange methods. How could a soul cultivator that could become a supremacy be underestimated? This Restriction Foundation study is really complicated. I have read it for half a month, and I still haven't finished reading it. What Yi Qinghan had in his hands was the Combat Emperor Palace's fundamental knowledge of restrictions. Half a month ago, Yi Qinghan suddenly had an idea about the mysterious spirit's cave abode's restriction. He wondered if there were any simple restriction methods that could escape the detection of a powerhouse's divine sense. If there were, wouldn't he be able to move freely in the star sea in the future? The answer was, yes. After Yi Qinghan flipped through the restriction foundation, he found that there was indeed such a restriction. Moreover, according to the introduction of the restriction, it was very easy to set up this kind of restriction. It could be completed in an instant and could escape the detection of a venerable's divine sense. However, if there was a venerable who was a soul cultivator or a 9th-grade war god, they wouldn't be able to avoid it. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and immediately began to learn. However, it was explained that one had to fully comprehend the restriction foundation study in order to set it up, and this book didn't mention it. After comprehending all the contents of this manual, the restrictions on the secret manual and the War Imperial Palace's inner cabinet hall would all be unlocked, and one could read it freely. There were 6 secret manuals in the small hall. Yi Qinghan could read 2 of them now. One of them was called Soul Extermination, which was a very abnormal soul skill. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was also looking forward to the other 4 books. Right now, his cultivation was mainly focused on the strength of his soul. Comprehension of the laws was not as important. Therefore, Yi Qinghan decided to memorize all the contents of this restriction foundation study. Then, he would enter into a state of soul stillness and cultivate his soul while comprehending the restriction. However, his 2 souls recorded together, but after half a month, he still couldn't memorize all the contents of this restriction foundation study. The soul of a god realm warrior was very powerful, so it was very easy for them to have a photographic memory. They could even have an impression of a person they met tens of thousands of years ago. Even though Yi Qinghan's soul had reached the Divine King realm, he still didn't succeed after half a month. Using divine power to set up small spatial formations, there are 36 billion of them. Condensing, splitting, and combining various small formations with divine sense is another 53 billion. Using various tools and formation stones, there are several tens of billions of small formations. There were more than 100 billion of these small formations, and there were also mid-grade formations, high-grade formations, and finally, all kinds of restrictions. Holy shit, this is going to drive me crazy. I wonder how the War Emperor managed to comprehend all of this back in the day. Even if he comprehended it all the way without any bottlenecks, I'm afraid it would still take him tens of thousands of years, right? If there is a bottleneck here and I can't figure it out there, I will have to comprehend for hundreds of thousands of years before I reach the great success stage of the restriction. After spending a full month, Yi Qinghan finally memorized all the contents of the Restriction Foundation study. This was because he had 2 souls and his soul strength had reached the Divine King realm. Otherwise, his speed would be much slower. If a heavenly deity were to memorize it, it would take at least a few thousand years to memorize it. Swish! Suddenly, there was a sonic boom outside. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes in alarm and saw the Wind Emperor carrying a Divine King realm warrior over. Yi Qinghan became slightly nervous. There was a spy heading over. Master, this person suddenly barged in. I immediately sealed the divine crystal. There shouldn't be any news leaking out. I have interrogated them. They have a team of warriors searching in the vicinity. There aren't many people. Why don't we go out and kill them all? The Wind Emperor also said somewhat nervously. How long had it been, and someone had already found their way here? If they were exposed, everyone could only go to the Fire Dragon continent. Don't panic. Yi Qinghan waved his hand indifferently and transmitted a message to all the soul slaves to be careful and increase their vigilance. He looked at this martial artist who was trembling in fear and muttered for a moment before saying, Bring him out and dismember his corpse piece by piece. Remember, you have to let him die slowly. It's best to torture 3 to 5 Moon Queen before killing him. When this Divine King saw this, he was so frightened that his knees went weak. He hurriedly knelt down and begged, My lord, spare me, spare me. I'm just a small martial artist. I don't know anything. I won't say anything. I beg my lord to spare me. I can do anything. Why should I believe you? Yi Qinghan used his soul skill suppression. Instantly, a strong aura surged from Yi Qinghan's body. Killing intent filled the entire hall. This divine king martial artist felt as if the person in front of him had become a demon from the 9 hells. The Wind Emperor also released his aura. This made this martial artist feel that he would definitely be dismembered if something went wrong. He gritted his teeth and said, I can offer my soul spirit fire. My lord, I will become your soul slave. You don't have to worry about me betraying you. Yi Qinghan had been waiting for this sentence. He felt a little lucky and said, You aren't a god bandit? You can offer your soul spirit fire? What's your name? This divine king explained, No, my lord. I'm a guard of Dark Night Island. My name is Xingtian. 2 or 3 of Yi Qinghan's subordinates had just died. He accepted this divine king martial artist's soul spirit and then retracted his suppression. He took out a divine stone crystal card and a message token from his interspatial ring. He handed them to this divine king martial artist and said, You can go back now. These divine stones are for you to scout for information. Remember to be discreet. If someone finds out about this, you will die immediately. Yi Qinghan waved his hand to dismiss Xingtian. Xingtian took the divine stone crystal card and scanned the numbers on it. He was shocked. He hurriedly got up and walked out. Master is brilliant. The Wind Emperor understood what Yi Qinghan meant. They were a team. If one of them suddenly died, the others would definitely be suspicious. When the whole team came, it would be troublesome if one of them sent a message back. Now, he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. As expected. After that divine king martial artist, Xingtian, went out, no one else came in. Not long after, he actually sent a message saying that his team had completed their search and had gone to another region. Wind Emperor, you guys take turns to guard. Don't be too nervous. There are only 3 entrances. You have to remember to immediately send a message to me if there are any special circumstances. We will return to the Fire Dragon continent immediately. I want to go into seclusion for a period of time. If I can comprehend that restriction, we can leave this place. Yi Qinghan instructed. He sat cross-legged and entered the soul spirit silent state. He started to cultivate his soul spirit and comprehend the restriction at the same time. Chapter 876. The study of warding spells is really miraculous. Just the ripples of God power, divine sense, and simple objects can be combined to form all sorts of minor spell formations. They can gather energy, increase speed, defend, attack, and even cause spatial fluctuations. All of those minor spell formations can be combined to form a grand warding spell formation, a warding spell formation, a powerful defensive spell formation, a powerful offensive spell formation, and even the power of heaven and earth to attack enemies. The ancestor who created the study of restriction is too awesome. Inside the Xianling cave abode, Yi Qinghan sat in a small hall. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi gathered above his head, and the entire hall was filled with cold wind. Beside him, the Wind Emperor sat quietly at the side, guarding him. Yi Qinghan had already been in seclusion for a year. There were a total of 120 billion small formations, and in this 1 year, he had comprehended and mastered them. He could set up 30 million of them with a wave of his hand. Some of these small formations were very simple. He only needed to simulate them once and he could set them up immediately. But some were very profound. He had to ponder for dozens of days and simulate tens of thousands of times before he could master them. Most importantly, some of the small formations were only for auxiliary purposes. As there was no theoretical basis, it was difficult to understand them. What was the point of setting them up? So it was especially difficult to comprehend them. But Yi Qinghan felt very satisfied. The more he learned, the more excited he became. And many of these small formations were related to the principles of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan believed that as long as he comprehended restriction, it would be much easier to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in the future. In a year, he mastered 30 million small formations. Yi Qinghan was very proud. He knew that even Empress Yu wouldn't comprehend as fast as him. Even Mo Xiaoxiao might not be as fast as him in some small formations. He had 2 souls. One was a godly king realm's soul strength. The other was a soul jade and a soul silent state. With all these things added together, his comprehension speed reached a terrifying level. While he was comprehending restriction, he also discovered something that made him very excited. The basic knowledge that he had learned in his previous life, the scientific theories that were not very useful, were playing a very important role here. This was also why he thought that Wuxia Xianxia's comprehension speed wasn't as fast as his. For example, the people in his previous life all understood the conservation of energy and Newton's 3 laws. For example, physics, chemistry, biology, and mathematics. No one in this world understood these things, and no one would learn them. Although Yi Qinghan was not very proficient, he had been an orphan in his previous life, so his studies were quite steady. The knowledge provided him with great help in comprehending the art of forbidding. Some of the things that the people of this world needed to comprehend for a long time were extremely simple in his eyes. And the strength of my soul has increased a little. Continue to work hard and try to comprehend all the small formations within 3 years. By then, my soul strength will probably reach the 2nd level of Divine King Realm. At that time, I will be able to read those 4 manuals. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying secret manual it will be. Yi Qinghan pondered for a while in his soul, then continued to meditate on the complicated process of learning the small formation. The inner sea of the Star Sea. Within the inner sea, there were not many islands. It was not like other places, which were densely packed with small islands. There were only 10 islands in the inner sea, and 9 of them were as big as the Peach Blossom Island. If one looked down from an altitude of 1,000,000 miles, one would see that the 9 islands were in the shape of a long snake. They were like 9 real dragons with their heads facing inward. In the direction of these dragon heads was a super large circular island. Supreme Island. 9 dragons guarding a pearl. This was the most peculiar terrain in the entire divinity. Over the past tens of millions of years, many islands would sink and many more would emerge. However, the terrain of the inner sea of the Star Sea had never changed. This matter was very strange, very strange. However, there were many strange things in the divinity. For example, the Apotheosis Valley, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands, and the Nepha's Abyss, which was one of the 4 forbidden lands. The Nepha's Abyss was within Supreme Island. The Nepha's Abyss was the continent's #1 forbidden land, and it was also the continent's #1 treasure land. Of course, this treasure land had always been a forbidden land before the Star Monarch was born. 10 million years ago, the Star Monarch walked out of the Nepha's Abyss. At the 9th level, no one in the entire Star Sea could contend against him. According to the legends, the South Mountain Monarch and the Star Monarch had a battle, and it was said that the Star Monarch was defeated. Other than the monarch, no one knew what was inside the Nepha's Abyss. However, many people knew that after the Star Monarch, many people entered the Nepha's Abyss. In the end, 4 people came out, and all of them were 9th level monarchs. Later on, they unified their respective continents. In addition to the original monarchs, there were 8 monarchs on the continent. Of course, including Lord Devour, there were 9 monarchs now. The last monarch was a divine king who rarely showed himself. Ever since the Star Monarch ordered the islands to be sealed, no one dared to enter or leave the inner sea. Today, however, there were countless chariots flying rapidly in the low sea. The fire lions pulling the chariots seemed to be very familiar with the surrounding terrain. They skillfully avoided the spatial cracks and unstable spaces. They flew at high speed and were several times faster than the super dragon boats. The chariots did not stop at the 9 real dragon-like islands. They flew straight for Supreme Island. Supreme Island was very big, about 1/3 of the size of the ethereal continent. A super large rainbow barrier lit up on such a big island. The light of the barrier could be seen from 1,000,000 miles away. When these fire lion chariots were approaching Supreme Island, they did not continue flying toward the rainbow barrier. Instead, they flew toward the blood-red sea of stars. The fire lion chariots, which were covered in raging flames, also lit up with a fiery red barrier. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles into the sea, the chariots entered a super-large cave abode. The cave abode was also lit up with a barrier. It was obvious that ordinary people could not enter. There was nothing in the cave abode. There was only a dazzling teleportation array. The chariots stopped, and 21 people walked down. All of them were wearing war god robes. Their leader was His Highness Li Tian. "You guys wait here. I'm going back to see my father." His Highness Li Tian did not look good. His eyes were filled with helplessness and anger. He took out a token and stepped into the teleportation array. "Greetings, Your Highness." With a flash of brilliance from the transportation formation, Li Tian appeared in a majestic black city. There weren't many people on the black stone plaza. There were only a few hundred guards wearing the war god's robe. However, these guards were all 6th-grade war gods. Li Tian nodded his head indifferently and flew toward a majestic mansion on the left of the plaza. Eventually, he came to a study room in the backyard of the mansion. There was someone in the study room. He was also wearing a war god robe, but his robe was embroidered with gold. His figure and appearance were strange. He was unusually fat and his face was round. He looked like a Maitreya Buddha. "Father." Li Tian walked in and knelt down heavily. Then, he lowered his head in silence. The fatty who was sitting in the study room did not say anything. He just drank his tea calmly and looked at Li Tian with a smile. After a while, he said, "You got into trouble and there's nothing you can do? You're back to look for me?" Chapter 877. Li Tian lifted his head to look at the chubby middle-aged man. Although he was smiling, the fear in his eyes intensified. He said shamefully, "Father, Li Tian knows his mistake. Li Tian shouldn't have sent out the star token without permission. I shouldn't have acted out of spite for a woman and asked for punishment." The smile on the chubby middle-aged man's face didn't diminish. He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "You still don't understand. What does the star token represent? It represents the will of the monarch. It's fine for you to act out of spite for a woman. It's fine for you to send out the star token without permission. But, since you send out the star token, you have to do it beautifully. Mo Xiaoxiao is a supremacy, but you forgot her other identity. She is a soul cultivator. Soul cultivators have the strangest methods. If I'm not wrong, she has already returned to the soul devourer manner. What did you do wrong? Your mistake was not investigating clearly before sending out the star token. Also, you've been searching for more than a year and only caught 3 demonic beasts. Don't you understand? You have fallen into their trap of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Those 3 demonic beasts were given to you as a gift. Father, what should we do? Once the star token is sent out, if there's no result, when the monarch comes out of seclusion." Li Tian's face started to turn pale. He knew very well how cold-blooded and heartless the star monarch was. Although his father was the #1 supremacy under the monarch, if the monarch was enraged, his father wouldn't be able to protect him. The chubby middle-aged man revealed a disappointed expression, but the smile on his face deepened. He stared at Li Tian with a burning gaze. "You're so flustered over such a small matter? What else can you do in the future? The ancient saying is right. Only those who grow up from the grassroots will be formidable. Those who rely on their ancestors will never grow up. Forget it, listen carefully. First, continue to search. Place your target in the cave abodes under the sea, especially those with restrictions. Search more. Second, take some thunder god roar and teleportation spirit teleportation formation from the inner mansion and secretly send them to the Blood Knight Sea's Eternal Universe army. I'll send a message to him and ask him to take action. As for the rest, you just have to wait for the news." When Li Tian saw that his father had finally made a move, he was incomparably invigorated. However, he was still in a daze when he heard the 2 pieces of information. He asked suspiciously, "Father, didn't you say that Mo Xiaoxiao might have returned? Why did they have to go through so much trouble to search for it?" They had been searching for a year now, and many people were just trying to cope with the search. Also, why did the Eternal Universe Legion make a move? If they make a move, who are they going to make a move against? Idiot. The obese middle-aged man finally couldn't help but swear. He waved his hand and didn't explain. He coldly said, think about it yourself. Get out. Go and arrange it properly. If you can't even arrange this well, you don't need to come back. Li Tian wiped the cold sweat off his face and hurriedly got up and walked out. He didn't stay in the mansion and walked out with a gloomy expression. Finally, he was teleported to the teleportation formation at the bottom of the sea. He boarded the war chariot and flew towards the southern sea. Soul-devouring manor, city lord's mansion rooftop. Lord Jiu pushed the door open, looking at the rooftop. He was a little surprised. Besides Lord Devour, there was another person on the rooftop. It was a beautiful woman wearing a green robe. Mo Xiao Xiao. All right, I got it. You can leave now. Lord Devour didn't turn his head or look at Mo Xiao Xiao. He just faintly waved his hand at her. Mo Xiao Xiao smiled at Lord Jiu and disappeared in the air. Lord Jiu hesitated for a while and couldn't help but be curious. She walked over and smiled at Lord Devour. Lord Mo is back. Lord Devour lifted his head to look at Lord Jiu's charming face. He smiled and said, "Ah Jiu, can't you say something?" Hee hee. Lord Jiu smiled embarrassedly and said, "Lord Xiaohan and the others are back too." Lord Devour seemed to be in a good mood today. He kept smiling and answered straightforwardly, "No. Yu Qingsheng and the others have gone to the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Sihan has also gone back. Xiao Han is alone in the Star Sea." Ah. Lord Jiu's face changed and she exclaimed, "The Star Sea is so dangerous now. How can Lord Mo leave Xiao Han alone in the Star Sea? Right now, the entire Starry Sea is chasing after him." Lord Devour smiled faintly. "I said that I won't care about his life or death." Lord Devour, don't lie to me. Lord Jiu said hurriedly, "Last time, when Xiao Han was in danger, you stood here and watched the wandering sea for a whole night. Obviously, you were worried about him. Moreover, Xiao Han escaped easily that time. Lord Devour, you must have given him some treasures. Or, you knew that he could get out of danger." "Humph. Yi Qinghan has the power of the origin. If he can't kill a void-gouging beast, he's just a piece of trash." Lord Devour snorted and looked at the wandering sea in the distance. He sighed deeply and said, "Ah Jiu, you don't understand. Let me tell you this. If a young eagle only has his mother to protect him, he will never learn to fly. He will never be able to soar above the 9 heavens. If I keep helping Yi Qinghan will have the thought that if something happens, he will come to me to solve it. Then, he will never progress and he will never reach the peak. That's why I chose to let him go. Either he grows up or he dies. Although it's cruel, this world is cruel. If he can't grow up, perhaps in the end, we will all die. The people of the soul-devouring palace will die. The people of the fiery dragon city will die. The people of the fiery dragon continent will die." What? Lord Devour's words frightened Nine-Tailed Fox. At the same time, she was very skeptical. She asked, "Lord, are you worried about your enemy? You're a level 9 expert now. Who in this world can hurt you? Moreover, although Xiao Han's soul isn't like ours, how can you be sure that he can help you resist the enemy that you can't? First of all, I'm not a level 9 expert. Second, even a level 9 expert isn't invincible. I've told you about this. Third, I have a feeling that Yi Qinghan can do it. He's a man who can create miracles." Lord Devour's faint words had frightened Nine-Tailed Fox more and more. She was even more bewildered. Right when she was about to ask more, suddenly, she saw a cold light shoot out of Lord Devour's eyes. Then, a light flashed in front of her. She found that the two of them had appeared in the teleportation formation of the soul-devouring city. She was familiar with this teleportation formation. It was the teleportation formation to the fiery dragon city. But, Why did Lord Devourer rush to the fiery dragon city? Did something happen to the city? When the light of the teleportation formation faded away, Nine-Tailed Fox looked around. Her beautiful eyes widened, her beautiful face discolored. She couldn't believe what she had just seen. Was this the beautiful fiery dragon city? The entire fiery dragon city couldn't be considered a city anymore. It was more accurate to say that it was a pile of ruins. Tens of millions of buildings in the fiery dragon city had collapsed. Flowers, trees, and flowers were all broken. There were countless severed limbs and corpses beneath the limestone. There were also countless divine crystals and space rings floating in the air. The divine crystals gave off a multicolored light that shone on the ruins, dazzling everyone's eyes. Harumph! Killing people and destroying the city. How dare you! Lord Devourer didn't show any emotion. He just glanced at the fiery dragon city, said coldly, and then disappeared. Chapter 878. This, what is going on? Lord Jiao blinked. He could not believe it. The beautiful fiery dragon city, the city that the two sovereigns had sworn to protect, was reduced to ruins just like that? Looking at the countless divine crystals in the sky, Lord Jiao did not know how many people had died. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? Because Fiery Dragon City was guarded by two sovereigns, countless families had settled here. In a short period of time, with the addition of Yi Qinghan's hundreds of thousands of subordinates, the population of the city had reached more than 1 million. But this time, almost all of them were dead. Swish! A group of people flew over from afar. There were not many of them, only about 100. Nine-Tailed Fox heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lei Zhen was fine, the rank 7 beast was not dead, and Little Smoke was not dead either. But those who survived were all powerhouses. Needless to say, the hundreds of thousands of Yi family soldiers were all dead. City Lord Lei, what is going on? Who attacked us? Nine-Tailed Fox hurried over. Seeing Lei Zhen's pale face, he must have used the Thunder God's protection. Otherwise, he would not have survived. I am not sure. After a loud noise, the city's shield was suddenly broken. Then, countless black balls were thrown over, and there was a huge explosion in the city. In addition, many people came this time. There were at least hundreds of rank 7 peak and thousands of rank 7 powerhouses. If I did not have the Thunder God's protection, we would all be dead. Lei Zhen had a lingering fear in his heart, but his eyes were filled with anger. Little Firework's face was pale with fright. Feng Qi and the others were also filled with anger, but they had nowhere to vent it because they had no idea who they were attacking. Moreover, after a round of attack, these people all teleported away through the temporary teleportation formation. Their divine senses could not lock onto them. Swish! Countless teleportation formations lit up at the same time. The city was destroyed, but the teleportation formations were undamaged. With such a drastic change, of course, countless people were teleported over. Li He nodded at Lord Jiao, then looked at the endless stream of city lords teleporting over. He said to Lei Zhen and the others, Lord Jiao, Lady Jia Wu sent me a message, asking you to bring Lei Zhen and the others to the Soul Devourer Manor. She will arrange the rest. Xiao! More and more teleportation arrays lit up. There weren't many people in each teleportation array, but most of them were prefecture masters and important figures of the various prefectures. In less than an hour, almost all 108 prefectures had sent people. Only then did Li He loudly say, pass down the sovereign's decree and Lady Jia Wu's orders. All the experts of 6th grade War God and above in the prefecture are to gather at Longyang City and Black Star City, then march towards the Bloody Night Sea. Lord Monarch and Lord Jia Wu said that there is another god bandit in the Blood Sea this time. There is no need for us to return. Blood Night Sea's god bandits? Lei Zhen's killing intent sword. He patted Little Firework's shoulder and said to Lord Jiao, please take my daughter to Soul Devourer City. We won't be going. If I don't make the Blood Sea redder than the Starry Sea, my name won't be Lei Zhen. Feng Qi looked at the remaining Flame Dragon City warriors and roared, an eye for an eye. A debt of blood must be paid with blood. All the Flame Dragon City warriors roared. This time, not just the warriors of the Misty Continent would be going. Even if they didn't go, they would kill their way into the Blood Night Sea once they found out who attacked them. Lord Jiu pulled little firework into the teleportation formation. What happened next was beyond her and little firework's control. If Lord Devour and Misty Lord were enraged, the Blood Night Sea would not be spared. Half a day later, Longyang Prefecture's Black Star City, which was next to the Blood Night Sea, gathered tens of thousands of powerful warriors. These tens of thousands of people weren't ordinary warriors. They were all war gods above 6th grade. With such a powerful force, if they suddenly attacked any continent, they could flatten half of the continent within a few days. In just 3 days, the Blood Night Sea, which was 10 times the size of Longyang Prefecture, was wiped out by the enraged Misty Continent army. Besides a few warriors who could prove their identities, the remaining millions of god bandits were all slaughtered. However, many of the Blood Night Sea's god bandit groups disappeared mysteriously. This time, they only killed small fish. At most, half of the powerful warriors who attacked the city were killed. The rest were all gone. The Misty Continent's army knew that many of these experts had escaped to the Star Sea, and some had escaped to the Blood Night Continent, which was south of the Misty Continent. However, they didn't dare to cross the border. After sweeping the Blood Night Sea one more time, the Misty Continent ordered them to return home embarrassedly. Just let it go. On the rooftop of the soul-devouring manor, Lei Zhen tried to keep his voice calm. However, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He looked at Lord Devour and asked. Lord Devour said leisurely, what else do you want to do? Bring people to the Star Sea? Enter the Blood Night Continent? I can say this clearly. Lord Devour will not let all the continent's experts attack the Star Sea or the Blood Night Continent just because of this. However, if you bring hundreds of people, I guarantee that in less than half a month, all of you will be dead. Lei Zhen spat out a mouthful of turbid air. He also understood that the ethereal sovereign had done this much for him. However, he still felt angry. A moment later, he controlled his emotions and said, why are the Blood Night Sea's god bandits attacking Flame Dragon City? Do you know the reason, Lord? I will investigate this. Don't worry about this. I will make arrangements. Lord Devour stood up and looked at Lei Zhen. Don't bother about this. Go back and rebuild Flame Dragon City. This time, I will send people to build an array formation for you. It was my negligence last time. Even a few supremacies can't break the protective shield in a short period of time. Don't worry. Lei Zhen retreated helplessly. Lord Jiu asked, Lord, you really don't know why they attacked Flame Dragon City? Of course I know. Lord Devour sighed and said, Li Kong really thinks that I don't know about the Blood Night Sea's god bandits. Are they his subordinates? Li Kong? Surnamed Li? Could they be from Paragon Island? Lord Jiu was shocked. Then, he immediately understood. Flame Dragon City only had a grudge with some people from the Floating Mist Continent. However, the people from the Floating Mist Continent didn't dare to take revenge. The only explanation was that they were from the Star Sea. Yi Qinghan had made them lose face. They were making use of this incident to regain their face. Or rather, to force Yi Qinghan out. Lord Devour walked forward and looked at the wandering sea. He said helplessly, actually, many people have guessed this. Lei Zhen must have guessed it too. However, I can't and won't do anything. If they want to take revenge, they can only rely on Yi Qinghan and the people from Flame Dragon City. The people below can do whatever they want, but Lord Devour and I cannot do anything. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for the Floating Mist Continent. It will be a disaster for the entire divine world. Lord Jiu's face was full of anxiety. He said to Lord Devour, what about little Han? If he knows about this, he will definitely go crazy. If he is forced out, he will definitely die. How can he fight against the Star Sea with such a small number of people? Lord Devour turned around and said, "We have no choice. If he can't bear it and is forced out, this is his fate."